unpromising race pupil.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural? Ooh, not only...
She does have eyes that seem to be smeared with coal.
Does anyone in a city like this? Yes. I keep hoping a shaft will collapse on me, but somehow it never happens. It doesn't have to do anything at all. Nothing does.
The inspiration will come to her once hell is set loose on the streets.
Shoot, Piggy. It's what you do, isn't it?
They do say the painter always paints his own portrait. No, it's great.
That's pretty fucked up. Even for you, Piggo. You're a real sad sack. You know that? Sure, anytime.
She only gave it to you. The right idea is not... You know what you've got in that fuel canister. The paintbrush in your hand is like a loaded revolver. What will it be, Desperado? Quite a few things come to mind. The paintbrush in your hand is like a loaded revolver. What will it be, Desperado? Quite a few things come to mind. You've spoken. The wall will now silently repeat the message for a decade or so, until the sea air degrades the paint, adding another layer of detritus to the city.
Hello again, officers. Have you...
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front. This cheap-looking padlock is sturdy. It'll be easier to break the staple than the lock. Also, that sticker is interesting, somehow. You see a yellow circle with 2 X's and a big curve below them. There is something blindingly modern about this. It's the contrast between the cheery, chemical yellow. This cheap-looking padlock it'll be easier to break the staple than the lock. Also, that sticker is interesting, somehow. There's nothing like the sound of a sticker unpeeling. Now it's stuck to your thumb. Voila! Looks very modern. You're part of the future brigade now, and so is your formerly humdrum. The padlock passes through a staple that's been hastily attached to the wood. Should you want to get through, it might be easier to just pry the whole thing off. Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. A minute or so of mauling away at the lock has led to no success. The pry bar in your hand, the doors remain unchanged. Closed, nothing happens. Only the carving on the door is block-like and angular, like the church. The surface is smooth, feels exceptional. 300 tons of pine would fit to... An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The concrete structure looks military in origin, over half a century old at least, but sturdily built. You rattle the handle a bit, then push on the door with all your weight. You can't, ever. At least you can think about opening it, about doors in general. They are, after all, fundamental to your life. A metal payphone under a yellow plastic. You hear the tone. The machine is inoperable. Calling. Still calling. This feels wrong. End of tone.
Pierre, is that you, Pierre? So nice of you to find the time to call me. Are you sure you're Pierre?
Her voice is drowned in white noise. Sounds like waves wash. Calling. Still calling. Again? Seriously? Someone with a masculine...
Hello, Gerard speaking.
Hello, Gerard. Technically speaking, you're electricity.
No, but I got a feeling Al Kick Your Ass is gonna make an appearance.
Phone hanging up. Disconnect tone. Calling. 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 Still calling. Still calling.
Stop calling me, man. I'll get you your money, alright? I just need till tonight. Let me work. Check this. Hey!
Disconnect tone. Calling.
I'm tired.
Sounds like he hasn't talked to anyone in quite a while.
If I could go just 1 month without writing. No, 2 months. I could...
The man, you do not hear the customary disconnect tone. Seems like it did not have time to swallow the coin. Lucky you. The call went too fast for the payphone to register. You close your eyes. Strange. This is not how you started before. You dialed 001. 005 is Revachol, ZOC. 001 is Grad. On the 41411. Yes. 451 67 451. You are going deep. 451. You have dialed God knows how many numbers. An ultra-long distance call. Your ear calling. Calling in the night. The saddest sound. Calling still. The handset starts slipping from your sweaty palm. Your breathing is heavy. Calling. 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 Calling still. Then the ocean breaks. Out of the...
Hello? You're not a revolutionary, Harry. You're drunk.
You only have 2, maybe 3 things left to say before the change runs out.
Oh, God. Do you know what time it is? It's 4 o'clock, Harry. I need to wake up in 2 hours. What do you want to talk about?
This is bad. You feel your right hand on the handset cramping up with pain.
Oh, no. Please stop. Please, let's just hang up. To work. The academy, where I work.
No response, only a sigh. The connection...
Yes, I'm in my rover. Sleeping.
She does not answer anymore.
Harry.
Disconnect tone. The machine ran out of money. You dial the number again, in the middle of it. A familiar calling, calling. Calling, 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 calling. It looks like she doesn't want to pick it up, Harry. Stop scaring. Come on, you know why. Calling, calling.
Harry, please. Please. I'm going to hang up now.
Phone hanging up. Disconnect tone. Someone has left an unidentifiable. It's streaked with dried seagulls. It seems likely that it was left in the much as the thought of touching it causes you to As you hold it in your hands, it's a sordid, filthy tale, not for the weak. Are you good choice? The less you think about the jacket, it occurs to you that you're not. It smells like a dead sea creature. Somehow, it was carried or dragged to the boardwalk. If the faint impressions of many footprints are also present, though it's impossible to tell what kind or the crust is hard. This jacket spent at least a day baking. It's too late. You've already thought about it, and now your hands are covered in muck. Now you're just flicking that shit everywhere. As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable. There is no why. It's awful and familiar. It doesn't help. Don't you recognize it? That it is something cold wakes in. It is death. Yes. There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper. 2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka, and whoever tossed it here. Red Astra is the black market version of. You see traces of mayonnaise. It's no older than a day. A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned. Another dead body. Calm now. Carefully. He's wearing mud-caked boots, a cool leather jacket with a bolt of blue. You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into 2. His jacket feels. The library card is folded into 2. Billy is a unisex name. Could be whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue. Most of these titles seem to be in the. If lost, please return the card. You should first decide what to do with the card. A man lies. The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bed. A bad fall. His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water. Height 170 to 175. There's some dried blood on the metal bench. Be very, very careful where you step here. A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. This is what killed him. A .75-liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything left inside. Grabowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is the blackness of death. Stench. The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind. First, you need to talk with the lieutenant. Then report back to the station. This is
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with. You, officer, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I was just telling my son about this building. Not many people appreciate the historic... Yes, hypertext. Young Carp and the collection of cultural hyperlinks. Oh yes, so Mikhail. They had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. That was 49 years ago. So they didn't have windows on the south wall. Very important. Mikhail, say hi to the officer. Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into Worms lately.
the man speaks in the artificial cadence of a professor, or someone who's been on too many radio shows.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in '08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
This man is your half-brother. Well, get a load of this guy. He really enjoys his trivia. The Orbis programming language was named after its inventor, Victor Orbis, a cybernetician from Grad. They run Vox in the Occidental countries.
Aha! But it's not just any empty old building. What not a lot of people know is this used to be the R&D department of Felt Electrical, and Felt, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom.
It looks old and weathered, with seagulls picking apart.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains. They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive move to Revachol, Feld became a global player in the emerging personal electronics market of the still. Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve. Or should I say, they were developing an ace up their sleeve? It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building. An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution. Revolutionizing business machines, possibly even bring them to the average consumer, which is a feat of engineering even today's giants, Rehm, ICN and ZAM, haven't achieved yet. Indeed. What?
The revolution!
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced prototypes. Possibly from this very building, or one of the adjacent ruins. All of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D. Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed in the war.
A wheel?
Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinez was nothing but reeds before Feld arrived. They had to make the prospect of living here attractive. It was... Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here. Now, if you were to ask about tape computers...
He means that the boys got shot by the communists. The boys were bourgeois.
Tape computers. They used them for military communications, but also to write and send out press releases. The most notorious example what's the Mars Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the newly created Commune of Revachol on the 7th of March in the year 02.
A short-lived legislative foundation for a short-lived utopia.
It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept album, Bom Becer dans le Lind. You should read it. I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was much too interested in worms to be paying any attention. Actually, no one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like. But word has it, they were very elegant. Exquisite, alien-looking turn-of-the-century hardware.
Buckle up.
10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Humpty Dumpty Dum Center in Vredefort, Oranje. It raised the same questions, and we had lengthy discussions with Paul Ockerman, who was head curator at the time. This was before the twins Keith and Guy Jews.
Wait, did he just say he did it? He said Humpty Dumpty Dum. What the hell is a Humpty Dumpty Dum Center? And who the hell are Keith and Guy Joost?
The Humpty Dumpty Dum Center for Contemporary Art. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's... In fact, I'm not. The Humpty Dumpty Dum Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredefort and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art week. But perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant, fragile even. One could write directly on the tape using a special chemical solution. The machine would then analyze the handwriting, perform operations, and project output onto a white screen. It was a beautiful, delicate thing.
made of black film and folding tape structures.
Even one would be very useful. Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the revolutionaries setting fire to the precious device. But so they did. The failed playback experiment vanished into the fires of '07. Yes, the official name of the prototype. Some sources report... Who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands. Either way, they're all gone now. All 3 versions of the prototype. Nothing but of course. What else? I do have some money, yes, but that's not what's really important here.
He's not gonna give you money. No, I mean, come on. You need the money. If it's not a thing...
Oh no, I don't have it on me, officer. I was talking in more... I'm just spending time with my kid here, showing him around the less...
Not that he would have to worry about being robbed. He looks surprisingly buff. Does he work out?
I do some Lomantang.
Lo Mantang stick fighting is a form of martial arts originating from the island of Lo Mantang. It uses slender wooden sticks for confronting the opponent.
Actually, a great many cultures have their own version of stick fighting, such as the sacred Mabolo tradition of the Harli people, a name deriving from the butterfruit tree traditionally used for...
You doze off as he paints you a man.
But anyway, I'm boring you with details again. You were saying? Lomantang stick fighting is a little like a Berolidin addiction. I've been practicing it for nearly 20 years now, so you could say that...
Wait, what does this man know about Berolidin addiction?
You got me, detective. But my history should hardly come as a surprise.
Here's a former junkie.
Dad's fighting with sticks every night after dinner for 4 hours. He has a special room for that, and a special costume.
That's right, Mikhail. It also has a meditative quality. Helps to clear my head. But anyway, sure, what's on your mind? But of course, no, thanks to you for having me and little Mikhail here to pick your brain.
Pick your brain? If anything. You see, the remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. They're covered in a thick, dripping water falls from a high place. There's rust and corrosion on the bars. They're foaming with it.
Here we go. Nice and easy.
There's a cylinder on the...
Who's there?
Is that the police? Why are the police here?
Don't worry, Gary. I'll handle... To what do I owe the pleasure?
That's sarcasm. He takes no pleasure from your appearance.
Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn war...
The 881 is a raised motorway that separates Martinez from Jamrock. The labyrinth of streets underneath it makes it difficult to pass, not like walking over a nice waterlock.
Oh, good. We should really be getting back. Gary could use a hot shower and a warm bed.
Did he say we can go back now?
Yes, Gary. We can go soon. I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait.
His hands are large and weather-worn, but also used to the...
Well, first of all, it's damn difficult to find, which is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for it. Good question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmodea, a ghost insect, and I suspect it may have also developed other specialised techniques to protect itself from predators. It's my hypothesis that it has evolved, but I cannot describe how these
Yes, it makes perfect sense. You're beginning to suspect there's something paranatural. A ghost insect, he said? These people are looking for a ghost.
No, that is precisely what we're not. We are zoological I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of phasmid, called the Megaphasmodea zoensis, is about the size of a grown man's forearm. Typical rookie assumption. Insects are much more sophisticated creatures. Even simply catching a glimpse of the Insulindian phasmid would be the apex of of any cryptozoologist's career. But to study it and its defensive, very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen, so all our information is based on first and third-hand accounts. Not yet. That's what makes it a cryptid. I know it's real.
It's clear that his obsession with the phasmid...
By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature is...
He means asexual reproduction. The females of the species don't need to mate to produce viable eggs. This makes it easier for a species with a small population to survive.
Yes, the Insulindian phasmid is a very clever insect. That's why it's so damn difficult to catch. But as a scientist, well, they may not look impressive. Yes. Simple. Attracted by the locusts, the phasmid, at least, that's the intention. The net isn't a perfect solution. Locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores.
Inside the traps, a meat-eating stick insect. Does it pretend to be the reeds as part of its ambush behavior? This seems unlikely.
Thank you for your opinion. We have all...
Not a big fan of skepticism, this one.
They'll work, I assure you. The predatory hypothesis, using locusts as bait.
The traps do seem to be deftly and thoughtfully constructed. It's clear the cryptozoologist's wife knows what she's doing.
Yes. What? And I'm eager to return to her. My wife understands that just as well as anyone.
Come on, Morale. We've been soaking out here for days. It's time to go back.
And leave the traps? Absolutely not.
Come on, she wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon.
Won't let Lena down? Sounds like the...
Of course it's important to her. She's seen it. Yes. That's how we first came to know one.
Needless to say.
Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian phasmid together. I can't abandon... No.
I could go for some trap setting.
I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer. Caught the bug, I see. It's easier to get caught up in the search than you'd imagine. That's highly unlikely, officer. It's made of musk and research chemicals. The wise choice. There are 4 in total. One is to the south. Another we set in Land's End. The third is set near... You should check at least one of those before returning to this one. Since I just... There are 4 in total. One is... Another we set in Land's End. To the northeast. It's behind a small sand. The third is set near the canal. You should check at least one of those before return. Bring it to me at once.
He's not comfortable with the possibility that you'll claim.
Thank you for your help. Gary and I will start breaking down camp. If you have any more questions, now...
Finally, you're being sensible. I'll start packing right now.
If it's more cryptid-related business you want to discuss, but what if the information is vital on the hunt?
I've just always liked animals.
He seems reluctant to talk about himself, but he'll open up.
It's not child's play. Just because I have to traipse through the mud every so often. No. Very few cryptids are of the list of cryptids kept by the Cryptozoological Society of Chamonix. 2 are categorized as confirmed discoveries. Yes, the Chateauquan forest pygmy, who turned out to be... We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves. More so even than the public. In fact, it is 0.05%. Ever more...
He has clearly done his math on this. There is no surprising him.
Real. I know you think one is a respectable profession, while the other is superstition. Everyone does. Indeed. No, as I said.
Interesting. Something for later, this close call.
Everything from forgotten regional...
He's interested in things that people believe that scientists don't.
Most establishment scientists only care about reputation and remuneration, not real... Yes? All right.
We would have to discuss. He wants to say, but decides against it. Since you need to ask him about specific cryptids Cryptids you've heard about from Lena, or his friend Gary. He won't just talk.
A willow person.
Willow people? Not at all.
They're not people, really. Some argue that they're very, very thin. Almost flat, in fact. And can camouflage. Gary and I painted an entire grove's worth of trees in slow. After waiting in hiding for hours, I chased it with a net. Not very elegant. I know it sounds like we were snacking on funny mushrooms, but I did see motion and colour. Mine is not a confirmed site.
He makes it a real point here to sound falsifiable.
Confirmed. It's 100% verified and meets all the standards of an authentic cryptid site. By all means.
That patch of reeds over there, it's a great place to hide something. You don't have a reason to. Nothing. Just a hunch. The hunch passed. There's a trap in the reeds at your behind you. The ruin. Locusts are crawling around in the trap. A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other. The density and spread of these bullet holes is surprising. A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the crack. A row of ghostly shades stand facing the wall. There are many of them, a dozen at least, 10 meters away. Other shades are lined up in an orderly manner, automatic rifles primed. The sun blazes high up in the sky, baking the planks, the sand. A long time has passed since the moment of this fusillading. The abundance of bullet holes leads to two options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here, or they did not use a conscience round, where a host of men, probably in everyday clothes, ragged from the conflict and covered in dust. They were not sitting, a common practice for execution. They stand, facing the wall. It's impossible to discern 7 men in combat uniforms, men of duty, dark, murderers, twisted by orders, young boys forced into killing. The commandant, the one who gives the order, machine gun fire crackling through. I'm just a representation of your mental faculties, piecing together any available information. A cold sea. This is the trap Morel just set. The reeds, but it's good the cryptozoologists left. The later it gets, the colder. Remnants of the camp can still be seen. This trap is also full of panicked locusts. Man, it's lonely doing this alone. Drop in temperature, an easy flow there. An empty street. Before you, a thoroughfare, This trap's not too. The reeds, the wind picks up. Nothing but locusts in this trap as well.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. Oh, that's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea? This calls for a funeral, if you ask me. Aye. Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like, why odd? Our things are a part of our life world. They're made with our human sweat and they...
Life world? Someone's been reading up on last century Gottwaldian philosophers. Play it cool now.
Oh yeah? You won't even be able to get it out of the water before early June. Take it from someone who's been through a few...
It's going to be quite a few years before nature is able to completely take care of a motor carriage.
I understand, believe me. I really do. But daydreaming is a rich man's game. At sea, you can't afford to be careless and dream. Anyway, What are we talking about here again? Hi, the sea's gonna calm down soon.
Oh yes, she does. You need to get your drink on. There is no other way for human beings to procreate. Not after 6,000 years of yeast cultivation-based mating rituals.
Okay. Where's this going? Absurdly and pointedly phrased.
She doesn't even understand you asked her out. Perhaps you're too sober to pull it off right now. Try again later. There's no way to listen to the tape. A pawn shop. A pawn shop. It takes you a moment, but the reeds, the constant. The trap feels light. No locus. No phasmid either. But still, nothing. No trace. The reeds continue to hiss around you as you put the empty trap back on the ground. You've checked all the traps now.
Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you, buddy boy? So what do you want? I got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap. I got Pilsner. Great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real. I also have speed. And by speed, I mean amphetamine. See, friend, it's real valuable. Worth every real, if you catch my drift. Got it from a bit of a business venture. You know, it's funny, actually. What?
Keep him talking.
This guy...
Conversation might bring a discount, no?
Oh, this is medicinal spit. I got one of those scientific ampoules a few months ago. Torpedo, they call it. Didn't stop me for shit, that's for sure. 5 lemons with half a pack of butter and you're good to go. It really isn't. In a week, the goddamn kidneys started giving me all kinds of hell. Those arseholes charged me 4 real to remove the damn thing. But I came out on top after all. But the idiots left me alone in there. Now, I used to teach high school biology. Like 3 cans of this blue medicinal stuff from the back room. Threw the snakes out and voila. 2 I already sold to these fine gentlemen here.
Don't say it.
$3 real and it's yours, friend.
Well done. You got it. That's a much more reasonable price right there. Makes sense now.
Just make sure to enjoy that one, friend.
If you drink this, then you'll die. That's a fact. And that's why we're going to save you from yourself and store this as a sellable item. Go sell it at the pawn shop for a profit.
Oh, the system's been good to old Rosemary here, and I'm milking. You see, friend, man makes his own luck, and I made mine real good. Bought cigarettes, bought...
The hook? Where is it? I can't see it.
Good, good, good. So you want this shit or not? Aye, by amphetamine I mean... Sure did, buddy boy. That's why I said amphetamine. I mean speed. I mean amphetamine. I got Aye, that's what I said. Good, good, my man. Now what can I offer you? In the civilized world, it's accustomed...
Tequila sunset.
Ah, tequila. I knew you'd come. What's that supposed to mean? Let me see. What? This isn't my jacket. My jacket was beautiful. I'm not taking a disgust. Either bring it back the way it was before, or find it...
Underneath the accumulated filth, the jacket itself appears to be stain resistant.
Don't you call her? Yeah! Don't call... Uh-huh.
Abigail is his wife or girlfriend. You're not going to get anything out of this guy. He's too drunk.
Don't you fucking call her! Hear me? Abigail? Don't call Abigail.
The boomboxes wait on the shelves, and your boombox, that gold and amber Harmon Waushi, stares at you longingly with its tape.
If police work means absolute.
That's odd. Why doesn't he like music?
The stuff I record myself, silverware shaking.
Maybe you should ditch music as well. Get into these more experiment. You see rows of toy soldiers
Hello again. How can I help you? Sure, I'm not purchasing any more clothing. More than sure. What else have you got? Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
The tear machine. Your bottles clunk. The payphone. Rusting control panel with several knobs. The words Marsh and The man ponders his. You see that the door does not.
I've got nothing to say to you.
Hello, officer. Name's Gary.
Hey, was there something you needed?
Well, well. Bringing him that new bird sure made a difference in his attitude.
You're already set for the night. Do I have a shake?
He sounds, and it's not a shaker. It's nothing. He's holding...
Am I wearing a little bow? Am I smiling? Because I'm not a bard.
Play it calm. This man needs to understand you need a drink to help the community.
Like what? Another thing. Great. Yes, and the phone company is taking its sweet time sending someone to fix it. Who told you that? Fine, yeah. It looked like someone had messed with the wiring. It was shortly after the hanging. If you do find out who cut the line, though, let me know, so I can... Yes?
It's great to see you again, officer.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out. I hope we haven't been too much trouble for... Here, I want to give you a small token of my gratitude. It's a tie.
The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. You could ask her about this when you get the time. It's probably a cryptid, but the phasmid, of course, is more important.
Oh, you don't want it.
Ramblings.
But, darling,
You were a child, my dear.
Well, it was summer. I'm getting ahead of myself.
She'd just started forming memories. Real memories. Beton Court got bombed in the war. It used to be called...
The strangest moment of my life. I looked up. I didn't know this can happen, so I reached my arm and touched the thing. I tried, but I was only a child. I ran back home to my grandmother and asked her if reeds could walk. For years, it was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress boys. That sort of thing.
We were on a date. Can you imagine? She tells me a story.
So that's how they met.
It did, yes. Like reeds in a gust of wind.
The way it moved, the colour. How some of its limbs were white, like marble. If it weren't for Lena, I might have given up hope years ago. It's no exaggeration to say. How could she? Who imagines this? She didn't...
So she couldn't have made it up.
That's true, yes. I'm almost certain neither my mother nor my grandmother knew of it. It was only when I started telling my story as a teenager that boys would tell me, Lena, you trying to tell us you saw the Insulindian phasmid out there in those reeds? Get out. Our first, yes.
The glance is tender, yes, but tempered by something else. A thought she can't express, even to him.
Not all of them. There is some white coloration reported, along with beige, where the camouflage ends.
It's hard to say how big things are when you're quite small yourself. You're welcome, sweetie. I do.
And she could get up and walk right into the reeds on her own, into the mud, anywhere. There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work. Go on and ask.
Oh, I'd be delighted. No. It's the cryptid. The eight-eyed Teratorn, the largest flying avian.
Mutation.
Until it was sighted by renowned Gottwaldian explorer and naturalist Uwe Plattenkalk in 20...
This renown seems a bit dubious. Your own catalogue comes up completely empty, but...
It happened on a botanical expedition into the vast and the world's largest canyon system, sweetie. Alone, in the blasted desert heat, the doctor wandered eastward, where he was lost without any... Every now and then, the bird would dive down to feed on an animal carcass somewhere on the horizon. But by the time Uva got, yes, or rather, hunting, a bird that big has a lot of blood in it, and he was dying of thirst. For many, the professor climbed up there with a rock in it. Then, the Teratorn suddenly looked at him. He could see the bird was controlling his mind. The eight-eyed Teratorn was indifferent to him, as long as he didn't get closer than 2 steps. It even let him feed on some carcasses up there. Absolutely, sweetie.
Modern radar telemetry shows great promise. We will confirm this one by the end of the decade, latest.
Sadly, yes. But there are numerous reports of 8-eyed bird skulls.
Not really. It's just stylization. The way they drew eyes. It's not a zoological drawing.
Very, very hard.
This one's very famous. Everyone knows it. People will be looking at that. Yes. It's the kind... Yes, it was reported by soldiers in South Safra during the war. The kind green ape, indeed, there is. Which is to say, the kind green ape is a species with which we share a common ancestor, and that evolved parallel to our own. Just like your partners. I didn't mean to imply that Saelites are in any way inferior to us. In some ways, the kind green ape, too, is in some... Granted, kindness may not be an evolutionary advantage. What an interesting question. The Col de Mamadaqua, or Thin Whisper of Sound. And that's precisely what it seems to be.
Col de Mamadaqua can also be translated as a whisper light and low.
Yes, that's another translation. Although the low part is a little ironic. The Col de Mamadaqua makes, or rather is, such a high-pitched sound that many scientists have asked the same question. Some have claimed that it isn't itself. It could be. As I said, it could be everywhere. And we wouldn't know any better. It could be plenty. It's the evidence that led to its discovery. When playing back recordings they had made in the foothills of the air, the scientists soon discovered they could track and even predict what appeared.
She transforms when speaking about these strangers.
They realized that they had discovered a new species and called it the Col de Mamadaqua, after the Paracanassian name. They grew quite obsessed with these little birds. Sequester, Time, Joscan. Those are but some of the Mamadaqua they followed individually. That is a sad story. A group of university students assisting with the field, they tried to communicate with it and had no other means but sound.
This lady really should be a teacher. Psst. They cancel each other out. Psst.
Exactly. And these tests were performed so recklessly that when they happened upon the right frequency,
great regret washes over her.
After that, the corpuscle appears to have migrated elsewhere. There have been recordings of anomalies similar to those spotted in Ea. What about what? That would be the giant of Coconur. The giant lives in the most arid parts of the vast mirage, or no one knows for sure. It is the towering luminosity of Coconur. That's what makes it so peculiar. There are limits, you see, to how large a metabolism an ecosystem can beget. Some say a gravity anomaly below the Coconur desert might allow the creature to grow to these gargantuan sizes.
Gravity anomaly? Digging it. Digging this
Cryobacter catlensis. Yes, a unicellular bacterium. That the bacterial colony Michanu disappeared shortly after injecting herself with the bacteria she had brought. Yes, the bacteria had survived in the ice since times. Yes, and she's quite mad too. After she treated herself, we can assume that she has been living somewhere in the wilderness for decades now, all alone except for the gnome of Jeroma. Oh, it is. None of its it was reportedly a small creature with a couple of campers found it when it was already dying. They heard it still took the gnome of Jeroma an entire day to die. Alas, no. And the first scientist who got his hands on it instead, all the venom leaked out of the creature's teeth and into the surrounding liquid, dissolving the creature itself. A poetic end, perhaps.
Alas. Always, alas, and then it was gone. Isn't that overly convenient?
I understand your skepticism, but that's what happens with things that are rare and stand out. I'm glad you like them, but I'm not really one to tell you about all of them. You should ask my husband if...
The Jamrock Shuffle. In a way, yes, you are treasure hunting. Most officers from Precinct 41 do what is called the Jamrock Shuffle.
Nothing.
He tries to play it cool, remain professorial.
Good. Okay. And? Completely empty?
No locusts?
That's not...
It just means the Insulindia...
She's engaging in a well-known self-deception called motivated reasoning. You're dealing with a subject near and dear to their heart.
Yes. The Phantasmadeia picked off the locusts and...
Another trip to the reeds.
Of course we have.
Wait, Morel.
You're right, dear. It's a fair point. Pardon me. This is a big deal for us. You've helped us twice now, and brought...
Heartfelt gratitude. Some kind of foul play might be afoot. Theft. Consider the way the empty trap was disturbed, as though shaken. You should ask the red-headed boy.
A little hooligan.
Oh, my dear Morel. You've been an old man for too long. Oh, you've been such a dear to us.
Well, I see you've got all the help you need. I'll see you tonight at my place. Let's play...
This is a slippery one. He may respect the law, but mostly wants to pass under the radar. You won't get a chance to talk after you walk out of here. He hasn't been particularly forthcoming.
Really, Gary?
Lena, I'm sorry, but you're not getting anywhere. It was... Morel, it's been fun. Really.
No need to apologize, Geary.
The first man to break formation is always a blow to leadership. This is bigger than he lets on.
I really owe you one for getting us out of those reeds, officer. I like nature, just not this blood.
This man respects authority too much to see you for what you are. Pretend thou art a sober man.
I've been tempted on occasion, but someone has to stay strong for...
Serious question time. This man is no innocent. No one is.
No. I helped Morel with...
After all this time with Morel, he must have an opinion on cryptids.
Oh, yes. The burning rhino. A rhinoceros that looks ordinary during the day, but burns brightly by night. Well, at least the males do. The flames are not just for decoration. During the burning rhino's mating season, herds of local peasants call it the passion ring.
It's clear the burning rhino is dear to him on many levels.
They have special ducts just above their shoulder blades that...
But how is this combustible fluid?
The rhino starts running very fast to build heat, then stops, raises its head, and sparks fly from its neck, setting it. Yeah, well, Revacol used to be a flaming rhino once, a long time ago.
Super solid argument, Gary. Can't argue with that.
Oh, so that's what the RCM in Martinez is about. No. Nothing. He
didn't kill him or anything, but there's something...
My mug? Why would you think that? How do you mean?
He is trying to avoid lying to you outright, in case you really have been to his apartment.
Okay, I admit it. You're not going to find me, are you? Oh, God. 250? How am I gonna pay?
This is a considerable... It's, in a way, admirable.
And I'll never do it again. I don't know what got in...
What did you do, Gary?
Nothing. Just answering some questions. Helping out the law. Officer, please. I was only cleaning up. I live right across the yard from where he was hanged, and I saw him stripped naked. All the clothes. Then I came out to clean up the rags, because no one else would. Okay. I was coming to throw the mug away, and, well, I threw them. I know a guy who works with the trash collection services, so I can use the Whirling's trash compactor to store my own stuff. Garbage disposal is expensive as hell. I'm sorry, okay? I thought I could cut costs. I shouldn't have. Armor? No. I mean, yes.
An infant could see he's not telling the truth, but he's too scared to admit more wrongdoing.
I hope I can help your
Does this mean you were in his apartment, admiring his colonial mug collection? Perhaps it would be interesting to tell him.
Sure do, officer. Mr. Everard? So you work for Everard Clare? What have I done? He'll send the muscle after me. Of course.
This scared him proper. He's positively melting from fear. Has to prop himself up with a lot of anger to keep it together. That shirt looks very uncomfortable on him. Look at the buttons. Yes, like a piece of ceramic armor.
I knew you'd figure it out. I was ashamed of what I did. And
We're not detecting falsehood. This shame.
Gary.
I took the hangman.
God damn it, Gary.
I know.
Shame on you. Gary didn't mean to interfere with your investigation officers.
He's a loyal friend.
Because I was weak.
He's a scaredy cat.
Everyone was picking those pieces off him, and so I went there to take out the trash and started cleaning up. Only the cuirass was left, so I stripped it off him. It was early in the morning, no one saw me. I took it with me. It was a mistake. Had I known it'd give you... I always thought it was the Union, but I sure as hell won't go around saying that anymore.
This is all he knows. He sighs again, hangs his head, and unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass that matches the dead man's boots, but so light to hold, like a bag of cotton.
Yes, absolutely. I will never do anything like this again.
Again? He might be wearing a disguise.
Yes, it's a hobby of mine.
As if waiting for some kind of reaction or response. Something to click. It's not happening, though. Who is this guy?
Okay, why not? So, do you know who hanged him? Yeah, I don't know. Oh my god, there's more. You want something more?
Yes? What is it? It means I'm a patrol officer, sir.
Was that? Could it be? The Coldamum? There seems to be. An extreme. Lena also said that it couldn't be heard by any other animal, including... There it is again. Yeah, but it must be very close. Maybe, just maybe, it will come toward you. Oh no. The sound. No. Too late. Keep your ears peeled, then. If the species They're up. You won't get far.
Kuno saw you wield that can. Sweet graffito action, pig. Kuno likes that delinquent shit. Kuno's part is, you're just shit at life. Now what's your case with Kuno? No, Kuno doesn't give a fuck about...
So he knows, look.
Oh my god, I told you that shit is late!
Shut up, see.
Now they're gonna...
She sounds like she's about to cry, out of disappointment at Kuno's newfound lameness.
Deny everything, Kuno.
Kuno's not gonna say...
Lame. That rings some bells. Could this be connected to Night City? AKA, the City of Rage.
Oh god, Kuno, no! now.
Stop it, see. No.
There's definitely something going on here. You should check out Kuno's shack.
Kuno doesn't...
All around you, the hiss isn't like skyscrapers. Sounds like you found heaps of leaves are rotting among the mud-caked towers. Dozens of little locusts feed on them, buzzing away with vicious joy. It's an ode to self-expression. It's the work of a self-taught visionary.
Kuno's like Kuno's... Yeah. Kuno took the...
So it wasn't the Phasmid. A wave of disappointment washes over you.
It's not Bugtown. It's the city of locusts. Locusts aren't just bug shit. They...
Stop!
Locusts coming down like a shadow. This must be the Night City.
Yeah, Locust City.
There's a tug of war over the name of his... The girl forces herself to watch again, the corners of her eyes twitching.
Kuno, the pig wants to help you.
An artist? Maybe I am an artist.
Did he just say I? Kuno usually calls Kuno, Kuno.
Kuno made Kuno. Kuno says whatever the I fucking say I when I wanna, and Kuno...
This is what he sometimes does when things get tense.
Oh my god, Kuno!
Yo, fuck you, see? Kuno can be what Kuno wants to be. Kuno made himself into Kuno. Kuno can make himself into anything. Kuno can make himself into a pig if he wants. Kuno can make himself into a...
Don't make yourself into a pig, Kuno!
So that's what this is about. Without a word, for once, the boy is lost for words. Use this momentary You got him. Now convince him to leave the cryptozoologist's traps alone.
I don't give a shit. I don't need the locusts anyway. Shit is all lame now. See what...
The girl's face appears again. She doesn't know whether to be glad because Kuno is finally convinced of the lameness, or more worried because of his continued use of the first-person singular. Kuno is Kuno, not I.
It don't mean anything. It's shit. Kuno just likes to focus. Kuno likes to concentrate on shit. Pig, you really shouldn't have fucked with Kuno City. Now it's all fucking lame. Kuno's gonna let the fucking locusts die. The fuck are they trying to catch anyway? With the traps?
He recognizes the name.
Bitches think Kuno doesn't know shit. The fuck out of here. Kuno's tired of this shit.
There's silence between the two children. They're not saying anything to each other, nor looking in each other's direction. Why does art inspire you so much? Excellent question. Art is a diverse range of visual, literary, auditory, and performative creativity. It's an expression of imagination and technical skill. Additionally, it's history, criticism, and pure enjoyment. In short, art is the highest form of human community. Have you looked in the mirror lately? You have the exact features of a savage art critic. Yes, You seek substance. No vapid representations in reproduction. Quit being so indecisive. What are you going for here? Some kind of indecisive and camp aesthetic now? Exactly. It's not only your duty to only catch the criminal. Go ahead and provide savage criticism. As you hold it in your hands, it's probably...
Oh, hello, sweetie. So nice to see you again.
Hello, officer. So it was just a child.
Thank you for telling us, sweetie.
She acts chipper, but something's changed. Something is secretly gnawing at her confidence.
Yeah, you're right. We just need to restock the empty trap. Then we'll need to inspect the traps one more time. And then maybe we can.
Darling, I told you.
You're right, you're right. We can come back next...
That's just something people... There won't be a next season. Not for this. Find a phasmid or admit defeat, people.
Of course, sweetie. You've helped us so much already. Everyone would understand if you...
Really? It's too much, officer.
What Morel means...
Here's a fresh batch of locusts. They should slide right down the funnel. And thank you again.
This would show them all. We need to get you on that list of discoverers. No question about it.
Hell no. I had no idea.
I don't know what got into him, officer. Thank you for letting him off easy.
The traps, the locusts, dazed from... They're not really going to get the chance to... All the traps are stopped now. The old woman. There's a gap where the name of that song should be. You should...
Yes, I can't really sleep in it. My suggestion is, don't. Don't go a lullaby my mother used to surrender to the night.
That's kind of grim for a children's song. Even...
Yes, it does. I can wash it for you. But it's...
Hell yeah.
Well, hand it over then. Merci. I'm proud of this one. It's pretty nice underneath all that filth.
Tequila sunset.
My jacket?
A look of consternation crosses them.
What the fuck are you talking about, Tequila? Falm? That's medium concepts.
It becomes abundantly clear to you how this man managed to lose his keys, business.
That shit is so medium concept, I wouldn't touch it with a stick. But yeah, okay. I'm sure it looks great on you.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
You keep coming back. That's good, officer. Keep browsing.
Hello, dear. Thank you for doing that.
Her smile is weary.
Morel still isn't feeling well. I convinced him to stay at Gary's to get some rest. I'm afraid the cold has really got... Yes.
Her voice is shaky.
Morel will eventually, or...
You've come so far. You can't leave those locusts there, waiting on the ghost reed with no one to witness when it appears.
No, you don't have...
Be real. Gary is not going to help with this.
That really...
Very strange. Why is she not letting you do this? It's like she's
different?
Answering a question with a question, for example.
I'm in doubt, sweet. It's,
And when a police officer asks...
Do you ever wonder if some lovely story from your... Seeing the Insulindian fat, Morel's so proud of it.
A terrible sting in the heart. Regret.
No, sweetie. There's more to it than that. That I'm some queen of the cryptozoology.
That I am a queen? An extraordinary witness to grace.
But now, we're both getting old, and he's still working himself sick out in those reeds looking for it. But what if I was just wrong? I think I was...
But it has, hasn't it? It has a taste you're quite...
You might be right, Detective. I was a paraplegic before we met. He didn't know before I came in on our first...
She has to swallow to relax her throat. It's keeping her from talking.
Maybe. But then why do I not dare tell him? I've wasted enough of your time with this drama. I really must stop talking about it lest I start crying, and what you have to know is the Insulindian...
Are there? Some of the other things are pretty bad.
I'm not sure of anything. Either way, I should go. Poor Morel is running a fever, and I need to get him home to Jam. Oh no, thank you, but I can get there on my own. This whole thing is gas-powered. And then a taxi home. It's not so bad. Oh, sweetie.
No one can stop you from finding the phasmid.
Okay.
A sigh. She doesn't think you'll need it.
You too, sweetie. Thank you for everything, truly.
A waste of time. A dream like that. She drives off. The gas engine putters quietly as she gets to the doors, then pushes them open. Outside the... There's no... But even a pawn shop. A pawn shop would have it. It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board. With the permeables drawer in. Just relax. The two sides of the board are slight. The slides snap back into place. It should, without resistance. 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard. 2 octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. It smells of chewing, a touch of cinnamon, the end of summer. You think the label says Tutti Frutti. Familiar handwriting, a young woman in her 20s. There is Harry. It begins. You're already reading. Throw it away, please. Your hand shakes, holding the card. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, it says, every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me. You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs. Sparks fall like snow from the bow collector. You feel the ledger slip from your hand. No. Hold on. To what?
There is nothing again. Nothing sad, brother. No well, almost nothing. That's me. Blue eyes, that's me. Who was what?
He speaks of the sickening longing, the unwell emotion. Even in the darkness he's grasped.
The call.
Here in the paleo-mammalian cortex, because it's always there.
Bloated corpse of the past resurfacing.
Beautiful. Believe me, stupid ape.
There is no Voyager Road. There are your name.
It's certainly your name is passed out on the ground, dragged around by one of the other evil apes. They're taking you.
Yeah, man. What was that about? You think they would let you? Until you descend.
Yes.
It's delicious. Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness. In the upholstered cabin of Lieutenant Kitsuragi's motor carriage, seated in the driver's basket, the air is thick with leatherworks and heavy fuel oil. Cold water runs down your chin.
Drink. Water. No drink.
The water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life itself, as it pours down your parched...
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know the human body is not made to survive?
Actually, beer and cider have loads of water in them.
But these are not the Franco-Nigerian centuries. That's just a drug addict myth. In reality, you're still comprised of dihydrogen oxide.
With greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water. Some of...
What happened? There was a call on the shortwave. Officer passed out in Martinez. I had a feeling... I don't know. It could have been quite a while. That does sometimes happen.
He replies with such understanding, it's as if the burnt-out ruins of the past were an occupational hazard.
I found this next to you. I'll tag along for the rest of the day, if you don't mind. My business is concluded anyway. Are you okay to go? Good.
The Ledger of Failure and Hatred is a special item that can be used both as an interactable and...
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging. Without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other. The words just crossed your mind somehow. Who do you think? You. It's slightly, ever so slightly, difficult to breathe once you've done so. The drawer is...
Yes?
The trap is full of locusts, but they seem weak and poor things.
Put your hands where I can see them. Show me your hands. This is the pig.
Scavenged, battery-powered police lights protrude from her back. The flickering light show reveals a gun. Her hand is trembling from some sort.
Madame, please drop the firearm immediately.
This is bad. Getting your weapon back is the priority.
Comply, or I will light you the fuck up. The man appears to be pulling out an object from his pocket. Superseding event. Split-second decision. Get on the ground. Get on the goddamn ground. Get on the ground. I want you on the pavement right now. This is the pig. Subject yourself to a full-body cavity search. Prohibited materials concealed in nostrils, ears, mouth, navel, urethra, foreskin, vagina, and rectum.
In her mind, the cavity search is happening, as long as she's saying it. Yet
be careful, detective.
You'll have to go for the gun sooner or later. Perhaps you can learn crucial facts before you do.
It's a goddamn police shitbag. On the pavement. You're under arrest. Officer in need of assistance! Suspect alert! Get on the ground!
Ma'am, please. We want to help you, but you need to lower that weapon.
Disturbance reported. Authorized deadly force. Sector, take the shot! Big red key! Big red key!
Big red key? That's code for the battering ram. Cop talk. You know this.
Back up! Back up! Back up! Status unconscious! No! Oh, no. No. I thought Mr. Moran... Gareth! Aggravated assault! Man down! Officers in pursuit!
There's a scenario unfolding in her head right now. It has nothing to do with what's happening here.
What's the situation, officer?
Law enforcement compromised! Impersonation...
Does she not believe you two are actually police officers?
License and registration! License and registration!
It's not a code, just disjointed words.
We can't leave. A delirious civilian is pointing firearm at us. Your firearm. You need...
She's frantic, confused, teetering under all that gear. There's an opening if you just move fast enough. Sure, you're you, but how do we end this? She's not just gonna let you leave.
Suicide back home. Split-second decision.
Oh my god. In your peripheral vision, the lieutenant releases the half-squeezed trigger.
God, I almost blew her head off.
What is this? This isn't police issue. Please, God, where's have bullets? What is this? Why did you sell me this?
Grab the gun, right now.
No one ever cares anymore. Why would they cheat?
This limbed and headed machine of pain and undignified suffering.
Oh, woman. We need to figure out what to do with her now.
Nobody's ever around. Nobody.
She's in a stupor. I've seen this before. God knows for how long. Could be. Honestly, I don't know. Dementia, probably. Dementia and Channel 8. And loneliness. Could be. Her hands were trembling, and she did seem uncorded.
Her scratched skin is warm to the touch, but the person inside doesn't.
I don't think there's any need for that. In her current state, and without the... We could let Titus know. This is a perfect problem for the local peacekeepers to handle. They might even know her family. Then we can ask him once we get back to the whirling. But we have to hurry, because it's late, and they might have already gone home. But I think we're done here for...
Please. Leave the radio on.
Reflex to what? She stands motionless. Just a heap of clothes and flashes now. Maybe if you search her once more. The woman stands slumped. Is one of those things a police cap? She doesn't even flinch. As...
Oh.
It's hard to say. It's been so long since you wore yours. The lieutenant nods. The old woman doesn't. A man lies on the board.
Hold on. Looks like he's been dead for a while. I'm surprised no one found him. Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. But that's just...
A dead working-class man with a bottle in his hand? Don't deceive.
The woman you met at the book stand?
Because it's the most working-class death you've ever seen.
Yes, but what actual facts do you have that connect him with this woman you met at the book stand? I can't see a book. So he took the book to the library. Then...
I'll have one drink. The view from the lookout is beautiful.
Damn it. He is definitely someone's husband. From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own. A field autopsy isn't necessary if the cause of death. I'd say we should just write down head trauma in the autopsy report and leave it at that. It would save us at least 2 hours of unnecessary work. Maybe, but we don't really have much time or resources to spare. The guys at processing will take care of the rest. Alright, we've already examined the library card. Let's call the Jamrock Library from my kinema. See if we can learn anything about this Billy Méjean. And while we're there, we should also call the station. Let them know that we are taking the case. Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly oh yes. Some symptoms of acute alcohol, but I think that death arrived through head trauma. What about it? The deceased ate some kebab.
Sometimes a kebab is just a kebab.
They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition official. Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure. Although there's still a question of identity.
He's wearing a cool leather jacket with a bolt, only some sunflowers.
We should take another look at the library card you found on him.
There's some tear, no, there's more in there. Livis.
A tragedy.
The library card is folded into... Billy is a unisex name. Could whoever owns this card, most of these titles, if lost, please return the card. Wait. Take a longer look at your metaphor. It's always metaphor. This is more important than you. The engines of fortune once roared here. The engines stopped. The West Revacholian industrial base was dismantled after the war. Now, extinguished coke furnaces dot the landscape, a landscape despoiled by industry. Perhaps you could dedicate your life to keep... trap is full of locusts, but inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Sorry, sir. I still haven't heard back from the database people. Try calling again later. Is there anything else? Just a...
10-4, come in, officer. Over. 10-4, sir. Glad to hear that. I'll write down that there is no need to issue a new one to you then. Over. 10-4, I know I already wrote it in a report, but it will stay on my desk for a few... 10-4, sir, roger that, and very glad to hear it. I will make relevant changes to the report. Roger that, 10-10, over and out.
This is Precinct 57. One moment. Can you please describe the body?
We suspect he might have been inebriated when he fell.
Any signs of violence? No field autopsy necessary.
You can hear her quickly.
What about his belongings? Did you examine his clothes? Any information on the library? Good. Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the... I have assigned the case to Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi. Please follow up on this library lead to identify the man. That's all for now. Thank you for reporting it. I'm afraid they're closed. It says...
We should try again.
Anything else, Detective? 57, over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio on a hook, a metallic drawer, the pull-out toolbox slides back. This coin-operated viewer is facing... Your money disappears into the curtains on the display open. The lenses shift. The ghost sharpens into an islet in the bay. It looks as if it was a...
Really? I don't have the eyesight to make it out.
Hello again, officers.
Trying to sneak up on me.
The spread pattern of these bullet holes makes your chest ache. More old bullet holes. Half a century.
Remnants from the revolution. These are over half a... Perhaps a crime of a sort ages ago, but not much. I don't have a...
The door is closed again. You hear someone inside. Walk. This door is no one answers.
Let's go. There's nothing to...
Give me a moment. It's barely...
She hasn't spoken. The aging alcoholic is still there.
Hi, gendarme. Another rendezvous. I am. So are you. What brings you here? Admiring the atmosphere. What about you, officer? Well, here's to you. Oh yes, let's see. He knocked on my door a few days after the lynch. Muscular, handsome, strong, like one of those military types. Nothing. That I didn't see any. Why shouldn't he? What friend? No, I don't think it came up. Yes, but he was speaking to someone. Yes, you know those tiny speaker, just reporting back whatever I was telling him. Oh, let me think. He had an accent. He sounded vaguely Oranese. No, not vaguely, scratch that. He sounded definitely Sure. Anything else on your... You did? And how did you like him? I told you, he can be very useful. I guess that's a visitor from the first world. He's not like you and me. To his opportunities in Occident, Sur la Clé. Still, his coming and going brings some life to the village. Or is it just money? I don't know. Friends, I told you. Sunday friends. That he won't be there when times get tough, I guess. It is. On Sundays. He has keys. And he likes the view. To the sea, I mean. What about me, gendarme?
It's the sports. He's a sports guy. All about that physical prowess and athletics.
Bye-bye, gendarme.
Hey, was there something you needed? You're already set for the night.
You see, the door does...
Hi again, gendarme.
It's the sports.
Bye-bye, gendarme.
Yes? What about me? That's correct.
You feel a slight urge to put the lieutenant down for this.
Are they? They are mostly just cumbersome. That's because I'm half Seolite. I don't speak a word of Seolite, and I've never met either one of... No.
The lieutenant nods.
What do you mean? I have no...
The lieutenant, but this isn't an old school case.
I can't say that it does, no.
The lieutenant produced... We all have our different mediums.
Good. Let's change the subject. What do you want to know? What's there to say? It's the cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the Industrial Harbor. Yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So well, sort of. It's less a matter of who gets to police Martinez than who has to. I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you...
So, he volunteered to represent the 57th, but not out of competitiveness. On the contrary. It's all part of the master plan, you see.
Really? It can't be that. I hope you do.
And he will help.
Yes. I'm an unrepentant spoilsport. Martinez? Nothing. It's just a puddle at the end of some drain pipe. No one cares about this place. They care about sports. Yes, it's a wholly pointless matter. Forget I ever mentioned it.
He's actually glad it's addressed now. Look at you. It's because you're a failure. They sent you to Slight, Precinct 57. Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic.
I've considered it. It would be immensely ugly of them. Not to... I checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station. And all this time we can't decide who gets... I am the finest of nothing. Safe? No. But you're old. You've made it this far. So no, I don't think they sent you as a joke. And even if they did, they are in for us.
He's right. There are no airtight theories. Just paranoia. You've given it some thought. Now let it go. motorway south. The lone vector stretches in your mind's eye into the wild pale yonder, for an unimaginable distance, forgetting, until you can no longer remember anything. No cities, no mountains, no oceans, and finally, no vector. Nothing remains. A blank space with no point of reference, where only...
Yes?
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board. The door, there is no answer.
We should come back in the morning.
We should come... It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board. It's the ledger you found. Arson, petty theft, spousal abuse. Handwritten logs on dozens of You don't exactly close them. It takes about half an hour to piece one together, using the system you've devised. Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it. In the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway. You know, at an unexpected location. They were young, and they thought they looked cool on it. Insufferable dicks. Young people are the worst. So they were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations. Cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is called a real goddamn job. You don't have time to be chasing down the couch asshole. Murder. Tum-tum-tum at the hookah parlor. Was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, who is now dead. Of circumstances completely unconnected to, beaten to death by a throng of Villalobos gang members when him and his partner J.M., only initials mentioned, answered a call one night. It's a sad story, and it isn't. Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve. Was doing it solo. Said it was a real nutcracker, a real brain twister. Was on it for... Mills didn't get off the pot. Not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more, racking his brains. No, he was awful. Awful sense of humor, too. The worst jokes you've ever heard. Really rapey. Still, he'd been on it for... Okay, so the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup. A young man is found dead in a hookah parlor. No. It's soot and water vapor. It doesn't do... Yeah, really lame. So anyway, young man in his 20s found with his skull busted open, right on the floor of the hookah parlor, in the middle of the day. No one else is in there. Only client. No one enters. No one exits. He's just sucking on his watermelon hookah all morning, all noon. Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin. Movie deal gone sour. Girl at the counter did it. Nothing fits. Eerie. Man just dropped dead. So you go to the parlor. You see cushions around the table. Table's low, heavy, really sharp edge. See? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen supply, and you don't notice it until you get up to go to the bathroom. Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe. Anyway, that was Murder at the Hookah Parlor. Joseph Mills wasn't a good detective, and about 30 minutes has passed piecing it together. Next. Not much has changed in the meanwhile. The fan stands. The lights are on. The lights. The switch must be broken, because no... A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face. The bed is still cold from the broken window. It's not easy, but your bones are so tired from what feel like weeks of work on the case. You have to try. After what feels like hours, you feel you might be sleeping.
Thoughts, baby. A million little lights in the dark. You're one fine instrument, brother.
Recorded in you. Forever. On Faraday.
No. You're spinning tapes at the discotheque. The great unceasing disco of the mind. The flash, the bang. On and on it goes, for untold hours. At the disco where you first asked her to dance. Rising, rising, above the dark curvature.
Behold, there are millions of them down there. The first time.
It's the world, Harry boy, and you're made of it. You can never forget this shit.
It's not possible anymore.
You're the son of the world again. Harrister, a ceaseless agent, picking up litter and old newspapers.
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world. An address book you are. The map of a city.
It's too late. You're
solving your little crossword puzzles. Doing your tasks. crossing names off lists, trying to become some sort of beep, beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry.
You can do it. It's nothing. Do it for the picture puzzle. Put it all together.
Again? I can't...
Hey, got the 20 real? Then why are you wasting...
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling-height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers. There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. No need to open it in spring. There's a yellow ribbon tied to one of the branches. Light yellow. Someone hid the key in the bush, and it's close enough to the latch up there. What?
Huh?
I don't know about that. I'm
Sorry, fucko. Looks like you're gonna...
I'm gonna enjoy...
With a loud thud, the old man stands up. Pushes. The key is brass. Workshop spare is etched into it.
Come on, man.
I'm tired of listening to your shit. Don't thank me. I don't give two shits about your key.
Didn't even know it was there. Boys,
No idea.
Never even seen it. Someone must have hidden it there before this room became our place.
It could open the door in the kitchen. The blue door.
It's worth a try. You see, the key fits the dimple lock. It dust rises before... No. Over there, in the corner, not just any pinball machine. The lit, a phrase almost synonymous with the Insulindian pinball scene.
The pinball machine. Gordy's Goats. A classic. A little.
Feels like a lot.
Ah, great.
Cornelius Gordy and the Mount get the game on, Fingerboy. Those flippers are ready. Above the painting of a mustached man climbing a hill, a column reads, inspired by the legend of Cornelius. The theme of the game is the peak of the mountain is at the top of the playfield. Areas around the playfield represent, indeed, think of them as balls. It takes a while to get into a rhythm, but pretty soon you're able to keep 3 goat-faced balls in play with relative ease. Go, go, Fingerboy.
I feel sorry for the gods. If they only knew the kind of guy old Cornelius really was. The kind of a guy who uses the word savages a lot, when an avid huntsman too. He was often photographed in his dining hall, surrounded by wall-mounted hunting trophies from every continent. He also hit his wife and kids. Other people's kids too. But you seem to be having fun.
Your game is definitely improving. The jolly goats are flying all over the board. And suddenly, a special passage leading to the summits. Maneuvering a goat ball into a position for a perfect hit isn't easy. More fall to their deaths. The words "pale rupture" light up on the speaker panel, and the machine stops.
Congratulations. This is where the game ends.
There's so much fog, you can barely see anything. Some is actually leaking. This can be navigated. The balls leave almost imperceptible disruptions in the fog. The amount of focus it takes to predict when a ball goat, you're down to your last goat, going mostly by sound. Eyes are useless at this point. You're in a perfectly balanced system where neither you nor the bow is able to get the upper hand. This could go on forever.
I am. I've seen it before. Played it too. You will eventually make a mistake and then it's all over.
If you can't, the last goat plummets into the fog with almost suicidal glee. It killed itself to spite you. There goes nothing, Fingerboy. This small elevator smells of nougat and sweat. Your head brushes up against the ceiling. There is the maintenance card under the control panel reads, last maintenance, 10th July.
That it does. I say, let's brave it. No, it was maintained in 88 of the previous century. No, I think the bureaucrats just forgot about this backroom elevator.
There are large rectangular buttons. Monter, descend, and an international call for him. A small steel plaque reads Halter 800. Halter is a Koningsteiner lift company who went out of business a long...
Seems like a small freight elevator for transporting machinery.
So this is where they brought 40 pinball machines to... The lieutenant looks around the dusty, crowded room.
Looks like it. I'm guessing Martinez North 22 used to be a pinball arcade before it became a hotel.
A creek.
Downstairs in the hall, next to the main door. One of them even works.
But then it went bankrupt. Your skin crawls from making the connection.
At some point, 20 years ago, 15 maybe? If that's true, then our cafeteria manager is not going to like it. He does not appear to be the kind of man who likes his establishment to be part of a...
Stupid superstition. But it's not a ghost story. It's a curse, and God ought to be made knowledgeable so he can perform counterspells. You clearly see footprints.
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here, are new.
Large prints, most likely made by Boots. The size is hard to determine. Shoe size is 41 to 42, maybe 43.
The size looks about the same, actually. They're not the same shoe, but they... No. These little horizontal lines are different.
Everything around you is quiet. The door is small but heavy looking.
Unless we've veered off into a folded M dimension, I'm expecting to step out on the roof.
Folded M dimension. A reference to the popular science fictions. Yes, it is quite likely that we will re-emerge on the M plane. Just as you look at the flowers, a gust of wind raises them from the roof, picking them up in the air. You catch a single white flower between your fingers. The rest fall. The young woman looks at the Maybell in your hand. The lieutenant gives you an acknowledging little nod. Your 9mm semi-automatic finger pistols produce a satisfying snap. Strange for such a low-caliber finger gun to sound so chunky. That's not entirely true. Six crumbling petals rest on your palm.
This is the Insulindian lily, called Maybells or Lucille's tears during the Revolution. Girls used to pin these on soldiers before sending them off to battle.
This flower is a spring flower, but...
The revolutionaries, so the communards and the anarchists. White's their color, but the custom started in the southern. It's about girls and boys more than sides. Girls sending off boys who are going to their deaths, then also dying themselves in the... Yes, but not this early, not to my knowledge. It looks dried. Maybe. Maybe not. We'll see.
The petals feel... Wait, have you noticed there's a war veteran playing a ball game on...
Welcome to the roof.
Her hair is still slick from the shower.
I'm sorry for the mess down there. The cleaning lady hasn't come by in days. I'm beginning... It's much nicer now.
Where the dead body used to hang. Clearly...
Thank you for that, officers.
There is something in her light brown eyes. A sadness.
Oh, yes. Legends of room number 1 have made their way around the building. They say a portal to hell has opened in there. They also say that's why the cleaning lady quit.
I am Kim Kitsuragi.
Have I ever? His arrival is a sign of the end times. All this will come crashing down in mere days. Oh. Well, you know...
Miss, we are investigating...
Huh. I see.
Be careful. Ask something else first. When you go there, use words like, I hear you have been through something.
Clausier Amandu.
Same name that Titus gave you. Her birthmarks also signal Oranje. You don't know why, but Oranese girls...
Right, sir. Vredefort, Republic of Oranje.
Wasn't the tattoo on the hanged man an Oranese map of the waterways? The thought begins to form in your head.
A bad memory, officer, of lilacs and lightning.
What's so bad about that?
Nothing, if you're no longer there. I'm 28. Something stupid. Oranese lit. Oranese literature. It's fear of failure, fear of death, how it sucks to be Oranese. All national literatures are... Only the name of the nation changes.
What about Revacholian literature? People sometimes reveal...
No. Revacholian lit is about how magnificent and serious Revachol is. It's about how you have to save the world. Strange. Usually the Revacholian hero does not save women. It's a frivolous pursuit.
She seems quite relaxed for a victim of assault. But, of course, what seems should not be your priority.
Nothing. I do nothing with it. It's not very cool, but what can you do? I'm afraid you...
Why is that?
Because it's buried in a sealed plastic bag at an undisclosed location on the coast.
Thank you for your candor. Why?
They say so in your tourist brochure. Keep travel documents away from your person when west of the river. If I were to lie to you, I would come up with a more mainstream name than...
She seems to be telling the truth, sire.
Okie dokie.
If any of this made her nervous, It certainly doesn't show in her expression.
The record. So official. Yeah, it's pretty deluxe. I did not. Mystery solved then. I kept wondering where it led.
There may be more to this mystery at some later time. She's holding back. Let's make a mental note for now.
A peephole?
Yes, looking into your bedroom, miss.
Okay.
Idjita of fear and disgust moves through her body.
Do you think this is somehow connected to me?
Okay.
Unfortunately, no. But if I were to guess, long enough. The perforation is under the bookshelf on your wall. It should not be.
Shit. I don't know. Maybe it's... I'll be fucking covering it up with a lot of tape, that's for sure. Was there anything else back there? Huh.
She's straight as a stick, suddenly.
Okay. I'm glad someone's had fun. Mm-hmm.
She's lost in thought. Eyes narrowed. Forehead.
I'm wintering.
How long have you...
About 4 months. Okay. Here in the Whirling, here in Martinez, or here in Revachol? Came to see the new world.
This is by far not the only reason she's here. She isn't overtly hiding it.
It turned out to be a Zarath-infested third.
Called Ilmara. And it didn't. Even after the Mesk colonized it 7 ways from Sunday, it's an industrial.
I'm winter.
How long?
About 4 months. Funky town. Okay.
Watching herself reflected in the bedroom window, tall and sparkling and draped in smoke. She looks at the chipped white polish covers the nail. It's long and sharp, like a mini dagger.
Pretty. Looks like a dried Maybell. Is that the one you caught? A martial art, sir.
Samurai boxing, or Sambo, graceful martial arts stuff. Sambo style implies stealth and...
Why was there a flower on the roof?
Or an admirer?
Admirers? I'm too old to be a debutante.
Question avoided. Let's conclude that she has admirers. Plenty of them.
Yes. You're just 1 room away.
Good. Yes. This means she could have heard something.
You do not need to know that. What you need is to ask no...
Get a grip, he thinks. At least do your... Quick. Say something professional.
Something difficult? I've been through at least half a dozen difficult things. By sexually assaulted, you mean raped?
Yes.
It's a bit early in the morning for raped, isn't it?
She sounds positively buoyant, vivacious, totally unbothered.
Yeah. I'm gonna go with not rape. Tell them it's not my style. They'll have to, you know, if they want to jazz up the charges, they'll have to get someone more...
By they, she means the Hardy Boys.
Are you saying that you were asked to...
Not explicitly, but I understood what they meant. It wouldn't hurt to spice things up a bit. Pretty much.
Warming them. She must be very cold and exhausted of this life.
We partied. With all due respect, sir, I think we partied a little harder than that. Please, you're alive in 50. I've known people who party so...
What did you do?
We drank, sir. A lot. For...
What else?
Stimulants. Speed also has that effect. A little. The drugs were good enough.
How did you two meet?
Downstairs. At the bar. He was on some...
She appears aloof, but that scar part, with longing. She misses him.
When was this?
A month ago? Something like that. Oh, yes. I've had a great view.
A bitter cringe. It hurts. He takes a small step closer.
You called us.
Yes.
Jackpot.
I made it. And I would appreciate it if you didn't tell everyone. In Martin?
Reporting crimes is confidential in Revachol, miss.
I didn't exactly disguise it. With nail clippers. And I diverted some radio...
So, she's God's mystery phone cutter.
Did I? Fuck.
Still, that's pretty clever tampering. Simple and...
Thanks.
She looks a bit like a little girl who's just been complimented on her...
I don't know, sir. It was stupid.
Thank you for making the call, miss.
I didn't want to, sir. But if I hadn't, he'd still be hanging there. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Not right now. Later, maybe.
I know it's difficult, miss.
She meant she sees him in her dreams.
You have? Not like I do, I imagine. You don't want to know.
She dips the cigarette in the lighter's flame.
I can see the similarity, yes.
Funny.
Funny how?
Nothing. I also saw him. We had a long inspection and that sort of thing sticks with you. Let's move on.
He had something to do with the strike. One has been roiling since I got here.
And his role in the...
I think he was in a security detail. He was ex-military. Worked for Wild Pines.
And they lynched him for...
She nods.
They're frequent guests downstairs. They have a booth for union members. They're probably down there now. Over drinks. A little.
Like you partied?
No.
I'm sorry to have to ask this.
I have. Which ones, sir? I don't remember precisely.
Could that have been part of the reason they hanged him?
I hope not. Actually, I know that's not the reason. Men like that? I don't know. It's the way their imaginations work. I suspect it's what they'd like to do to me.
She breathes a silvery sigh.
Should we head by downstairs, officer? We may have things to do.
She nods. Silvery cigarette fumes disappear into her mouth. Soft, light brown eyes look back at you. Directly, I have bad... You know these guys? Who? Me? Yes, you. He's talking about you, you boring stiff. You too. Me? What did... These guys are compromised. She's got them singing along to her tune. The little bleeps and bloops you trust for info, you can't trust them anymore. Believe it. There's no way of knowing all of them. How it always does. There's nothing you can do about it. You are out. No. It's better to know you're being played than to be played without knowing it, is it not? Yes. Mr. Thespian here has been singing paeans to how truthful she is. She is a lady, most fair and just. In his defense, to reduce him to such inadequacy, she probably had to employ half-truths. More. That is correct. And omissions too. A little. They're all still of limited use. But when it comes to assessments of character and factual accuracy, they are not to be trusted. Not with her. Don't be melodramatic. You can trust them. Just not with... You can't draw a sound. She may want to control the information rollout, not to become a suspect. She may have a past she's escaping. See? It's oddly moderate. Probably compromised. Don't worry. It's only been 4 or 5 seconds. You've got this. The silence broken.
God, no. Not my favorite topic, but I'm 89% sure. You know how it is.
Do you?
Maybe you don't.
There are numerous cigarette burns on those.
In conclusion, officer, I'm gonna go with a mild to medium, not raped, here. Serious.
You hear cracking in her shoulders.
Let me make this 100% clear then.
You get the feeling she might be.
How about we, change this? Yeah? Alright. Why not?
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye. From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography. What are you? Deaf? They're perfect. Like rock star politician and drug addict teacher. Yeah, you have. You're a big dick cop. Dick Mullen. Salam Rocky Baye. Badass on the edge disco cop. Time to recede into it. With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you. And call the Mama Dakwa. It's not only your eardrums that register sound anymore. Your very skin has become an organ of hearing. Looking for a whisper, light and low.
Looks like we have more to discuss with those so-called hard. Nothing will make them respect the RCM, but it will disrupt the game they prepared for us. We just stripped off one layer of whatever it is. What else could she have done? Lie? She saw there was no way to lie and get away with it. If not you, then me. It was a smart move from her. So you said to her, what did you mean by it? She seemed forthcoming to me. Unusually so. Being forthcoming with some things is a good way to obscure other things. But I wouldn't come. I am not easily swayed by young women. But on the other hand, the best...
The lieutenant seems oddly sure he is not compromised.
Anyway, we should move.
This window is pristine, smooth as ice. They're following your lead. The lieutenant leans in.
Looks like it, yes.
You know which window has not been recently replaced? Whatever it is, it's messing with your concentration.
I was just thinking. Yeah, it is.
The lieutenant, he finds the answer unsatisfying.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
She's lost in thought.
All right.
This medicine cabinet is full of wares. It's been used, but not for scrubbing blood off towels or anything else interesting. Pharmaceuticals line the shelves, sheet upon sheet of pill.
Anything of note?
Pill bottles rattle like bones as you search the cabinet. Nacra. This is used to treat opioid overdoses.
Interesting. That's used for diamorphine overdose.
You could say he's on the lookout. Among some foreign, probably Messinian or Gotvaldian, marked red blister packs you find. What do you find? This is going to take a little know-how. Nothing of note. The further you look, the more arcane it gets.
I was just sure. The record. Yeah? Yeah. I've contaminated it pretty bad. The contamination spreads from root. For me, it's a mix of me. Talk around the establishment is, you have an industrial SAD spill in there.
Somewhere below, military-grade SAD is dripping off the walls. You should say the first.
That's where it always comes from, isn't it? Sounds like an advanced form of what I've got. Are you sure? Love is terror. Thank you. I've put a...
Technically, possession of narcotics is legal. No, don't listen to the stiff. Be cool.
What did you say? Oh my god. Now it... I'm sorry. Comes in handy when you've done...
Is that something that happens to you often, miss?
Better safe than sorry. Very funky. All right.
You made the right call there. I'm talking about your zero-tolerance policy toward the mania of narco. You're in the right there. Powerful. Yes, you're pure. Unravaged. Of course not. You've always been anti-narco militant material. You kept her off a dark course with that interjection.
That's good to hear.
Hey, was there something you needed? Got the 20 real? Then why are you wasting my time? Another thing. Great. I love those. Oh, okay. Well, I did hear you make noise.
He's really... It takes a lot of willpower not to ask.
Okay, what is back there? Ha! I knew it. I knew it. Were there any back there? In working order, I mean. No, I was just wondering.
He was wondering about something business-related, about how much money he could make off one.
Capitalist plot. The pinball we have in the corner. It wouldn't hurt to get a little life in here.
Yeah, those numbers he's adding up. Sounds like he cares about the place. He's not... He should still know. You have to be forewarned about these things.
What wall? I'll have it fixed at once. Thank you for
The color has drained from his face.
Absolutely not. Fuck you for even implying it.
Well, he's definitely not.
Sir, he was only asking a question.
Yes, I absolutely will. Sorry, it's been a bit of a day. Thank you. I'll patch it up personally. Was there something else about the establishment? I hope not. What? Why would you say that? We're at a completely different address from that whole thing.
So he knows of the doomed commercial area and its address. He's thought about this.
Everyone knows of it. I've been working here for a long time, and that intercom has never been used by the Whirling. Does this look like part of a doomed commercial area? This pre-revolutionary tilework? These high ceilings? For 14 years, man. That's how long I've worked here. I've kept this place up through hail and through sleet. Fuck me.
He's done a fine job too. Though he's spoken of the place dismissively before, the hostel is actually very important to him.
What about them? One is a basement dive frequented by chain-smoking communists.
He's hesitating, not sure if he should share this information with you. Encourage him.
The other is a kebab cart. It's very successful in its way, but some real estate management company, they never come around here, just collect money from afar. Well, it sure as hell wasn't.
It was you?
You look surprised. What? It's a great name, I know. Cafeteria managers. Hail, Holy Queen, by the Ateniers. Hail, Holy Queen of the Sea. You're whirling in rags. You're...
Good pick.
Yeah. It's slowly growing on me again. It's beautiful in its own way. Especially for this neighborhood, even if it is part of the damn doomed commercial area. I don't place much stock in the curse and so on, but the label frightens the clientele. Who wants to stay at a doomed hostel? Everything's doomed enough. Luck has got nothing to do with it. I need to think about where I'm going to place...
Against the doom, it's simple.
So, if you didn't have anything else to tell me about my establishment... Yes?
All these mesmerizing machines. Feels like it might jump back to life any moment. The lights illuminate.
Some kind of inane pinball theme. Probably.
Deora was one of the 3 crown cities of the DeLorean era. The lieutenant grimaces looking at the machines.
You can't fire them up. They are broken. Only that...
What a dumb name. Royalist Pinball. If they weren't broken, he would kick one of these machines about now.
No, I love it. I love pinball.
He doesn't.
No.
Kim, Pinball, Kitsuragi. Exactly. That's what he's known as. His reputation.
So now he remembers. Fine, I'm Kim Pinball Kitsuragi, aka the Kimball. You remembered. Congratulations. Wonderful. He only remembers hearing about the pinball policeman. No human being should. It is a game that requires no skill. It is... I am not called Pinball. It was used to taunt me. Fine. I was a juvenile police officer for over 15 years. It's how I started out in the RCM. Once I had to infiltrate a pinball ring. As you do. It was not okay. I needed to become a pinball champion. I trained for 9 months. The job was successful and End of story. That time is over now. I was already a 38-year-old man. It was unbecoming, as was...
So that's why he doesn't want to talk to Kuno. Trauma and stressor disorder from being...
It's best if you handle the juvenile delinquents. No. You're gonna call me Lieutenant Kitsuragi.
Any plan to call him Pinball or Kimball is immediately wiped from... The machine is dead and silent.
It's you again. What is it? What?
You're local law enforcement, aren't you?
Yeah. God, poor lady. Don't worry. We'll handle.
Hey, wasn't Everard's B team looking for her the other day? They said something about...
Yeah, I think you're right, Gene. She have something to you. No? Well, whatever then. Cop.
No. They totally said what it was. What would...
I don't remember.
Let me know if you figure it out back there. Now, anything else we can help? Auntie LaPlante, we always...
Marianne, amigo.
Be anything else you wanted to know? Walls? Like before. Just an old lady. Her kids moved away years ago.
Us kids? The children kept her together.
Get wanted to be a cop, you mean? Well,
No fucking clue. It's gotta be the crazy. Who'd want to be a pig? You are already signed up, Cerdo.
Nah, don't worry about it, Al. The cops wanted to dress up and play policeman. Dunno. She lives by the water.
Police paraphernalia doesn't just wash up on the coast, people. It's not like we dump it at night. She bought it, collected it.
No problem, old cop man. We...
Sure enough, we're the real heroes on these streets.
Fuck! I knew that.
You've hit a nerve. Titus is furious. No.
For the record, Titus Hardy did not explicitly specify the victim as a whore, nor did he say anything about...
Oh, shut up and stay out of this, Liz. He raped her.
She's just in denial, asshole. You don't understand it.
Yeah, she's crazy, you know.
This is a diversion. Stay on track.
Lawman, I'm at the end of my... And you went and pushed her.
Hit you. Done.
Titus Hardy! Everett personally sent me to take care of this. If this goes south, we'll all be in the shit. But you...
When she's angry, she emphasizes the S. It gives her voice a strangely... Frankly, it's a bit terrifying. Someone has to rush in to break...
Look, Copper. We know that that fuck was a rapist and a killer. Show it to him, T.
Here, jerkwad. Listen to this shit. And then come back and tell me these soldiers...
This is their last play, this tape. Their story is in tatters. A mess. It might be nice to listen to, but at this point, you don't need to.
You don't care about evidence.
Pigs, T. They don't care about getting the truth.
I won't be on your bullet.
There's a lot of questions. If you ask them now, they'll just keep bringing up the tape. Listen to it, and they'll have nothing to hide behind.
I'm sure we can find a tape player.
Where can I listen to this?
Yeah, play it with your ass, cocksucker.
I'm sure we can find a tape player. It's not a problem.
Your room had one. Or maybe it's too broken.
Don't forget your tape, lawman. Compliments of Titus Hardy. You do that. Oh, and keep it. Maybe you'll need a reminder of human ugliness someday.
You stare at the Great Door Gunner Megamix. If the tape feels ominous, upon it, Kim also tries not to look at the pile of tape viscera on the carpet. The man is finding it hard not to trip on the tape, where unidentifiable sludge makes it hard for him to breathe. Smells of vomiting.
I can see that. You're the RCM's own soldier of the apocalypse, are... Of course.
The compact tape player is the machine was made in Revachol by a company called... There's no fixing this one.
This would have been very helpful with the Megamix. My kinema only comes with radio. Let's try to find...
The machine is no fixing...
This would have been very helpful. My kinema...
Holding the gun feels natural and satisfying. It reminds you of the day you first held it, with fear and respect. The gun, your gun, can be an item of destruction, but also creation. The Villiers.
Yes?
That's one brutal motor carriage.
If I were a real skull now, I'd jack it, paint it in palm tree livery.
A snazzy shit-ripped skullmobile like this would make a fine trophy. We could, like, hang fucking shrunken heads from the side mirror.
Yeah.
While I appreciate the interest you take in my brutal motor carriage.
It's just theoretical work,
Skulls. Now there's a strong organizational
I can tell you who we're not.
Which is not to say that the skulls are bitches and...
The part of this presentation you want to take home with you.
Okay then, let's...
You don't know?
It's not a question. Don't get into it.
The skulls are the most vicious gang of the Besmertne.
Besmatine, or the Besmati, the Immortals, are West River Sholian crime.
The nastiest bunch of psychos ever. Jacking carriages and getting into...
Possessing an infinite amount of fuck-all swagger.
If a skull spots you, he will pull out his dagger and
The lieutenant's voice is as calm as usual.
They usually occupy the burnt-out quarter in Jamrock.
I can't wait to become a skull. Bottom light's a wretched aggressive.
Oh yeah, Cindy's a right...
Yeah, a true artist.
By the way, if you see Cindy...
For all their nihilistic posturing, the lieutenant on your left is unusually lenient to...
Old man, it doesn't matter. You'll be long gone before his greatness is recognized. Yep.
Yeah, man. It's like at death's door.
Judging by that, Van Eyck is some sort of musician. Or killer.
The Union does their share of policing in Martinez, at least what...
Apart from the unions that...
Don't you worry about that. We're gonna make...
Yeah, we are. We're not franchise skulls. Well, not yet. Because we can be just as...
you'll see for sure once we're in.
Throw him off his game.
Well, yeah, I mean...
This is definitely something the skulls would say. But we're not trying to encroach on the skulls' branding anyway.
Hey, we could be just as hard.
Or a grave.
These kids have the vocabulary. Wouldn't a grave on top of a grave be just a big hole? What's hard about her?
The Union does their
apart from...
Don't you...
Yeah, we are. Mm-hmm. What about them? Well, first off, it's a statement and not necessarily something that characterizes me as... The word piss epitomizes the struggle taking place in the world. Things being defined as they seem, not as they are. And, I guess, it's also about communal spirit, the future, and truly... Also, you've got to admit, it catches the eye. And since the Grand Piper is slowly but steadily moving towards basing the economy on it, attention, it is imperative that the medium... What I mean by this is, we are...
Though he seemed lacking in vocabulary, it seems that the young man has expertise in at least one.
Like I said before, many men keep searching for the one. For so-called true love, which is actually just obsession masquerading as kinship. The thrill of the chase.
I'm wondering if the poetics come with the jack.
To catch a fish, you'll need to hurl the lure many times. And even then, you get more fish in a shorter time. And, for time is of the essence and fleeting ever so quickly, one must think of a way to fuck the whole world, because when one fucks everything, he fucks nothing. And that, to me...
Hate to admit it, Is it a coincidence that here we have 2 badass jackets and...
Yes? What is? What are you implying? I'm not sure I understand you, Detective. Neither. Fine, if only to end this discussion. Theoretically, if I were a juvenile delinquent, if I were to already be down that path, seems about right. Especially...
That's an origin story.
So are we done here? Or... you don't need us around for your secret whisper party, do you?
No, no, no. Don't ask anything. Be subtle and scary. The boys dream about being skulls. Suggest they're massive skulls.
What? No!
Yeah, man, keep your...
Prospect must be a hierarchical term.
Wow! You boys are ambitious. Only prospects and already planning a coup in the skulls.
He gets it. Passive-aggressive flat...
Shut the fuck up!
Now bring it to the jackets and, yes, start shouting.
Please be quiet. What? What do you want?
You got it. No need for cruelty.
Oh, man.
Fuck.
The lieutenant watches the boys take their jackets off with mild amusement.
I'm absolutely okay with not having either one, thank you. I already am.
I'm not.
Good. I wanted you not to express yours.
Cold-hearted cop.
Do.
The jackets are meant to complete each other. If a man was standing alone on a street corner with...
I don't know, Eric. It's cold out.
Yeah, let's get out of here. The cops fucked us.
A police badge on which you see the photo.
Lieutenant W. Freighter. The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM. The title of Freighter is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's décomptage might be taken. Or sometimes promoted officers do not want. And sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available.
Heavy-duty case-solving machine.
Décomptage is the hierarchical system employed by...
The countdown is modeled after the dual leadership system employed by the left during the revolution, which, in turn, was developed by last-century experimental psychologists in the University of Königstein.
The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenants, then a captain. Kings like satellite officers and the addition...
The long and short of it is, you're his superior.
You are given the title of satellite officer if your partner is quickly promoted through the ranks and you rise with him. You don't seem to be a satellite. No, I've been putting up with you because it matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea.
He trusts you, for now. Try not to spoil it. Such a small yet precious thing.
Harrier, that's long for Harry. So you are Harry. Evrard was half right. Probably not a lot of people know your full name. Whoever told him you're Harry Dubois? It's a wartime name. Revolutionary. The kind mothers give their sons during troubled times, like Undying or Boxer or Ironhide.
It's meant to keep you safe from bullets, hunger, shrapnel, kidnappings.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Harrier Dubois.
He's not going to call you Harrier. He'll keep calling you officer when the badge in your hands shines as you rotate it.
That's just the serial number. Revachol, Jamrock,
The numbers are not there for good measure. They have an administrative purpose, one that's unfortunately been erased from your memory.
4 months ago. A new badge usually comes with a new rank.
The pain in your chest tells you you were working yourself. You're pretty sure you weren't doing. A lot can happen in 4 months, especially in winter.
Yes, it's the designation of your... It's a tough station to work in. You have all of...
It's no wonder you are like you are.
But then again, it's a legendary district, and a hell of a station too. It must...
Roberts, Feuerbach, Dimitri. He knew all those people, although they're not. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information. The man keeps winking, but the badge... Good choice. 8, maybe 10. What do you think? It looks better on him. Don't be fooled. Wake up the past and tell it to stay awake. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it. The library card. Billy is a unisex name. Whoever owns most of these titles.
Hello again, sir.
The girl...
What do you mean?
She knows where this is going. She looks around, and the lieutenant stands by, a facade of true professionalism. She brings out her reddened...
And you knew this from me keeping my hands folded? Well, that proves nothing. Anyone could do it.
She actually is impressed. This is more like a defensive reflex. She nods, half provocative, half enthusiastic.
Maybe so, sir. Okay, I know it's a bad habit, and I shouldn't. It was okay, sir.
There's more that can be achieved here. Ask her to do the same.
You're quite sober.
The lieutenant does not flinch at the comment. He does not flinch even a single bit. He is intensely not flinching. It takes effort.
Because you usually aren't. I sure hope you are, sir.
There she stands, swaying on her feet. There's something you're missing. Because you know each other. She's been talking to you so openly because you've talked before.
Yes, I stand in this spot all the time. You've been running around all week without your shirt on, sir. Apologizing to everyone. Of course, you've stopped by a few times. You certainly look better than the last time I saw you. Yeah, I can see.
Party eyes. Yes, of course.
I'm not surprised children have seen you running around with...
You know, like a cat in the dark, or
the swiveling eyes of a loony drug addict. That is what she meant. You were probably gurning too.
I didn't know I had to do that. I'm glad I could help you, sir. It's the type of book where there's a rich lady and she has to choose between the good, or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. These are not very common. You can't have a choice between bad and, well, maybe then it's fine. Maybe if the lady then decides not to pick either, because she doesn't need a bad man. Yes, that would be interesting. I haven't read many of those. Maybe you should ask Mum. I don't think it's a romance story if the main characters break up, though.
You can take this. Blossom like a pain flower. The girl is at a loss for words. She shifts and Stop. There's no need for this. It's in your power.
That's really not a proper romance story. That's not in romance books, sir. These are about nice and pretty people. It happens, but usually the guy gets rich in the process. Or should actually be rich himself, but those are unhappy books for most of the pages. People sad, maybe some about other books.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance. God, I've told her not to do that. It's disgusting. And I told...
This economy is a mysterious force, like cosmic weather. Mysterious.
She can, if she has enough willpower.
Come on, ma'am. It's obvious she can't do anything about it. You are placing an unnecessary burden on a young child.
She stands stiff and severe. This is a person coming to terms with a new reality. She's looking for one.
Oh no. Hold on. I need to invite... There. I don't know what to say to you. My husband, he tries to teach me business lessons. I have what my mother called a dull mind.
It sounds like both the husband and the mother treat her the way she treats Annette.
Oh, well, my mother was horrible.
My husband is completely different, of course.
Yes, my husband is a successful entrepreneur east of the river. If only he were more... He made the initial investment.
Super silent, almost inaudibly so.
Yes, I'm afraid so. A real treat she is.
A glimmer of sadness blinks through the well-crafted...
Exactly. She's been too busy helping me here. So she studied... I assure you, I of all people understand the importance of education.
And hell freezes over? Never mind. It's not... The woman looks aloof. Her features much softer. Occasionally she glances at her daughter's silhouette. Slither up to her, you silver-tongued fiend. Show her what world-class perfidy looks like. You're not lying.
Are you sure? Don't think I haven't seen charlatans before. I'm not sure I can trust your claims.
The lieutenant keeps his usual. Go ahead then. Rock her world, he thinks. I'll compose some notes.
How do you...
Here we go.
You're part Simonese. But I am not the only one at risk. I have to think of my daughter. You are... If you promise, good officer, then you might be our last hope. Do you... Thank you, sir. There's one more thing I haven't told you about yet. The entity...
Do not act surprised. You know...
You have? The entity takes the form of a woman. A witch, probably. I've suspected that... Yes, that chimney is part of the building's central furnace, and it's enormous. Some unnatural magic, I assume. Oh, and please do return to me after you've looked round.
Unbelievable darkness. What you discover? Probably. A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of Simonese trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked. You smash into the wood and see a small crack appear on the door frame.
You're not thinking of trying again, are you? What is this place? I think you're right. I doubt the electricity still works.
Some specks of dust shimmer, an eerie feeling rises in your chest.
Sounds good.
A barbell, it's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight. There are no collars on the barbell. Why does it feel so familiar? No, it's not that. It's the stale smell of rubber, the squeaky sound of sneakers. Your bruise, just a memory from another life. When you were young...
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then. It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but it isn't. No one's supposed to come here anymore.
Looks like someone tried to reconceptualize their business here. Look, The skis and rotor blades both bear the same Slipstream logo. It seems likely that they started out making one. That's a good question. Reality is ruthless. This appears to be some kind of machine with a
radio computer.
What he means is that these things... This is the Ream Civic radio computer, model RC5...
We have one of these down at the station, but I never really learned how to use it.
The machine lights up like some Prius. It's empty, like a beehive without its brood. The filament you have would fit perfectly inside. Like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key stops. Nothing happens. A bar of fabric right above the keyboard. Have you stirred the ghost of the doomed commercial area from its rest? The static gets louder. Slow.
Good afternoon. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule? Fortress Accident is the company on whose name the terminal you are currently using has been registered to. One moment. Fortress Accident SCA produces revolutionary interactive call-in radio games. That's what the catalog says.
That's not bad.
Any other questions? The filament you have inserted in... That was a question. Have you inserted it into the core? Good.
Password. Of course it would have a password. You should ask her for a hint.
No.
A hint system is not part of the protocol for repeater stations.
I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament host.
I'm afraid we are not doing that.
Now, can you please repeat the password? Still no. Received.
Don't worry.
Fortress Accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Thank you. And
Tiles on the cube are still... The filament slides out of its glowing. Your flashlight slides over an old green chalk. Some of the writing has faded with age. These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear translucent Welkins. Who are all those creatures? You should adopt one of those Welkins. One of the Welkins, towering among the rest. It's Vara Hamira, a high Welkin. His face white and scarred like the Haldor, the Tworg, the humans, and even headless men.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little Welkin creatures. Political commentary. That one has a great beard too. This looks like concept art for a project. Some people really like building a world, I think, even if it's just for a game. Just look at those details.
And for what? Or the photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are, you see, primitive oil rigs built into glaciers, Boreal Dvorg, yurts under the snow. A pinned postcard reads, "The heat death scenario, a desperate fight for geothermal." This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, daily minimi, and GPI span the marker-drawn grid, the grand scheme of production and money. It looks a bit like an academic calendar. Minimi stands for a mini-meeting. It's part of a bigger framework for managing work called RUN. Station 41 tried to implement it a few years ago, but failed. As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and...
Looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, "See, the handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans. The full text reads, 'Heat death of the universe is the new black.' Another... This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue. A diagram for summonings. The whole thing resembles Kadran mosaic. History classes, students with their textbooks open. Radio frequencies, it seems. Unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced. You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled The Game Mark. They must have had massive airwidth. Someone the leader of a massive on-air, a conductor for the hundreds of stories. Whoever decides to call it. A list of names under the stations suggests people across 6 Isolas would be playing. Muindi? All of this is gone. There's no way a little basement studio working here could...
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became. Exactly. This schedule, I know doom when I see it. The company was...
Nothing. It's just lines on...
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace? Yes, that is...
Like he's ready to lay out of...
It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games.
Utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment.
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games.
Not in Revachol West.
But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an inter-isolary game before. We just don't have the technology. Through call-in stations, none of the players have to be physically present. Then there's the game master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations.
Coordinating so many games would take a whole switchboard of people, possibly divide.
Indeed, those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks...
Super cool. Someone should give them millions of real immediately.
No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chop. Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but... It's too late for that, I'm afraid. Okay, let's keep moving.
An iron safety curtain curves. This must be where the entity... Your flashlight. Some of the writing has faded. These light translate. Who are? You should adopt one of the Welkins. towering, your eyes glide over, force the photo, entire ocean. You see a pinned postcard reads, tiles on the cube are like a smooth draw. The speaker.
Good afternoon. Fortress, please repeat. Is good. Please repeat the path received.
Don't worry.
Fortress accident. Thank you.
Tiles on the cube are still the filaments. Nothing. Something's missing. You see a terrifying ice bear with the bear looks oddly realistic. A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. The lieutenant takes a peek inside.
Of course, just a giant eye. Let's take a look inside.
The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City.
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge. I know. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
The fridge buzzes with energy. The electricity bill on this thing must be catastrophic. You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door. A friendly cartoon bear. The paper still smells of vanilla and chocolate. The note is written with a...
Does it say anything interesting?
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant... Someone has scribbled. S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio. You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care. Sully Soif.
Looks like someone from that radio game company upstairs. I'm a little surprised. That's a plausible hypothesis. Really? You don't have a single guess? Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on the filament memory. Even if he doesn't know what to do. It belongs inside a radio computer.
It's like the production schedule you found. Only this one's an off-site copy.
I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close to the ice bear fridge.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall.
There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside.
Your hand reaches deep into darkness, and most of them are rusty and inoperable. Like, take it. You're a police.
That's a rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but it means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around.
He likes this find.
Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period. Look.
This orange machine is buzzing. Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying. It's all gone now. You'll never become a poet or an entrepreneur. You slip your fingers under the frozen lid. No, this is going to need something else. If you want to try again.
Equip the pry bar by going to the Tools tab in your inventory.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top, and the ice squeaks beneath the pry bar. You think you've got the bar jammed in there pretty well. You see the pry bar's metal handle bending.
Yeah, well, that's a good pry bar. I'm not criticizing it. But this, I have no idea, officer.
Sooner or later, you will stumble upon a tool mighty enough. Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one, something close to you, dies with a...
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raises his brows. An old East Delta Commerce Center. This must be the next. Silence. No one answers your call. Only an electric sizzle. This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream. Turning the crank is all gone now. You'll never become a poet. This orange machine is dead. The bear's eyes are dead and empty. A thick layer of coal looks like this furnace has a face, and it's a face of agony. It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear the echo is so prominent.
What are you doing? Wait, really? Maybe it's coming from behind those safety curtains we saw upstairs.
You muster all your strength and you're dehydrated. A lifetime of smoking and drinking will do that to you. The chatter from the chimney continues then again. Maybe.
Maybe you should let your voice rest, officer. Try again later.
A hollow ring echoes through the furnace. Your toe hurts. Something breaks loose in you.
Hello?
You've awakened the entity.
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't...
You hear a low rumble upstairs.
After you, officer.
A lush layer of coal. You feel the spirit of Ramut Karzai, ancient hero of Grad, pulsing through you. 3 dangerous stripes appear onto your cheeks.
What are you doing? Please wipe your face clean.
No, you're a proud warrior. Keep it. These 3 stripes give you strength in this dangerous realm.
And this protects you? Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Just pointing out, this is not traditional Seminese war paint. No idea we... Bent metal, broken glass. You are the destroyer, the bane of inanimate matter. Look, there's a discarded milk carton on the floor. Why don't you destroy it? Kudos.
Hello, I'm Nia. Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. So what kind of die?
Could this be the malicious entity? She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her.
Yes, Amelia is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio. Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking. Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? You know what? It doesn't even matter. I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name.
Role-playing games? You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count?
Very good. My rate is take a look around and see if there's any particular stone you...
It almost looks as if the stones and this person means you or no one. No falsehoods are present. She's a novelty dice.
How did I become one? It was a business decision. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some not especially. I like working with rare materials.
Some of those nice people have big bucks to spend on novelty items.
Nothing really.
Who cares about the dead body? The lieutenant looks at his...
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard.
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily... Well, there's always something going on in the... During daytime, there are usually those kids. And lately...
She's heard of the murder.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night. I might have, but in this...
It's light here.
It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside.
This person values focus above all. She keeps her sharp sight on the instruments before...
It's an odd profession. Making dice for people.
She nods.
Anything else, officer? Of course. Tell me what you have in mind. Ah, yes. Fortress Accident. The Wiro Untethered die is a variation of a standard roleplay.
Ice. Death.
I'm thinking something made from alligator jawbone, cast in black resin. The reptile bone is as white as ice and dead as... It's an icositetrahedron, a 24-sided die that can produce results for 2-sided, 3-sided, 4-sided, 6-sided, and 12-sided die with a single roll.
Loving it. So nifty.
Untreated bone is porous and prone to chipping. Cast it in something hard like resin. Maybe you have some other ideas for dice? A star that fell from the firmament? Those cost more than 7 real. Are you sure? Alright, maybe some other die then. I think I have just the right one for you.
Police colors.
Not the most original, I know. Here, catch.
A beautiful woman tossing you a gift. Whatever you do, don't overthink it. Mr. Smooth moves. You snatch the dice out of the air with one hand, just like you're in a movie.
Oh, what are the odds? The red one is made of bloodstone.
She winked back at you. Can you believe it? You truly are Mr.
You'll definitely need luck in Martinez. We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know. But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken.
Plaisance was right. There's an entity. Does it mean she's unlawfully occupying a part of the house?
Creative.
When she arrived here, there was no room anywhere else. She must have known the other businesses.
I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true. It's just capitalism. We only hear about tales of success, so it's Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energy spared her somehow? Alright, but it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in racks? Some people say it's part of the building complex. And then there is me. I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to roleplay.
Maybe it's just because she's so talented that she's been able to woo the curse.
Malignant entity? What does that even mean?
Time has come to face the source. Fear not, for the forces of the universe are supporting you in this psychic quest.
Exactly. Truth is always sold, but I'm glad we got this sorted out. And
That's all she has to say on the subject. Blaisance is not going to like what you have to tell her.
More or less.
Oh, quite a lot of them spring to mind.
Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar.
A bit of experimenting. It's not about the haircut. It's about the confidence.
I guess it just wasn't the time yet. It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemitep's boxing club. A kind man from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when... Kuno. Who's Kuno? Oh yes, you mean the kid with the sailor's mouth. Yes, I've heard him yelling profanities in the backyard. I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid. It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation...
It's not really full of that.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. Oh, this one's a mess. Turns out, the business was actually set up as a and they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and It's a Sub Rosa radio station that broadcasts...
Nothing changes in her tone as she says that.
Don't worry, the ICP has a separate division that deals exclusively with unlicensed...
Good luck with that. It's not easy catching those perpetrators. Fortress Accident. They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems.
That's understandable. Fantasies are...
They certainly took their work very seriously. The usual. They ran out. Well, I did hear them talking at times. They seem to believe...
She sounds almost mocking when she says that.
Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about... In the end, they just didn't get it done.
She's right. Showing up to work on time is important.
Not the wisest decision. You would have lost all your savings.
The result is 1. The dice is black and fit.
Anything else? You mean Mr. Fabron? Anything else? There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until... Yeah, the atelier didn't know it either. They produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, and, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection. At least it had some spark to it.
As she shifts around, you notice several dead flies on the...
Anything else? They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief exec... Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or... Sure, it's illegal, but it's not exactly anything extraordinary in business. Besides, Slipstream is history now.
They were just the props. Maybe you could make a sword out of one. No, wait, forget it. It would take...
Oh boy, the fabled Revoshow ICT. The place was owned by 2 guys who had some rather innovative ideas.
Indeed. What were the other ideas?
There was really just one. And it involved picking out and by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
Sounds like she really Sounds like she really doesn't know how to be a female app. Fritta does the same thing.
Oh, but they did. They did show up to work, and not alone. They were also... And they already had the bear. The bear. Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a whole... Eventually, Ravishell Ice City lost the price war to its rival, Glacé 5000. Glacé 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents. You did what? Ugh, of course they left it plugged in. The taxidermist who made it said it was his vision beast.
Sounds cool. Why is everyone doing drugs in this place? Even the taxidermist?
Megatherion, a mega wild beast. It's an imaginary by telling you to do more drugs, mostly. Very good. You should... Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire.
Little sparkling embers.
Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps? Oh, right. I hope you didn't... I think none of those doorbells work, including mine.
The doorbell with the empty name card must belong.
That's right. I haven't even written my name there. As I said, it's quite useless right now. You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the East Delta Commerce and...
If the Whirling is part of the same building, then it's part of the Dune commercial area. The darkness of this place is there, too.
Yes, I guess so. My advice, don't base your business on a fad. It can't be true. They don't work here anymore. Are you sure it was Slipstream SEA? Was it a woman? Maybe it was Plaisance from the Tricentennial Electric? It used to be a major electric...
No, it was too real to be... Whatever happened, keep your cool. It's probably better to admit that it was a...
A prank is more likely, no? Oh, the kids these days. We were just one of them, and now they're terrorizing us. No. Sure, I'm listening. I'm pretty sure it still doesn't work, but sure. What do you want? Sure, I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else?
You feel nothing. If anything, it's uncomfortably warm in here. She has begun to idly clean one of her carving tools with a dirty kerchief.
I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified. Oh, it's you again. Of course. Tell me what you have in mind. A normal dye? Polyhedral dyes. Come on now. Be a little creative. What do you mean by cursed? Alright, how about I surprise you? Come back, maybe you have some... the Wirrow on...
Ice, death.
I'm thinking something... Great, see you in 8 hours then. Was there anything else?
Wow, so someone's been... Yes, my standard liege. Someone's seen all sorts of wild ideas pop off and thought...
You?
See? You're so regular and vinyl brown, he doesn't even want to talk to you about it. No need to be defensive. The regularity, of course you do. And maybe some black shoes or a Yes, the type of cop you are, sire. Think of it as a caste, a class even. Done and done. No actual communiques will be sent, of course. Tiles on the like a smooth draw. The speaker.
Good afternoon. Please repeat. Yes, I...
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
I work as a repeater at the... As for me, well, I am sitting in my... Now. Please, good. Receive...
Don't worry.
Fortress accident. Thank...
Tiles on the cube. The filament slides out. The barbell waits patiently on the floor. Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels featuring the supposedly stalwart. Your quick eye notices a small caterpillar, a worn paperback from Dick Mullen's classic Hard War. Could it be the motifs of unstable identities and shocking betrayals? Then this is the book for you.
Of course. Such...
In your hand, you hold Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Eye. The cover features a pastiche of different scenes. The tagline reads, Detective Dick Mullen must prove it. Needless to say, it violates nearly every RCM regulation for a
Are you really reading that, Detective? Good luck finding it. He's not much of a character.
The point is for the reader to feel. The story opens with a knock at the door. Detective Dick Mullen. Spillane needs Mullen to drive him in from Vespa to a small town. An extremely unprofessional and hurtful stereotype that's offensive to all upstanding officers of... 2 days later, Mullen is arrested by the Vespa police and charged with the murder of Charlie Spillane. Desperate to clear his name, Mullen manages to convince the Vespa...
What's the matter, Detective?
The lieutenant shrugs, resigned. They're not shitting you, Detective. This is what the writers think. Of course, Mullen didn't do it. That's the whole premise of the book. Anyway, and not just any dame. She's truly one in a million. Secrets are the currency of human. Your secrets are unknown, even unto you. Deneuve reveals that she was Spillane's lover, and that he was mixed up with a local amphetamine. Not only is the local police captain in on the amphetamine ring, so is the son of a powerful politician. One evening, Deanna Deneuve comes to Mullen's hostel room in tears. Well, that testimony won't be admissible any longer. As the two lovers share a post-coital cigarette, Deanna Deneuve turns to Mullen and says, I love you. Always aim for the center of mass. Whatever it is, Mullen never hears the words. A blow to the base of his skull knocks him out cold instantly. In your hand, you hold shelves full of biographies of famous people.
A true cultural touchstone.
This bookstore is not strictly about...
I can't have you end up Like...
Amidst these three, the point of the book, and met various a small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise.
If you say so, but you better stay away from those immoral...
Large letters on the front form a title. Text underneath the title in smaller mysterious things rattle in. None of that witless man from Heimdall fashion. Yes, the Wirral setting is known for its complicated system of political alignments. But if you're not into that, a blurb on the back reads, tired of the tedium and toil, succumb to a world of high pasternal fantastique. Unleash. Exactly. That's the spirit. In no time, you could be romping through grassland. Don't forget heated arguments escalate. And most importantly, never forget to rage quit if the... A small mountain of colorful balls.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't...
You just can't win. Out of the rain and into the gutter.
Math. It's really difficult. Oh, I found something while you were away. I thought this would fit you. Like, thanks for helping out. Not me. The city, I mean. Like a detective does. Just what Dick Mullen would ask. Maybe. It's the hat Dick Mullen wears all the time. Right, I have to get back to my homework now.
We're still waiting for a replacement for the bull you said. It's a Bell McGrave. 4.46 caliber.
His moves are quick and precise as he first checks the weapon. Then...
This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing and the mechanism is jammed shut. I'm not surprised. There are probably lots of forgotten words. As for the rifle, I don't know what else to tell you. These BM-446s are an antique. No one uses them anymore. The ammunition is impossible to... What is this? Are you mocking?
Now. No need to get angry again, René. I'm sure the officer tried it.
Trying is worth as much as is accomplished. Fine. You try to right a wrong. It's still a gram better than action.
He mumbles something to himself. It seems to be a variety of curses.
I prefer the old name. Insulindian Lily. Girls bought them to young cadets when they entered service. Wearing them on your cap was supposed to bring good luck. It used to be. But you know what?
You stirred up some bad memories.
But it wasn't the revolutionaries that sullied the ID for you, was it? She gave them to me too.
Enough! I can go over these matters in detail with you, Gaston.
Maybells don't blossom yet, do they?
Maybe on some remote parts of the city they do. But I think you'll have to wait for at least a month.
All you observe is a veteran.
This is the uniform of the Royal...
Don't you mean Fristel the Fan?
You do not speak his name, Craven, although he was a clown.
There's something you missed. You will get to it. Don't worry.
I have really had that.
Yes, that's what you...
René, it's a little pleasures. Hello, officer. Oh, sweet Jenny.
Do not defile her memory, Gaston.
His tone lacks its usual intensity, like he doesn't feel he has the right to speak on the matter.
We knew her, all right. Lived on the same street our entire lives, just 2 houses apart. The 3 of us have been best friends since we were 4. She was René's first girl back when the prick was 16. They were courting till he decided he'd rather die for...
And then you stole her from me.
Oh, officer. It already got ugly nearly 80 years ago when the trio...
You stole her from me.
Well, technically, you stole her from me, because we'd been pretty close ever since you two had that falling out over the ink you spilled over her pretty yellow dress.
We were just boys then. This was different. No point starting this all over again. For the 1000th and the first time. Especially when we have company. Officer.
She died of pneumonia 2 winters ago. René and I were both by her bedside.
Died. No use sugarcoating it.
Departed. Until the very hand she couldn't decide between us.
A quick grimace of pain passes over René's features, but he immediately regains control.
She could never make up her mind about anything. She was always leaving one of us for the other, but never long enough. Heck, technically...
You always confused her. Couldn't let us be happy.
He suddenly remembers you are still there. Full...
Of course, officer. Memories are all we have. Let me think. I heard someone... No, officers.
Then help them, you wimp.
He means caviar socialists.
I wish I could, but I just don't know anything. I always keep my
Odd. He doesn't seem to be lying.
I'm not.
Of course he's holding back. His mouth is so full of union.
Can I at least finish my fucking sentence before you piss on it? Is that okay, René? Everyone in Martinez knows the Clare brothers.
What do you know about history? You never witnessed history. Only...
The old soldier, mum. There he stands.
Let's try not to get caught in the crossfire.
Lest we leave riddled with bullet holes. This animosity is ancient.
Oh, in many ways, yes. Like an honorary member. Oh, yes. Not in the technical sense. I don't have a vote.
So that's what it was before. Him hiding something. He tries to make... He doesn't know anything.
Of course he's not a member. He's not a member of anything. I knew that. I hate the socialist rabble. But even siding with them is better than living your entire life on the fence. Never committing to anything. Pick a damn side already.
Writing work mostly. Oh, nothing official, I assure you.
Well, he tells his little pen man exactly what to say. It's commie propaganda, plain and simple.
On the Union track? I don't even consider myself a regular socialist. Politics is not really something I involve myself in, officer. Officer, I have a vivid imagination.
He just fluffs it up.
Of course. Don't sink into anything. Don't sink into any fight. Only sink into your couch.
I prefer highly adaptable myself.
Mon Dieu.
No, thank you. For being consummate professionals. I'm sorry, officer, but
The only one...
The sandwich looks like a culinary wonder. In addition to the obvious slice of ham, a fat one, you notice a brim of a tomato peeking from below.
Believe me, officer, I wish I could help you, but I need this sandwich to keep my blood sugar steady. Fuck off! It's mine!
A glimmer of respect flashes in René's eyes.
Sorry, officer. I'm sorry. I didn't...
And it's gone.
When the dissidents come to rape our country, he hides. But try to get a bite of his dear sandwich and he...
A man so principled about his sandwich calls for a principled approach. Too late. Daddy's already fighting the bad fight. Make it stick.
What? What oppressor?
I am not going to listen to this comic gunnery.
Huh? Yes, officer. I really don't understand how my sandwich could... I would rather just have this.
Tell this lost comrade what the people's sandwich would be like. Distill the essence of the working man in a sandwich. The skepticism emanating. He's not imagining it.
I don't hate worker food. Look, officer, I like different classic food. Fine dining, no...
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. Hold on. I've got Central Jamrock Public Library.
Yes, this is Central Jamrock Public Library here.
He sounds worried, yet ready to...
Billy Majon, you said. Yes, hello, are you still there? I found Billy Majon's home.
They're too poor to have a phone line.
Here we go, sir. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33B, apartment number 20. It's in Martinez, I believe.
That's where the smoker on the balcony lives, isn't it?
It says here that they returned their last book just a... Marie? Marie? Do you...
Maurice, what? A woman yells. Then, yes, okay. If it...
Yes, it was my colleague Marie. She said that it was Billy's husband who returned the book. He also asked for this new...
Good. You have a name now.
Marie knows Billy.
And then goes for a little drink later. On the...
Sorry, no. Marie only knows him by sight. Marie? She said it was an older man. One sec. Sorry. Marie wasn't really paying any attention to that. Happy we could help. Goodbye.
Anything else you need from me? Does it... Sylvie? Yes. Hello? Oh, great. What else do you need, detective? No? Not me? Yeah, go on.
You hear the call.
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
Her voice.
Gottlieb, what you get yourself into this time?
I didn't, but now I do. How's the drinking going? Great. Have a medal. I have an autopsy to attend to. An autopsy of...
Fucking, I'm not dead. It just hurts, okay?
Look, pal, getting pumped and dumped is not a disease. People live through it all the time. That's what the guys say, officer. That some chick pumped you and then dumped you, threw you away like an empty juice.
Don't take it personally. There just wasn't any juice.
You must have me confused for a close...
One needs tending to right now, he thinks, looking around the room. You hear someone whine in the background. My eye, Doc, my eye.
Oh, it's you. I know a woman skilled at that sort of thing over in Jamrock, but I wouldn't want to inflict you upon her. Best of luck, detective. Mm-hmm.
Anything else I can help you with?
In the cabin, you see... weathered Something smells good. The lieutenant motions to you to go. This is the door. Get yourself together. It's just...
You're right. Let's do...
You hear light footsteps passing by the door.
We have our first preliminary identification. In all likelihood, now, delivering a death notification is never an easy task. There's a reason why it's often called the most stressful part of our job. Dead? Just don't say that you know how they feel.
Good advice.
Yes, it's hard. But there is no easy way.
The lieutenant motions to...
Hello?
And someone turns down the radio. He gives you a short, encouraging nod.
The police.
Tidying up. There's fear in her voice.
Come in. The door is open. It's you from the bookstand. Did you come to bring my cockatoo back? I don't think I introduced myself properly. I'm Billy.
The lieutenant has taken off his foggy glass condensation. From stepping inside, he must feel vulnerable without his glasses. Is this why he's...
Is this about Victor, my husband? No, this is something much worse.
How about some small talk? Definitely no small talk. This isn't the time or place. You've done this before. Just keep your focus. Yes. That's no euphemisms. This is what...
What did you say?
A great and terrible spike. The blood freezes.
Oh. But... he was just...
But he was just here.
We understand this comes as a huge shock.
What happened to him? Was he drunk? I see. And you just found him. How long had...
If you say 2 days maybe, it will be etched in her mind forever. She blinks, eyes welling up with tears, as her hand starts searching for something from the pot. The handkerchief. A small, terrified smile quivers on her face as she takes the handkerchief and wipes away the...
Is there anyone we could call for you? A friend, a family member?
No. I just need to tell my girls.
It burns like acid. Unreal.
God. Should I call them?
No. A day.
Good. That's probably the right thing. Thank you. Just tell me, what do I need to do next?
We've taken him to the city morgue. The local coroner will be contacting you shortly to arrange...
A very good call.
Is there anything else?
No, I'll call you if something comes up. I'm still... Thank you. Thank you for telling me.
We should step outside and talk. You did well. I'll call the station when we're finished with the day, and let them know the name of the... They'll manage.
They have to. It's not your place to live their lives.
That's it. We should get back to our case now that our duty here is done. Let's go.
You're back. Good. What can I help?
By love, you did.
Fast, observantly.
Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant W. Freighter Dubois. What can I help you with, Lieutenant Freighter? More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything. The Pale is not, technically speaking.
Yes. Also, I think we've had enough excitement for today.
His voice is low, but...
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's try something else.
Ma'am, remember you are dealing with a...
The Lieutenant's right. Let's change topics.
But she won't. You could sneak back later, when he's not around, unless you can convince him to step aside. 6 kilometers southwest, in the Valley of Dogs, Junior Officer Chad Tilbrook takes aim at a rat. To his left, his partner, Emil Mullins, whispers, "Yes, he lost his mind." Tilbrook answers, fingers on the trigger. "Don't worry, Emil. We always do."
You're Preciso Mundo. Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body.
Yes, we are the Revachol Citizens Militia.
He's being sarcastic.
Yes, that means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international law, both at the behest of the coalition government and to its chagrin. The RCM's responsibilities are defined by the emergency, wayfarer, and...
All three are good to know when we are out policing.
There's nothing basic about your role, Detective. It's true that the RCM... Yet, on the other hand, I know these people. The post-revolutionary decade was a disaster for the coalition government. Revachol in the 20s was hell, especially on the west side of the river. They called it the international zone because no nation wanted to claim responsibility. The RCM restored peace when...
That's somewhat of an exaggeration. In reality, ours is... Revacholians get to keep the peace in Revachol, and the coalition doesn't have to worry about it. Anyway, sorry to intrude.
Yes, Lieutenant. Permit me to conclude with this. Who you are, to me, is the police. The only legitimate... And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, I'm here to help. Nothing more.
Yes.
He's being sarcastic.
We are.
Yes. That means... Permit me to conclude with... And if those authorities drink so hard... Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know.
The boomboxes wait on the shelves.
A discount?
Remember, he doesn't like music. He likes sounds. Careful. You can only do this once.
4 real is offensively low, but just this once. For the music, concrete, cop. And here you are. Quality sound reproduction on the go. It'll play anything.
The porter reel is just what you needed. You press the large button marked Commencer, and the tape starts spinning. There's a small delay. It sounds like someone's moving in the room. Yet telling you about the tiniest church in Cessons. A click, then silence for a bit. Nothing to do with this. The portal reel is just what you needed. You push, command set, and the tape starts spinning.
This isn't Revachol. This is a fucking village. I can almost see the elephants.
The harbor. That's the son of a Kvalson crane.
He's right.
When this shit is done, I'm gonna tear that place up. Soldier of the Apocalypse style. Kill shit. Gonna run a room, Cordy. A real nice room. I'll fucking do them all in. Rape that disco cunt on the counter. You know, never did get that taste out of my mouth.
The lieutenant presses the button marked Arrête on your portal reel. The tape stops spinning.
End of recording. It seemed authentic enough. Probably recorded off the shortwave, then edited to seem more incriminating. He saw still.
There's more going on here than we know.
Corty could be short for Cortenard, one of the other mercenaries, the one he was talking to. Probably the mountain at the harbor gates, a village on the Samaran Isola in South Safre.
The South Safre conflict is an ongoing proxy war between Grad and Safre.
Who knows? Maybe the tattoos would have an answer.
A symbol of Soldier of the Apocalypse style conduct.
I think we've got a few more questions for class here, don't you?
Rust peels off the bent iron posts of the swing.
In this yard?
He's assessing the situation.
Someone thought they could have a summer house in a bloc obscure. For cheap. It didn't work out. A black bloc. A part of the city left unrenovated after the war.
On aerial photos, bloc obscures look like dark squares, hence their name.
Practically, it's not an official term in any way, but look around. No sewage, broken power lines, crime, drunks.
The trap is full of locusts, poor things. A pane of Eternite has barely holding it up. It could fall over any minute. A stronger gust of wind might be enough.
It looks like a makeshift bridge.
The pane falls into the icy snow with a soft thunk.
We should ask that girl on the ice what's going on here.
A shaggy-looking girl in her late teens.
Oh, hello there.
It's cold out here, but she's not wearing a hat.
I'm listening. This is a portable recording device. Actually, just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. A contact mic records sounds from an...
Your mangled brain would like you to know there is a boxer called Contact Mike. No, you're welcome.
Yeah, I record stuff. No. This is a contact microphone. It's for recording inside solid objects.
An entire litany spews forth.
Yes? The mic? I don't exactly know. Same place I got the recorder from. Oh man. You haven't been to the It's a music club and a synthesizer workshop on Boogie Street in Jamrock.
Thinking about it really cheers her up. It's a long way from here, though.
Oh yeah. Guess you wouldn't know Van Eyck.
Hey, didn't piss and fuck the world mention...
A skull thing? Man.
No, you don't. She's mistaken you for an old person.
I don't know what that means either. That's cool. Sucks, man. Was there something else? About the contact mic, perhaps? Same place I got the recorder Sure. Okay. A cell.
Her hair is dyed blonde, with dark roots showing. There's a coarseness to her features.
Why? Okay, it's Berger.
A very common name. You have little reason to doubt that's her real name. But she's not all that surprised by this cop
Recording, I guess. I think I'm recording cracks in the ice. My boyfriend sold her. I don't know, man.
A lie. They were probably pawned off for something suspicious.
The musicians in the Elysium used them for making music. Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. I don't really know what I'm doing.
She looks at the recording device. The thing she thought would fill her hours with joy.
Take this, your call.
No, man, fuck that, I'm cool. I'm sorry I said that.
It's okay.
That? The boys think it could be a place, like the Elysium or something. Stupid. It's real.
And who are these boys?
Yeah.
And why is that?
They got too much stuff crammed in there. Music stuff, mostly. Like this tape recorder, but bigger. That stuff is more expensive than I am.
It's probably amphetamine. It makes you feel impervious to the elements, but doesn't actually make you any less. She looks back at her tape recorder.
Go ahead. It's supposed to become like a club, except that, you know, anodic, cathodic, music that's made with electronic instruments. Synthesizers and tape consoles, microcomputers.
You see clear, beautiful, violent flashes of light. Light cutting through a smoke-filled darkness. That is what the future will look like, if it ever comes. This is an evolutionary step out from amplified instruments, which in turn are a step up from acoustic instruments. What comes after?
I know. It's not my idea. Hey, you two are cops. Come on, man.
But not too long. This is...
Maybe you could talk to Andre and the guys, because there are some strange things going on in that church. They're inside that thing there. Go ahead. Well, it's just questioning, right? You're just questioning me. It's what, once or twice, yeah. I'm sorry. Rich people. Rich people are east of the river. Oh, they are. And I'm scum. Oh, but I am. The usual. You know, drinking, getting into fights.
Interesting term.
Is this a rhetorical question?
Faubourg, not in Faubourg, is a massive banlieue south of Jamrock Quarter. It is the largest ghetto in Revachol, possibly the world. We are Jamrock, sort of. Martinez is called North Jamrock sometimes.
Jamrock is a district of Revachol comprised of the following quarters: Pox, Villa.
My dad was a drunk. Plus, I guess, I just wanted to drink too, you know. Get my party on. All right.
The device is still warm from her touch and heavy as a brick from the batteries inside. The company logo, Omicron, adorns it. She looks you in the eye, her pupils wide, surrounded by a ridiculous amount of makeup. The wind howls. She remains silent. It's real. Tell her.
What is? Okay, I'll stick to it.
Something changes between you two.
So thanks, I guess, for the psych session. Maybe I can return. Come on, I can tell. But, okay, what is it? Oh, really? Wow, social justice really matters that much to you? That's commendable. It really had you shaken up there. Are you sure that's it, though? Yeah, man, they're pretty bad.
3.6 billion, not counting those in sale.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Perhaps.
Okay. Why'd you think that? There you have it then, chick trouble. Not political after all. Who was she? Really? You seem to be pretty upset about this chica. Wow, man. That's some pretty strange shit. Are you sure the letters were for you? How come you don't remember, though? Is it like some selective memory thing? Yeah. Or it might just be some psych bullshit, you know? You know, the psych thing they've got going on there. Rich people like it. People in... You're welcome. Might be for the best to keep that shit forgotten, though.
Yes, but it itches really, really bad.
Okay, bye.
The tent is just tarpaulin fabric covering a pipe.
Come on, get in and close the flap behind you.
It's safe to assume this is their leader, or at least he thinks.
Sorry, you barely have room for one.
You go ahead.
I'm actually not, he thinks. I just dislike...
I'm sure you will feel right at home.
Go speak to Andre. I'm just annoyed.
You see a youngish man, bleaching.
Hello, I'm Andre.
There is definitely something futuristic about his hair. Imbecilic. Yes, should the future ever come, it will look deeply imbecile. His grip is strong,
This is my posse. Noid.
The young man with earrings.
And Egghead. Egg! Together with a Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation. We have many in the pipe.
That means that...
You see, we've been all over Jamrock North, prospecting for real estate to establish a new venue in.
Also for talent.
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talents...
Place is a shithole.
I apologise for my friend Noid's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues. Oh, so you've met her? Yeah. It's a matter of occupied eclipse.
Finally someone who understands the plight of narcomania. Play it cool.
I'm talking about the church. And I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge.
Dogheads! Burnouts!
Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put Martinez on the map.
Strike that! The world!
And sadder yet, because of dope heads and burnouts.
He leans back a little. Watch good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those.
The spooky kind. I was hoping you would be the judge of that, officer.
Also, they don't eat all. People just want to spin tapes without them spooking it up.
Thank you, Egghead. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. Getting them out. All right, man.
Andre's obviously very happy you took him seriously.
Yes. I asked Noid to install a measure.
I had to do it in an hurry.
Of course.
All right.
You sense the trajectory of the little piece of metal. Ka-ching! The key hits your palm. The speed freak's nod to you approving. The speed freak nods to you. A respectful nod. You proved something here.
Not long. Like a week, maybe? I'm super sure they're alive.
Somewhere in the ruinous past that led you here, there was something called exams. You may have learned the term involuntary manslaughter.
Yes, I do. I listen to Channel 8 all the time. I don't know. What does anything mean?
Oh, yeah.
I knew you'd get...
It feels good to be the smart cop, doesn't it? That's a good cop to be. Has a nice ring. He nods attentively.
Sure, man. Tell us what you want to know. Let's do it. Oh, yeah. That's a meteor and name for the founding party.
If you don't know what the founding party is, there might be a way to mask it with minor demagoguery.
Come to think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know. And they have roots in ancient mass society. And they're the custodians of the Pericarnassian Church. Plus, they annoy totally.
The Pericarnassian Church is about love. And Nordic music is about love. Love is hardcore.
Unity. Unity!
Make some noise for my Insulindian posse!
You feel it. The anodes and the cathodes coursing through you. Your big toe starts tapping along to the base. Feels good.
Oh yeah! It can... He's coming around! You're getting it!
Yeah!
He seems ecstatic that you should.
Do it for the masses. Do it for the crew.
I didn't want to say it, but it was pretty lame of you.
The one with the large head is still looking at you, nodding his head. You feel like you could go for a little disco when, or if they get this club going. You've got it in you.
Yes. What? The what now? Oh, the old...
He's like an actor.
I have a major sinus infection. Stuffy nose. Yes, that's all Nosefed's doing.
Nosefed is the shit.
Sure. Here you go, officer. The noser. Blast away. Yeah. Good to have, bitch to carry. What? Oh. It's the one they sell at...
It's like he's lying to you, my liege. But he's slippery enough that there's nothing for you to...
It does.
Told you we have a smell problem.
Ether?
No.
He sniffs. It doesn't take a forensic scientist. However, their breathing is regular. They're at least not under the influence of stimulants. That doesn't rule out hallucinogens, benzos, some depressants. He nods enthusiastically, no doubt a little relieved.
truth is, I don't really know. None of us. Well, there's also...
This machinery.
When I first scouted the place, back in February, it was...
One of them has wires running into bowls of water.
Andre!
Oh, and it's...
No!
Which other...
Felt like silence.
Not exactly. We've just seen someone that we think is a woman go in and out of the church. A couple of times. And we felt someone, or something... You should talk to Noid about that. I just got a distinct burnout and dopehead sign from them. Probably jacked up to some snuff station. Like, you aren't...
It wasn't quite...
Not human.
It was this dark shape climbing upside down. Yeah, you know. The way it was climbing up...
It was stalking a cell.
Odd. Crabs are usually marine creatures, and not nerd.
Crab, man! Yeah, totally. I mean, I didn't
So he hasn't even been in there.
You should ask her about it.
The implications of this are too numerous to consider. There probably is no crab man. Don't let them draw you in with this nonsense.
Sure. What?
Well, first of all, you're a smart cop, and a smart cop indeed. So one of them came upon the abandoned church. Plus, and it has to be considered, it still feels as if this didn't quite go as it should have. But...
As always...
A young man with as though you're supposed to be sharing some
Hardcore! It's hardcore! Skibbity, skibber danger.
Your cop training did not... Could there have been a right way out of this garden of forking paths, you think? The young man...
This is hardcore. Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent.
All core! All right! Yeah!
He furrows his brow.
Hardcore! Ah! Is it though? One mind, one spirit. Back to the heavy. Hardcore! Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent.
All core! All right! Yeah!
He furrows his brow.
Hardcore! Ah! Is it though? But is it? I mean, really?
Feels like you should reply with the very pinnacle of idiocy here, so that things get totally transcendent. But you haven't gotten there yet, so you don't know what.
I am the Mike Enforcer. I am the true, hard, full car. Hardcore! Hardcore to the internally coherent. All car!
He furrows.
Hardcore! Is it though? But is it? I mean, really?
Feels like you should reply with the very pinnacle of idiocy here, so that...
Under the radar. Oh... True. Hardcore. Hardcore to the internally coherent. All core.
He furrows.
Hardcore. Ah! The question is, what is the question? But there was a question. True. Hard. Full. Core. Hardcore. Hardcore. Internally coherent. All core.
He furrows his brow as his very large head traces.
Hardcore. Is it though? But is it? I mean, really? No, but seriously, I'm a bit worried it isn't.
There's nothing wrong with it. Sometimes I just feel like anodic music is in its infancy, you know? Isn't something holding it back from being hyper? It's like it's only ultra.
I think it's super hardcore.
If anything, it sounds a bit proto. Like it's not fully...
Wow! Culture Cop! I think you might be right. But how could it become hardcore then? I know it in my heart, but cannot think it in my head. If this is not hardcore, how could anything be? No! This is the answer! Yeah! lungs are for love! When Dolores Day was anointed innocence, her lungs...
Why wouldn't they be? Are the lungs not the place where you hold?
Love! No nation, but transnation! No war, but...
He's not a communist. It's just something he likes to yell. He picked it up from a tape jockey at the...
Yeah! With the rebel yell!
Don't be a lunatic. Of course he is. Jermaine here...
Yeah!
Unless you were thinking Revachol imperative right now. That's fucked up, man. Lying like that. And a cop, too.
Yeah! Dark hardcore!
Basically, yes it is.
Alright!
So you had a talk with Andre? That's fine, man. But I've got to warn you, I saw a sticker.
Interesting. He wants you to describe it.
Oh, wow. Right on your cop ledger. You like it? You're right. It's the harbinger of a new era. What would you like to know? The dead guy's smiling. He defeated history. We are living the present moment and life, or maybe he's not dead. Maybe simplicity was brought to us by a classical solar... Well, hardcore, the sticker, the clothes, the music, same thing. It is. I guess one could write an entire treatise on the thing. Weird stuff. Special wires going into water. Gives off a spy sign.
The People's Republic of Samara is a product of Revachol's sister revolution on the Gran Isola. It's known as a severely degenerated rogue state.
Nothing's wrong with it.
The sickest. That's perhaps why it should be researched.
Most of it doesn't exist. Psionic powers, pale-related diseases, pretenders, I'm doing what I can.
It's not easy for him. He looks like a well-thought-out individual. The synchronization might be worth it in the long run.
The hardcore aesthetic is esoteric.
It's not easy to reach a harmonic resonance of signs without some...
Yes, further sign matching would do good for us. One way to achieve this would be by getting us into the church. Nah. You heard me.
The theme on that pinball machine is a standard royalist theme, clinging to a picture book version of the past century, waiting for the king to come back. It comes free with a six-pack of Vermilion Roy d'Or. The words Roy d'Or are stamped into the crown's plastic. The contemporary period stands still. This medicine cabinet is stocked with drugs, plus an old toothbrush, and a bright orange bottle with Preptide stamped on it. In sunny, happy letters. Filthy narco. And look, it's made right here in Revachol by Saint Baptiste, a disgraceful pharmaceutical company attempting... It's speed, man. Just what you... Yes, take it.
And Preptide. You...
The fuck are you waiting for? Let's get super fucking preppy. The lieutenant looks toward the door as if he didn't see you. He did, though. He totally did, and now he... Who cares, man? Who cares?
I was just thinking, what a nice day for questions.
She puts her coffee with a soft ring.
Did he? I never said he was a good man.
She doesn't care. If anything.
It's intercepted radio chatter.
Does he say he's gonna do it Soldier of the Apocalypse style? Yeah. That was practical. Did he say whores a lot? Was he pretty much on the verge of doing it Kohoi style? He wasn't actually there. He didn't do a tour, or at least didn't tell me he did. Would have been...
Yes.
Oh no, I'm pretty sure he did all those things. Then integrated them into his idea of normalcy. To keep on living. Until they just... sort of... running joke. I was gonna say running joke. And it sounds like you didn't even get the good bits. He was like the Seminoles conflict, the Kohoi massacre, and the 36 famine in Yezut. We're all scraping up any happiness we can find, officer.
Did he tell you he had actually done any...
No. We were too busy laying waste to our own nervous systems to direct any of the fury outward.
There is a small measure of pride in her, that she could quell the rage in... What kind of man was he? Before you go, ask for details.
Thank you for clearing that up, miss. Whenever you're ready. I'm interested.
She takes a very small sip of her coffee.
Like, for example...
Actually, officer...
A nickname?
I guess. He came from Lelystad. It's short for that.
Lelystad. We have a few questions you can help us with. A few things...
The young woman cranes her neck, trying the last missing pieces of a puzzle of flesh.
Oh, that.
It's clear she liked it.
Sure, waterways. It was how? Imagine him lying in bed. Freakish musculature laid out on the sheets.
Is this Oranese lit?
Yes. This is the very essence of Oranese lit. A moment he's smoking and drinking, of course. And his chest, and the woman goes like, "What was this, baby?" And he says, "That was too hardcore. Don't ask me about that." And so it goes. Star after star. Oh yeah. No thank you. I've seen enough of him dead. I can tell you what they meant.
Go on.
He was a blue-eyed boy with thick arms, from a small town. He was also poor, and the government of Oranje needed... He went to Killer Academy in Vredefort. Then he killed some people in the Seminine Islands. And on other islands, too. Change of topic, perhaps?
The lieutenant. All right, let's see where this is going.
Cool. Yes. Pardon the swearing.
He had a combat wound?
Yes. Severe. It made...
Ah, yes. His hair, if you can remember?
It was light brown, almost blonde. He darkened it with brilliantine, made oily. He was 42.
42? Are you sure?
He had many scars that made him appear older. We even celebrated his birthday like some...
Looks like you were right, officer.
Points sound good. Have one, you old dog, before we all die.
It isn't, but...
This is clearly sports for him. Something like archery or dart.
That's too pinball for me. I just like to get autopsies right on the first try.
He's lying.
In Oranje, officer.
The Lelystad municipality has few boroughs and even fewer cities. Oranje? Oranje's map of waterways?
You were almost right, officer. That means his race was occidental, not mondial. I'll update the form.
Yes.
Did that bring you...
No. He was too old for that. And from another part of Oranje.
No love for Mother Oranje. But wasn't he a soldier?
No. He left the national service after they taught. He was by no means a stupid man. A people person. A small... There is nothing on Muindi. I love Revachol, though. I hope she loves me, too. It very well could be. What do I mean? I have no idea. That's not funny, officer.
Her voice is like a slash through the air. There. She momentarily lost control over straight back guy. It appears that she feels guilty.
Of course I do.
Do you feel guilty about...
Among many other things, yes.
What is this? An interrogation? You didn't tell her this was going to be an interrogation.
All right.
Coolly, gracefully, she pours herself more coffee.
Yeah? With money, sir.
The anti-star is, or was, a Vespertine rock and roll star who...
Oh, yes. One of my favorite. Like, not being able to stay up for 36 hours. Huh? Motherfucker took my Preptide? Looks like...
This does not amount to actual corruption. I can easily...
It's hard to tell if she means it in earnest or as a joke.
Go ahead.
She's lost in thought. Eyes narrowed.
All right.
Wait. Stop. That man. Below the damage. The weeks of How old are you? That's where this is going. 45,000. You could ask either one of them.
Huh.
She's buying time to... Look who's finally awake.
I don't know. As old as time itself? Ageless? 50,000 years old?
You're not.
Sure he is. You know.
Yes, but for him, that number is 56.
Wait. This requires... To the laboratorium.
It's you again. What is it? And that fucking fucker. You're the worst cops in Revachol.
That fucker wasn't aimed at you. It was at her.
Fucking fuckity fucker. And what did she say then? That
sounds like you wanted it to change her mind about the hanged man. This is definitely personal.
Yes. In fact, I think she thought it was a little funny.
Funny? No, alright. Oh, fucking righty then.
Please try to control yourself in the presence of visitors.
This is just perfect. Just fucking perfect.
You don't have to say everything out loud. Just mix and match.
Nah, I know her. She's just a girl. In over her head. Handled him?
Yes. We heard all about it, and the fact still stands.
Yeah, they're all queers. Can't bump, hard fist, or anything.
That's alright, Glenn. I just thought she...
Yeah, that was fucked up.
You wanted her to see the man for what he was. Now that you know...
I just got too worked up. Big man lost his shit. It's cool now. I already told you. We fucking hanged him.
There's less gusto in his voice now. His men too are growing increasingly silent. The man is slowing down. Looks like who could? It's getting harder and harder to perform one.
Come on, Titus. The stakes are too high here. There will be blood on the streets.
You know what? I am. Next time you see her, that lying, scamming. Yeah.
On the floor, beer drips out of the can into a small...
What is this quiet funeral shit?
Why do we make it 40, huh? Why do we make it 100 beers?
100 beers? Now we're talking. Hoppity hop over here, cafeteria manager.
Glazier is playing them like a fiddle. Tell them how bad they got played, and they'll tell you the truth. There are many ways to go about it. All of them really good. Those are the other guys. My shit is solid gold. You can trust me. Oh, you don't like these arguments. Let's see. Why is Goldmouth mean to him? Something is wrong. It doesn't look like he's succeeding. Whatever. Just do the fiddle thing, sire. It'll be artistic. And if you've already done it, do it again.
That is absolutely not going to happen. Not the point. I just don't want to give you... But I didn't say anything.
What are they whispering?
I don't know. Some kind of bitch fight, I think.
You're a horrible gunless cop. This is all because you don't have a gun. You're never going to convince anyone with...
It's you again. What is it?
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
Heavy wooden doors. The lock turned.
Let's go.
A great whoosh of air rushed in the heart of the city. A machine stands in
another radio computer. And
these machines sometimes harbor traps, he thinks.
We should leave. I doubt this place bears any It's also quite similar to the one we have down at the station.
The one you saw earlier was the Ream Civic. The Ream Prefect is the governmental version of the commonly used Ream Civic model. You see fluorescent play and the lieutenant says nothing. Behind the hatch sits another filament. The speaker comes to life.
Good evening. Votre accident en Saint-Brune. This is...
It's the same old woman you spoke with through the radio computer in the doomed commercial area.
I have 2 machines registered.
Saint-Brune. That's the church. And Rue de Saint-Guy.
Anything else I can help you? Good, thank you. Please repeat. Is this the personal log? Good.
Let's look around. There's no use trying to guess the answer.
Receive. Votre accident. Is there anything else? Sleep.
The machine's keyboard is... Nothing happens. The silence in this part of the church. Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, and then it's gone. It seems the sound here is detached from its source. Some sounds like the pale. From recordings of the fog, you can hardly hear your own breathing. You produce a few muffled. Your voice is barely audible. The lieutenant points to his ears.
Can you hear anything? The church just has...
His detached tone conceals how uncomfortable. Maybe the church was designed this way to prevent boisterous act. He doesn't seem entirely convinced, though. The orderly rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear completely. Just darkness without end. It makes you... There's nothing.
Officer, what are you looking at?
Filled with vague shapes of wood. You see something hanging from the... Maybe it's possible to... Is that a man? The crab man? The man leaned...
Habitual alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes. But don't worry.
That accent is Villalobos. A peninsula in... Hold on. Stop it right there. Pussy? What's with this?
You really got a case of frayed nerves, pussy. And this usage comes from pusillanimous.
Oops.
Chill out, man. Here you could receive the mother's love.
This man is obviously a habitual narcotics user. Do we really need to question him?
Oh yeah, sure. You don't know anything about alcohol use. You got it all under control, Wade. I could smell the control all the way over here. I know it's hard to admit that you got a problem.
You know, actually, since we're here...
If the lieutenant agrees, then maybe, just maybe, you should pay attention.
Don't trust me. Trust the mother. I'm only the messenger, Holmes. This is the Church of the Mother of Silence. You are welcome here.
You have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Is he just trying to throw you off your game? Whatever it is, he's quite confident about it. 'Tis not an act, my liege. Save him perchance, he hath deceived his very self. This man is a zealot.
The ones in the tent outside, right? I see him. Nah, man. They look pretty funny. And I don't harm no one anymore. Anyway. Why not? They wouldn't bother me none. Might even be nice.
He said that in spite of himself. He's more attached to the human than he'd like to think.
Other spooker? Oh, esa viejita.
Viejita is grandma?
No. I just call her viejita because of her clothes. That's what I said, Holmes. Don't really follow her comings and goings. Just see her typing on her computer. I'm afraid not, Essay.
Or search through her radio computer.
Too many times,
Surveys are a good way to fish for personal information, especially in the name of public safety.
Don't sweat it, vato. The past. What you think of that? Makes me almost pity La Nilita Pequeña when I hear it. Never known myself to be a crab. But if I always thought of myself more like a flame, flickering.
That's not the only technique he's working on. Look at...
Sure am. Now I use those same hands in service of something greater than my own restlessness. It's all just for the mother, man. No need to I was in a gangway, but my memories of that time are fading. Most of them are already gone. That's not really the point, I said. You got...
Do you remember your name?
Tiago's my name. But those syllables don't mean much to me these days. A name isn't just your identity. Your place amongst your fellows. Your place in the world. I ain't got no use for such a place anymore. That's just the thing, Holmes. None of that matters. This is a special place. There's a perforation in the world up there. A way out. I circled it. Nurtured by the silence bestowed by the mother. One of these days, she is a cavity in the dark beyond sense. She saved me. But I'm a seraph, Holmes. I sing the mother's glory. You may be thinking, but fire crackles. No, Holmes. That's the material that's burning. The flames themselves are without sound. I will be incinerated, but not...
That sounds a bit like substitution behavior, no? You know a thing or two about that.
I think they were. A long time ago. I had to shed them like skins to get closer to the center of the silence.
They look pretty dapper, actually.
Hard to say. I think I did some construction work here. Been spending a lot of time here ever since. The past is nothing to me now, way. It didn't belong to me.
The sinewy figure lingers on the wooden beams, blending into the shadows.
Police raid.
Oh, did you witness it?
Not really. Or at least I don't remember much of it anymore. The mother's love. I think we're done here, essay.
That was, however, I'm still not sure how it...
The machine's keyboard, the speaker.
Good evening. Fortress. Good. Please repeat the past. Good. I have unlocked the Fortress accident. Is there any sleep?
The machine's keyboard. The printer prints out a long text document with dated paragraph. The first entry, made, arrived at the church. The door was boarded up. The lieutenant leans closer.
4th of February. That's over a month ago. Whoever set up those...
6th of February, 51. Had a little chat with the local fishermen. See? Ridden with narcotics. 7th of February, 51. Finally got the electricity in. Next on the agenda.
Why would anyone need any of this equipment here?
8th of February, 51. Bought the antenna. Had some problems setting it up. Called Simo for help. Heard the others are back to making art, but at least the artists have their act together. They're qualified labor. I just have to find out what caused that data loss and be done with it.
Seems like something to do with radio. Something about the backup data getting this. I think these people worked in the radio computer games business. The one with...
12th of February, 51. Brought some food from the grocery store. Apparently, there's a strike going on in...
The strike. We are nearing the... Keep reading. I'm interested now.
25th of February, 51. I've been sending data up to Lintel for a while now, trying to recreate the data loss, but nothing. Didn't even feel like logging in, the disappointment. But I did discover a curious audio-spatial anomaly at the back of the church.
Is she talking about?
"28th of February, 51. Yes, the first recordings confirm that the swallow is real, and I'm not just
The pillar of silence. She is talking about the silence. Is she
The lieutenant doesn't answer. March 51. Some kind of young disco men have appeared next to the church. I've been trying to record the silence to find the epicenter. Fortunately, the song is so monotonous, I was able to devise an album. That disco man must be a cell.
The girl on the ice?
March 51. I got a call from the repeater station. Someone has tried to access the radio computer in our old office in Martinez. Can't do anything about it. The storekeeper still doesn't want...
I knew it wasn't a good idea to meddle with the machine.
No. It was a great idea. March 51. A new 2-meter aux cable. Noodle, your reading is interrupted by the sound. A strange woman makes straight for the radio computer.
Breaking into my radio computer, I see.
Yes, you are breaking in.
I do apologize for the intrusion, madame. We are with the RCM, you see.
Well, you won't find any music venue or... It's just me and my computer, and it has been this way for weeks. Now please give me some room.
We should talk to her. After she has...
What is it? Yes. Or...
She doesn't seem surprised to be recognized. Rather sad. Something passes...
No, you just printed out my personal log and wasted some paper. I am Soona Luukkanen-Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and Art. If you're not here to hire me, I don't...
Did she say over 16 years? That still doesn't answer what she's doing in an abandoned...
Nope. Yes. And... No, you're right. I'm not. I brought them here. These are my machines. Please don't touch anything. I use the AR1 as my RAIN prefix processing. Mm-hmm. Yes? You really don't know anything about radio computers, do you? Then you'll certainly know that all radio computers... I guess it is. So far I've been quite satisfied with it. Martinez is an unstable region with bad... But it's not the cheapest one on the market. So I wouldn't recommend it for your... Anyway, you should do some research before you decide to buy anything.
She liked telling me this. It calmed her nerves.
They are connected to my RAIN prefect.
Short and terse. There you have it. Whatever she's using...
I'm working.
The machine seems almost alien.
Could you just... Shh. For a moment?
It's not just rudeness. It really is hard to concentrate on what...
So you do know something about computers. You're right. Because I needed something good for my investigation, and RAIN Civic is widely agreed to be below all standards. Besides, owning a RAIN prefect is...
No, actually, it is kind of a big deal. You don't see RAIN prefects in every police...
I know a friend of a friend who used freelance for the Coalition. Our prefect is mainly based on the same technology as RAIN Civic. So it's kind of a ripoff. But it does have better... Great. You really like those questions, don't you?
They're bloodshot. She really hasn't been getting much sleep lately, has she?
I'm conducting scientific research. I'm looking for the location of a 2 million...
Wait. What? She's looking for a disruption in the radio waves. The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything.
Yes, that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated than that. Exactly. What does it mean? What do you think it is? What?
That's a little above your pay grade at the moment.
You measure it by its surroundings, by that which does exist.
Hydrotransducers.
But honestly, it's not progressing very well. Somewhere underneath those roof beams, I assume.
Only a faint crisscross of rafters can be made out from the dark. Most of strange things may flourish in the dark.
There's this place at the back of the church, a place where all audible vibrations...
The Pillar of Silence? Are you sure it's not just an arc?
Maybe, but it's oddly close to the physical coordinates of... I know. No,
She sounds mildly annoyed by this line of questioning. Her hands typing hundreds of commands into the machine.
Because it's just trial and error, trying to locate the swallow, and I don't have a... You know what? It would be great. Thanks. What?
I bet she hasn't even heard it.
Yeah. Like all the time. Maybe I'd have to be on drugs. This is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it? I've got some news for you. Take a guess, why don't you? I can't believe they got you so easily. Go have an...
Good luck. I'm not coming in there.
In white, silver, and apricot faience, this is her innocence. Cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs, clearly visible from underneath her flowing dress. Cold wind seeps in from the crack in the... as if under a microscope. The woman looks down at you standing there. She towers among her followers, architects, laymen, courtiers. She acknowledges the passing of someone, you. As that great and desperate thought passes through your mind, the lieutenant draws an X-shaped cross from shoulder to shoulder. Your fingertips touch your chest 4 times as you stand in the apricot-colored light of the window. Above you, the woman still smiles, her distant smile.
Yes. I wasn't sure before, but this must be the DeLorean Church of Humanity in Martinez. It's a minor landmark, not easy to find. Most maps miss...
On the coast of an uninhabited archipelago, where only animals...
There used to be 7 stave churches on the coast. Les Sept Sœurs, they call them. The 7 Sisters. We should be respectful here, although the building appears to be deserted.
Respectful? A pang of guilt? The lieutenant is leaving.
I have a theory, yes. There was a police... Well, your station...
How come the lieutenant isn't sure?
3 precincts were involved in the raid, and people say Precinct 41 was one of them. I am pretty sure it was a clandestine operation. I don't know anything more about it. Why it... Good luck. You will not get information on a confidential operation from your station secretary just by calling. It happened a while ago. It's unimportant to our business in Martinez now. Yes, we all are. Her name, body, and rule are synonymous with humanism. The laws...
The woman looks by in silence, smiling enigmatically.
It's not spiritual. It's constitutional. The DeLorean system does not demand faith.
Despite the damage you've done to yourself, the title appears lodged in your hippocampus. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. The innocence of you. No amount of Commodore Red can wipe her sad smile from your brain thing. It has survived the deluge and haunts you still, and will haunt you forever, as it haunts all men. The highest category of historic individual, an embodiment of the inner way, and innocence is elected to office by the founding party, a precedent that has taken place and innocence is infallible. The decisions made by one are not decisions. They are inevitabilities. No, we are alone. 300 years ago, in the wake of the discovery of this Isola, the Insulindian, by explorers from the continent of Muindi, she is, among other things, the innocence of inter-isolary travel and the connected world. Many things, you know she was a woman of the court, the wife of an influential Marchese, and eventually the principal advisor to Irene la Navigateur, Queen of Suresnes, modern-day Sir La Clé. Also, that she was gorgeous beyond beauty. Draped in ancient sadness. Are you sure you want to remember this bit of historic trivia? Standing under a long, slender form like the past. It's a sign. No, you must know. Terribly, women of the court were expected to play both contract bridge and chess sufficiently well to prove an interesting challenge to a man. As she made the most of her position in the antediluvian court, a court visited by the most prominent thinkers and artists of the day. In secret, she was becoming the era's preeminent philosopher of the state. A scalpel. She was an almost preternaturally magnetic and intelligent individual. To her contemporaries, she appeared out of time, a messenger from the future of the species. It was on her advice that Irene la Navigateur sponsored a number of voyages into the Pale. A costly, often tragic endeavor, ultimately vindicated by the discovery she was crowned 2 years after the first expedition returned, setting in motion what is wow indeed. When her innocence was declared, and the queen she had advised for years fell on her knees before her, she was so overcome with emotion that bystanders reported golden filaments lighting the... That is why the lungs are the symbol of love for the cultures of the Real Belt. Terrifying is a term too terrifying. It's a simple word. She was bad for humanity, and you shouldn't have started thinking about her. You already do. Although she's often considered, she was the most socially secluded and least self-aware of all the innocences. The Mesk state tried to detach itself from innocentic rule. Parts of the world were experiencing whiplash from accelerating into secularism. Her mandatory education programs and mass resettlement of upstream Marguerite were problematic as well. Dissenters were suppressed by suggesting those who fight against it are not part of humanity. She adored chess, yes, but also military war games. Dolores Day often holds a tiny tin soldier between her index finger and thumb in icons such as this. She was also blonde, the blondest woman you have ever seen. With green eyes, little is known of her Marchese husband. It's as if he vanished from history after completing his role, which was to introduce Dolores Day to... This subtle terror is part of her iconography.
Lieutenant Yefrater, you've stood there for over 5 minutes. What are you thinking of, if I may ask? I don't know about that. It was a different time. Either way, this church, the coast in general, we shouldn't linger here. This is...
The jigsaw of broken shards falls into place in front of you. A ghostly reconstruction of the stained glass window. Before it was shattered, there was an older woman beneath the younger one. And a text, a light motif below them both. Unknown. Something during the raid the lieutenant mentioned. Or just hooligans looking for something to break. The escutcheon on her throne says, Irene the Navigator. She is depicted as an older woman wearing thick-rimmed eyeglasses, holding a golden rights apfel in one hand and a scepter in the other. This is the queen her Innocence Day advised. Above, small figures of wise men, common men, worshippers walk up the stairs to stand at her feet. Secret servicemen, 30 years. Below both women, in luminous black letters, Après la vie, mort. Après la mort, la vie de nouveau. And then, along the left side, Après le monde, la gré. Après le gré, after life, death. After death, life again. After the world, the Pale. After the Pale, the world again. This is the great leitmotif of humanism, a summary of the effect of the discovery of this
death, life again. This exaltation is common in Dolorian sacralism. In the early years, it was even incorporated justice, union, prudence, and force. Eyes cool.
The mother of humanism towers above you, a wax painting on a crack.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
Nothing jumps out to you. How about you get out and breathe? The air in the tent is too thick for you to think clearly.
And? What happened? Oh, man! Who is he? What did you think? Really? Huh. Interesting. What's he doing in the church? No matter. Yeah.
These guys will never catch him. You will never catch him. There's nothing to do.
I don't know, man. Doesn't it feel like a major hindrance to you? A spooky...
I guess it's not a massive...
Everyone is welcome to dance till the morning light. Yeah!
Maybe. I guess we'll figure something out. Okay, but what about the other spooker? The one in Grandma's clothes? Did you see her? A programmer? That's odd. What was she like? Did you ask her about the nightclub? Come on, man. Who will you trust? The spooky programmer or us? We just want to make the world a better place.
Feel the love! Get down and feel it!
A half-hearted sell of something which does not seem worth buying.
You'll get there, believe me. When we've got our gear set up, things will be flowing and pumping. Anyway, now that it's settled, how did she seem? I mean, disposition-wise, about the dance club idea. Ja oder nein? Rocking it or dropping it?
What a pity! That's my favourite thing in the world! And she doesn't like it at all!
A shame. What can we do now? Do you see a way out of this jam? And into a laser-lit future of dance and unity?
Unity!
And you can't just evict her?
Look at you, honour man.
No, Noid. He's right. Maybe we've approached it the wrong way after all. I'm sure there's a workaround. We can make a deal not to bother her. If that's okay with her, we only want to get in the church and spread the joy and ecstasy of music.
The lines in the dark exist! Coexist!
At least Crabman seems like an advanced being. He's hard. He'll understand.
Yeah, he can do his climbing thing in the tower. And the programmer, does she like Nordic dance music? Wonderful! If coexisting fails, you can always muscle her out, right? If it's all okay with you, what do you think? Excellent! Good luck, my friend.
Nothing jumps out to you. Nothing out of the ordinary. Haven't they? Or maybe, how about you get out and breathe? The air in the...
Goodbye.
The shaggy...
So you talked to my associates, right? Shoot. Oh, that.
She's less prone to blurt it out, Crabman.
Okay. I went in and I saw her. She was dressed like someone who's been raised by their grand. And then, you know, right behind her, a man. He stopped right before he got to the floor. Then just hung there like that.
Like a crab, you say?
You saw him? Does it mean that you went in there? Did you see? Good, so you believe me. You should go tell this to Andre. My associates. Sorry. I just don't...
To the cops.
Me? I'm a silver bird. Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but...
Her Innocence Dolores Day liked little figurines, right? You have the headless Falcon Rider figurine. You should give it to her. Win her back. Don't be so This isn't funny. You have a bad feel. So very, very, very nifty. The mother of humanism stands above. Why? That does seem to be a problem. I don't know. What are we thinking of? Only a strange... The mother of humanism. Tower.
Yes, what is it? The swallow, you mean? What about it? Great, thanks. I don't want to make anything work. Yes, anything.
It's not the anodic dance music that's made her bitter.
That's right. If we couldn't get our Welkins to happen, I don't want anything to happen. Ever again.
There's not a trace of irony in her voice. She means it. Easy. When her research is done, she can move out.
What? No, I don't really need any help with the project.
She thinks about it. A glossy look in her eyes.
All right. Bring me the game's offside copy from my old workspace, if you really want to help. It's stored on a... No, that's the production schedule you stole and accessed without authorization. I don't need it.
In his defense, it was simply lying in the desk.
Okay, but still. It's a backup of my former employer's project. The radio game we were working on.
She's making it extra simple for you.
The backup itself is destroyed now, but I'm hoping to use what's left of it to pinpoint the exact location.
Hold on. If it's called an offsite copy, then why is it still...
Oh god, not this again.
Basement?
And no, taking it outside the building wouldn't have protected it from the data loss. There's nothing wrong with keeping the backup in the basement. What happened? We clear?
This is clearly a painful topic for her. She must have had to explain herself numerous...
Yeah, that's the one. You can get in through the bookshop. Good. Then in the giant ice bear fridge.
But you've been to the fridge and it wasn't there. There was a...
Wait. A note from whom? Jawiza. Of course. Our project lead, Suliswov Jawiza. Like it would have made a difference. The offside and the heads... I won't even get into the heads.
Valley of 1,000 Heads. You like the sound of...
This is getting ridiculous. Can't you just...
There's a solution, but she doesn't want to hand it over to you yet. It's a thing. Something she holds...
The bookstore lady hates me. Says I'm part of the curse. Because she's from Martinez, and people from Martinez have never ever seen a radio computer. She thinks, yes, but she literally started praying for the higher...
The lieutenant coughs like...
Once I came in one morning, only to find that my terminal was full of those strange trinkets and amulets. Thanks. And here's my Qualsund multitool. You might need it to hack...
It hurts a bit for her to say this. The legendary Kvalsund multi-tool. This is Prybar version...
Hi again. So, how are things going?
Yes? What's the deal? All right, do what you gotta do, man. We trust you. If you need any help, let us know. Goodbye, officer.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. Ice squeaks beneath your Kavalzun multi-tool, and it's already unplugged. There's not much else to do other than wait for it to defrost or bulk up and get stronger. This orange machine is dead still. It has
Hey, was there got the 20 real? Then why are you...
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, Jean.
the porter reel is just, you press the large button marked Commencer. Then the organ starts telling you about a click. Nothing to do. Large letters. You pry open the box. Inside you find a folded up. You see a man in ragged...
Huh. Interesting. A communard. A communard. One of the leftists. The figurine is not a part of the real game setting. I guess someone misplaced it during the packaging process. Good luck finding people who'd want to play as Communard.
It's made from some sort of wood. You don't know much about dice, but this one, you place the die into your pocket. It's always good to have luck on your side. A reprint of it doesn't seem to correspond with anything you've seen thus far. You pick the figurine up by the base to meet your gaze. A quick guide to the magical races of Wirral. The options are in order of importance. The Welkin. Tall. The Welkin come with a variety of a grand race of industrious mountain people. The Tweog also come in a few different sub-races. Hill Tweog, Shield Tweog, and they're just humans. What else is there to tell? They're average, a very small race of flying people. No, the least popular of the Wirral races, the Pygmies, are short, rotund, and dim-witted. Pygmies live a colorful box with the title It's getting cold, this late in the night.
Good night, officer. We'll meet in front of the
The Greatest Innocence by Joa. Browsing through the various chapters, your educational survey is done. Did you catch any of that? No, that's the spirit. Oh yeah, this is what I was made for. A pop quiz is a short examination. Thanks for nothing. Dolores Day. Dolores. Incorrect. Dolores Day was the innocence of humanism. Her colors are silver, white, and apricot. And when you think her name, Dolores, steer clear of this one. There's something terrible about this. A strange sensation of loss. When she left the earth, yes, the quiz is impersonal. No need to rouse sensations in yourself at the correct. Nothing much is known about him. It's not even clear that he was a he, but Franco Negro presumed as such and called him Pius. He's depicted as a young man with molten gold pouring out of his mouth. As the first innocence, he declared that there should be more of those like him. It is presumed his disciple. Question 2. Easy. Everybody knows the answer to this. An innocence is the highest category of historical personage in the world. I can do better. Okay, so commonly an innocence does not enforce his or her power through military power. This is seen as unnecessary. Damn, Dolores. Incorrect again. While she originated many modern institutions, launched, even though the words most associated with her rule are, please, relax. Incorrect. Vespa Messina is not a person, but correct. Named the innocence of militarism, he codified hereditary rule. Franco Negro attempted to solve the rising tensions between the aristocracy and bourgeoisie by building a unified society. Question 3. Got it under control? No problem. Solid on this one. Yes, there exists a group called the Founding Party, known as the... There seems to be a mix-up with the sources. At least it clearly wasn't Dolores Day. She wouldn't be false. She's beautiful. No, stop thinking it. I said it wasn't her. She was true. Incorrect. Stepan the Despicable, regent of Kedra, was a ruler who conquered the known world during the Kedriatic conquest. Incorrect. Kedra is a large nation in the mid-northern area. No, stop thinking it. I said it wasn't her. Correct. There have been a number of counter or false innocences. Some assumed to have innocentic qualities. Some who just thought so themselves. Okay. The most famous and important of these was Ernau Pasternak. He was into torture, despotism, hymns, cannons, and world conquest, but got defeated and humiliated by Stepan the Despicable. Final stretch. You've come so far and learned so much. This is the most important one. Question 4. Who? I've got it. Honest. Correct. The Mesk might see Franco Negro as the father of nations, but as of this century, there's been a great shift in attitude. Dolores Day, everything from inter-esolary travel to the connected world to 3 consecutive scientific revolutions can be traced back to, and more beautiful. Congratulations on finishing the test. An F for failure. You would have done better if you just left Dolores Day for the end. Dial the Dolores Day down a bit. You are shouting at an inanimate object like a real... In your hand, you hold... The story opens. Spillane needs Mullen to drive him in from Vesper to a small... 2 days later, Mullen is arrested by the Vesper police and charged with the murder of desperate to clear his name. Of course, Mullen didn't do it. That's the whole premise of the book. Anyway, Deneuve reveals that she was Spillane's lover, and that he not only is the local police outwardly, the old police captain is a real law and order crypto-fascist, a barrel-chested man who's beaten his share. He would certainly have the motive and the means, but the captain walks with a noticeable limp from a typical privileged twat. In all likelihood, he's just in over his head. The kid doesn't exactly have Dick Mullen's manly build, but he is the correct height. And while interrogating him, Torvald, the art collector, is a strung-out mess. Frankly, it's hard to imagine him holding a pistol steady enough to act. That said, Torvald and Spillane have a long history, and while interrogating him, Mullen... One evening, Deanna Deneuve comes to Mullen's hostel room in tears. The man's a prosecutor's nightmare. Solving a murder counts for nothing if... As the two lovers share a post-coital cigarette, I love you. Always aim for the... Whatever it is, Mullen never hears the words. A blow to the base of his skull knocks him out cold instantly. When Mullen comes to, Deneuve is dead on the hostel bed next to him. Mullen trashes his blood-stained clothes and flees the hostel, knowing it's only a matter of hours before the heat is on. If Dick Mullen can't solve both murders before the cops catch up to, can you solve the case before the cops close in? What is it, detective? Is it really so evil, detective? Then, why are you still here? What are you trying to prove? But then, what does this book know? It's just a poorly made piece of pulp garbage made to be consumed, and there was never a time when he wasn't a detective. For a moment, you cease to read the story on the page. You won't find the answers you're looking for here, in other words. It's a dangerous line of work, but So, who did it, detective? Who killed Charlie Spillane and Deanna Deneuve? What? That doesn't even make sense. There's never a straight answer. Now go on. Find out who... You begin furiously flipping through pages. Even as you know these books follow a series of well-worn tropes, you try to grab the pages as they come loose. Dozens of pages scatter across the floor. The last fifth or so of the book seems to have been lost. Yet, blame a dead horse for your fat, clumsy fingers. In your hand, you hold 4/5 of Dick Mullen and the mistaken identity. In your hand, you hold Why? There's truly no point. You'll never know who did it, because if you insist, the story Spillane needs Mullen to drive him in. In your hand, you hold... The bed is comforting, if a bit run down. The bed underneath you is soft, if lumpy.
Like a deftly cast fishing net, sleep pulls you out of the world and into its dark shore. The rough mesh chafes.
How have things been going for you out there?
This bastard isn't even listening to you.
Because you know you are a murderer. A disco music listening psycho killer who offs poor...
Hear that? Iceman wants to sleep. He doesn't care about killing people. That is much, much worse than that.
We're trying to help you. All these processes,
The last dream will be total annihilation. Cinders peeling off the fuselage.
of hell. An ancient sadness, brother. 10,000...
Everything is so okay. Your eyelids flutter open for a moment.
The last thought in your head before waking is, maybe you shouldn't have seen that stained glass window in the church. On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and the water reflects back, a vague imp. A fresh start looms ahead. Clean. Your hand trembles as you scratch your cheek. Oh no, thank God. I would have cut your throat. The centipede is exaggerating. People don't actually cut their own throats when they're shaving. An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, adorned with the still not happening. It won't come off that easy. On the table, you see a bowl of... There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and the trap is filled with dead and dying locusts. Poor things. A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall, with another 7 shades standing 10 meters from.
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. Perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at the start of the Civil War. Or it could have been the communists, put to death during the last stretch of the conflict.
Remember what Trent Heidelstein said about Veld?
Another likely scenario.
Or maybe...
Yeah, it's very unlikely the coalition forces were the ones who died here. To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was a commandant.
A cold sea wind blows. Is that the phasmid? It looks like the phasmid, leaning against the wall. It's not the phasmid. It's not even organic. It's a fire iron. How disappointing. Don't be too hard on yourself. You couldn't have known that for sure.
Mister? What? Oh. Okay. Yes. They look the same. They look identical. Bye!
The sea's gonna calm down soon. I can...
Why does she care about the waves so much?
What is it with waves and fishermen? But until that happens, I can try to assist you the best I can. So, what will it be, officer?
You think she really needs more of that? What if I told you it is actually possible to go on a date sober? Before recorded history, men and women were able to do simple, very...
I have, and...
You just want to go for a walk. What kind of a monster doesn't want to go for a walk?
Just a walk? I don't know, officer. I would not have taken you for an innocent perambulator. Where would this walk take us? Oh.
Nothing creepy, strange, or out there. Keep it...
Officer, I thought we had a walk of our own in mind.
Oh no. You come with us. You need to understand that nothing is going to happen.
Having the lieutenant along is a fail-safe measure against any possible funny business.
Let's call it a walk. I'll join you if the man insists.
I do, yes. Stroll on the beach sounds nice, doesn't it? All right, I'll see the kids haven't killed each other.
She doesn't wait for an answer. You better get ready.
It's military. The washerwoman mentioned a depot on the coast. She said it was for moving ammo.
The woman gazes steadily at the waves.
Aye, so here you are. Early in the morning, and know that you're not the first guy to bring a girl to Land's End. This is what the locals call a
Across the rusty water, that's La Delta, the financial district. In the mist-covered distance, towers rise as a...
Drinking men aren't known for keeping their appointments. The world? Let's just admire this piece of the world we have.
As she turns to face the sun reflected in the waves, you should say something. Anything. Maybe the tequila sunset, the sun reflected in the waves, and the skyscrapers rising across the bay is mesmerizing. Your mind clicks.
Isn't it strange for this all-powerful thing, the sun, to be...
The sun also falls on the Capeside tenements and war-torn ruin. The sun does little for the dead, and those hope or people living in desert climates with sparse vegetation and little drinking water.
Oh, that was a bit of pride.
And a bit of conceptual unity too, it being yellow and all. There's salt in the air, and the cries of the gulls and the skuas, grit of the sand and the green glint of broken bottles. But still your gaze always returns to the dazzling streaks of light, wherever they may be reflected, their opulence.
It's bringing us spring, summer. It's entirely on our side, no matter what we do or who we are, for absolutely no reason. It's unlike no other powerful being, certainly no powerful organization or government. How can that be?
I guess we wouldn't really be here if that thing wasn't on our team. These aren't real fishhooks, silly. They're earrings.
She's right. They're made mostly of plastic. The wind ruffles her hair as she...
Thank you. I'm half Ubi.
The wind ruffles her hair as she looks...
I always do.
The lieutenant makes a show of glancing at his watch and tapping his foot. Say what? Something interesting? Impossible. She turns her head, and the plastic... Relax. This was still good.
Hi. Brains generally aren't. The wind's gonna pick up soon, and I have to go. Have this. The sun's good, but it doesn't stick things. No.
The lieutenant looks at the... Do not bring it into a gunfight, he thinks. Please understand, it's merely ceremonial.
Doubt it.
This is as far as it goes with her. You'd need to put a year between you and your last drink for anything.
Farewell.
Yes?
Only banal things strike you. One you should be ashamed of. It's no wonder the soft one doesn't want it back. It was right to it.
Top of the morning to you. How may I be of service? Perhaps. I just like being awake for the transition between night and morning.
Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward, a drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow.
I try to keep the shop at a comfortable...
There's a note of indignation in his voice. Interesting.
Rolodon is just something I was with the emergency relief.
He's taken for mental and emotional. not physical pain.
A bad idea. Some poor leftist built a particle decay generator in hopes of bringing affordable electricity to...
The People's Pile was a Type U particle decay generator that failed immediately after entering service. A primitive nuclear reactor, also called a pile. Construction began during the Commune of Revachol. Needless to say, an emergency valve defect resulted in steam pressure blowing the turbine, taking the fuel containment vessel up in the explosion.
There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget any of it ever happened. And why no one... So much disappointment. And early no one's. Everyone's.
So much bitterness.
A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor, hoping for the best. What do you think is going to happen? The cleanup happened 15 years ago. I was young then. Late, so I came to Martinez. People told me don't go there. It's a shithole. I said, people, we just had a nuclear pile meltdown. I'm gonna get it. We were an all-volunteer force. Self-organized. Tried to help the fire brigades.
On the patch, gamma radiation lines. Tough son of a gun, this one.
I lived by the river since I was a small boy. The Esperance. There wasn't much the volunteer force could... I like the theory more than the story.
Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
Have you tried it?
It's almost like the lieutenant steps away, pretending to admire some of... He won't be your nog, but he won't be thrilled about this either.
Here you go, man.
Not so sure about this. Because it's an anti-radiation drug, and you're a cop, not a post-apocalyptic...
I respect your decision, officer. What else can I help you with? The Coldima Madakwa? Sorry, I would never have guessed that you were that interested in ultrasonic sounds. Or birds, for that matter. That's fair. It's been a long time since my Coldima Madak. This was before... You know. Lost touch with... Cool or not, one of them was obsessed. We thought we did. We got together all these recordings of... Unfortunately, I don't have any recordings from my old life. None at all.
Do we really have time for this?
This recording comes from down the coast. Keep in mind, I have to slow this one down enough to make...
As the hum grows louder, modulating, that's an illusion. Your breathing is just... There's a growing sense of dread. The sound is coming from inside you. He nods to you, reassuringly, just as more diverse... Seabirds most likely, gulls and such.
And skewers, but...
That's it. The signal in the noise. A low range of sounds is easier to handle with a focal...
You know, now that I've listened to it on these new speakers, it's not the Coldima Madakwa. Wrong patterns, wrong... photons. Probably so. Sure, let me have a look. I'm not purchasing any more clothing at the moment. Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps.
You see, try to find something pretty and cool here. Then you... Yes, this sounds off. You shouldn't trust this guy. This set of soul...
You're probably talking about the revolutionary. I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win. Maybe.
They're not all blue. These figurines...
This is what the loyalists looked like, yes, at first. Then they wised up and got camouflaged.
Which ones?
Big men on big...
Franco-Nigerian knights. I used to be very serious about these guys.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. I doubt it.
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the... What a shirt. All other shirts pale in comparison to the muscular man with antlers and immense Zweihanders. All the old boomboxes...
You keep coming back. That's good, officer.
Something cold grazes your hand. Synthetic. This jacket is the...
Good choice, officer. Mega sporty. And it's only $4.50 for you, sir. The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. One...
The speakers below are banged up and worthless. The sneakers triumph over them. They're...
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Start with a little compliment.
Oh,
After all this mess, the broken seal,
an investment? What kind of
or you could not make this about corruption and go with something even wilder.
I guess it can't be any riskier than speculating in exotic derivatives. How much are we talking about? 10 real is a bargain for that kind of investment. You got it, my man.
Officer, care to play a game with... Actually, never mind. Wouldn't be... The prick is gone.
He is trying to retain his jolly facade.
Hell, most likely. He was an absolute Kent. His hungry little heart finally gave out. The dock worked.
Wait, did he push himself to prove he can pull his weight and...
Yes, he was about to head home. 'Cause when the dock worked, sometimes I thought he was wearing it just to...
That means the uniform could still be in the guard booth. Something to keep in mind if you really plan to give yourself to Revachol.
No, René was the most...
He has doubts. But right now, he just wants to move on and not think about...
I repeat, an absolute Kent. Even his old army buddies didn't want him around. The only people who could stand to be around him. And she never lost. We've hated each other our entire lives. So much, in fact, yes, I loved that angry prick. He didn't deserve it, but I did. You know what his last words to me were? In Guillaume's time, you'd have been shot without trial. That's what he said to me. Let me see. This was 60 years ago. We all went to the... I'm sorry, officer. I just...
That was nice. A small thing for us, but invaluable to him. He probably didn't even know René had the photo. Yes, We are both.
It is what it is. Part of life, really. But to know someone, first, I just don't know anymore. About anything, really. But you must need something. René wasn't really what you'd call a botanist, officer. And believe, that's their old name. There were many reasons, but most, I guess in the end, the Insulindian lilies were just another piece of the whole Insulinde. The Royalists had to surrender to the Mazovian insurgents.
Oh, look. It's the cop who turned me into a bad person.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you! Hell no. It just has to be said. That was not a convincing line. Fucking Bob. You hear a tiny rattle. I'm going to interpret that. How about you fuck off now?
Okay, of course.
The man's breathing steadies, but his eyes are still narrow.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
The payphone. This is the night watchman's booth. The name, take it. It's just there.
I suppose René is not going to be needing it anymore. It's a bit too colorful for my taste, though. Fantastic. Try not to wear it with others similarly colorful.
back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly. Despite the dirt that surrounds, the door stands silent.
Satisfied, detective?
Try again. Just like that.
You can't be serious.
The man stands at the far end of the feeling causes all the hairs on your body to stand at attention. Something's amiss. The light beams bend around his face and scatter in 1,000 directions. It seems the laws trying to visualize the physics at play is liable to give you in the general stillness. Only your tongue moves. Flick.
Welcome, welcome. Not too much, actually.
You can't hear him exactly, yet you're able to understand every word he says.
Now, what can I do for you, gentlemen? Who am I? Oh, I haven't been asked that question for such a long time. I don't meet a lot of people anyhow. My name is Rus.
Mr. Diodore, I am Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi.
Pleasure to meet you, Harrier Dubois. I must admit that who am I? Anyhow, my...
Mr. Diodore, I am Lieutenant...
Pleasure to meet you, Harrier...
Oh Lord, not this again. Oh, nothing. It's just that we've got this murder to solve, and yet you go around asking everyone about and yet it never...
It's quite alright. I'm used to the question by now. To be blunt, I inherited my fortune. All I did was take her fortune and invest it prudently. Believe it or not, it takes more than a bit of skill not to blow a vast fortune on sailing boats, bad choices, and unsupervised state politics.
Actually, at the level this guy is, it takes several generations to do that. But, alright.
I gotta tell you, but then, once you've reached my position, it's nearly impossible for me. Some of my lower net worth friends say to me, but doesn't that take all the fun out of it? And I tell them, not really. And that's what? Unjust? I think it's perfectly just. Listen, Mr. Dubois, I used to be an idealist just like you. But the truth is that we have no objective system by which the hand that allocates resources among men is invisible and cruel. Capital makes one speechless, does it not?
Hey, all this talk about money has made you lose the thread. What is going on with the light in this place? That's what you need to ask him.
Traveling. By the way, let me know.
In the very, very early days of colonizing this archipelago, the kingdom of Surens, a precursor of a modern Sur Leclerc.
Ah, a fellow history buff. It's a shame I can't get out and explore myself. One of the downsides of being an extremely high-net, there simply aren't enough hours a day to handle all the handouts. Spending money, smart, you know? It also provides a means to hide from all the targeted advertising with extremely luxury yachts, high-fidelity portable radio systems. Well, what? No, I did not say that at all. Being rich is great. Just don't tell anyone I told.
Could you please stop asking everyone for money? It does not reflect well on the RCM and to...
It's perfectly alright. As you may know, as high-net-worth individuals, here is 3 real. How much can you get for this? That's the idea, my friend. Maybe you can make that money grow.
These ultra-liberal types love losing huge sums of money on ludicrous proposals. Ergo, you should come up with a plan that's totally dead. Congratulations. You've somehow managed to fail at
A youth center, huh?
a place to teach them. Come on, tell him what he wants to hear.
I like that you're thinking about the future, but couldn't the center have a more brilliant. Without children, who'll be there to buy stuff in the future? When life closes a door, it opens a window, yes? What did you expect it to turn into?
You're deep into ultra-liberal territory now. Good work.
Very impressive. You've got a natural eye for unusual investment opportunities. I don't normally do this without a formal... Here's the round of seed funding. This should be enough to prove out the concept and get things off the ground. Remember? It's...
The lieutenant stands there. Is he having a stroke?
I'm not unimpressed.
Now, was there anything else I could help you, Gent? What do you mean? Are you talking about my chin? Oh, that's what you mean. Yes, I've heard...
The Weiss-Wieserman coefficient is a ratio designed to reflect the difference in net worth between individuals. When the coefficient is close to 1, or 100%, it means one person possesses all the net worth. Among that group of individuals, it's been observed.
Among other things. But calm down. I'm but a lowly... That's good.
I see nothing of the sort. To be frank, all I see is a gentleman who's unusually well dressed for Martinez, in a cargo container, which I admit.
Yes, I imagine that does look strange to you. The pleasure was mine. Unfortunately, I'm farewell, friend. Welcome back, gentlemen. What can I do for you? The pleasure was mine. Farewell, friend.
Mister. I knew you'd be... Sure, mister. Absolutely. I'm always willing to help out nice fellows such as yourself. Mr. Everett doesn't really want me to talk to people. Mr. Edgar is Mr. Everett's brother. He looks a bit young. Huh? Sure, mister. What is it? Whoa, he's really something. Once he said he's a dragon to this mob fellow who came picking a fight with some union men. I think he really believes Jean-Luc. He's a union man through and through. Good guy. Honestly, I don't know what he does.
Oil for the wheels. Much needed in stressful times like these.
The night guard. He was a peculiar fellow. Headstrong and proud. We didn't really talk all that much. Who do you mean, mister?
You do realize he might just be a figment of your imagination.
I don't know anyone like this, mister.
He really feels very uncomfortable discussing matters related to Everett with you.
I'd best not. I mean, I could, but I don't think Mr. Everett would like it very much. Oh, Titus is a longshoreman through and through. He was sure, mister.
Mr. Dubois, the word in Martinez, I prefer my police officers old-fashioned like that. With mega-rich light-bending guy? Oh my god, how did that get in there? Damn it to hell, Harry. I specifically told my guys to check all the containers for mega... Honestly, Harry, we might be moving a spot of drugs through this harbour, but I won't be caught transporting the light-bending mega-rich. I have a reputation to protect. You're right, Harry. I am a socialist.
Not for 1 second did he believe there's an actual mega-rich person.
My. She's quite the looker, Harry. You tell me, was it difficult to convince the pigs to give it up? I told you she was a piece of work, Harry, but I knew you could handle it. I'm always happy to educate and entertain you, my friend. So, what? Very nice, Harry.
For something odd?
Hey, was there something... Another thing. Great. I love those. Yes. Got the 20 real? Then why are you wasting my time? Another thing. Great. Why? No, fuck it. I don't want to know.
He really doesn't like it being classier.
What's that supposed to mean? Fuck you, buddy.
Wow. She really isn't his taste.
Now, was there anything else? I have like 4,000... Yes?
Again? I can't believe...
It's not my style, he thinks, glancing at the man in...
I'm going to say... Okay.
Jean.
Okay. I was clearly wrong. He is a fire...
Yes, it's a...
As if waiting for some kind of reaction or response. Something to click. It's not...
Yes? What is it? Of course I'm with him. Why do...
You're an asshole. You know what?
Please, let's not turn this into another exchange, okay? I don't...
Don't say anything, Judith.
I'm just looking at...
You?
No one. I'm just a man with sunglasses. And you are.
I just want to do my job.
Something about the man with sunglasses and you. The energy between you two.
Hi again, Gendarme. Bye-bye, Gendarme.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
Hello, officer? Sure. The record. So official. Not my favorite topic, but okay. How about we,
You clearly see...
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here, 3 weeks maximum from the dust coverage. It could easily have been 1 week too.
This is so good it makes him forget the whole Kim...
It was a stereo investigation after all. It has now converged with our main investigation. It means someone snuck through what seems like a secret route, behind Classia's room, in the recent weeks. This may prove to be significant.
Large one. This print is shoe size is 41 to 42.
Between that and that. The size looks about the same, actually. No.
Everything around you is quiet. The machine is dead.
It's you again. What is it? Again.
Good one, Titus.
About fucking time.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more book? Which book was it, sir? Oh, I'm very sorry, sir. I haven't read that one yet. I would...
You broke down the back door? Why? I gave you the key. I hope you can find the solution quickly. The wards are broken. The passage has been opened. Now tell me, what's back there? Oh, I'm very sorry, sir. Some of these old paperbacks just don't have the durability. I would be happy to sell you another one. A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep. I don't understand. If it's not her...
Before you say anything, ask the narrative she's built herself. She's squeezing on the pendant too tight. Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire.
What?
This woman's not healthy enough to withstand this level of stress.
Another revolution? I understand what's going on here. It's okay. You don't have to. I was wrong to trust another person. I will...
As she has to. Maybe you were wrong. She's endured for at least 4 decades.
Thank you for nothing. Please, do buy some books, or be on your way.
Wow. Total psychic collapse between you two right now. There was never any other way this could have gone.
I am sorry we had to disappoint you, ma'am. Can we go now?
Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelf.
She smiles and nods. The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a... tiles on the... like a smooth draw. The speaker...
Good morning. Please repeat. Good. Good. I've...
Really? She just used the same password?
Fortress accident. Is there... Thank you.
Tiles on the cube are with a quiet determination. The printer starts printing. A piece of... It's a project report written by the lead producer, Andrew. The first few pages give an overview of the capital and workforce, while the rest of it... Fortress Accident employed 18 people, the bulk of the team, and a single overburdened producer who developed a habit of popping Pyrrolidon in the basement. Why did Fortress Accident have so many concept artists? It didn't. No, definitely not. A few more producers could have come in handy though, especially when dealing... One of them even managed to steal some valuable company property before skipping town for good. In its short time of existence, Fortress Accident, the first tranche of seed financing brought in. Eventually, the damage reached 400. Let's just say it was a real adventure for their Igaunian investor. The production schedule depicts their glorious descent into bankruptcy, not the concept artists. It was impossible not to fail. The project was too large. They tried to make a 4 million real game. They thought they could bridge the gap. They couldn't. No, you couldn't have. Definitely not. Not a chance. Even then, success remained within an ever-narrowing margin of possibility that is, until they discovered at the 11th hour, the lead designer, Jim Spawn, this place was to be the Valley of the Heads, where the heads of all the headless constructs could be found. The player would have been able to choose a head for their headless party member. The world had never seen their kind before, and might. So many. The last count, there were approximately 10,000 heads. Do you really want to know? This... The lieutenant taps his foot. What if you broke the radio computer? What if it's never going to stop? And that's it. Well, yeah, that and the catastrophic data loss. On the nature of the data loss, there's ominously little information in the production log. What is clear is that one day, an unidentified numeric anomaly occurred on the East Insulindian Lintel front, just as the World Untethered project was being when the project was returned. The team spent weeks on the phone with Lintel, the service provider, but despite their diagnostics, they could never produce a mysteriously enough, it seems that the offsite copy happened. It was the lead programmer's responsibility to oversee weekly maintenance of S. Lukanen Kilda, the lead programmer of Fortress Accident. I didn't have a home anymore, so I started keeping it in the basement in the ice bear refrigerator near where I went to sleep. It was perfectly safe there. The temperature conditions were optimal. Her former colleagues... She's right, actually. Nothing wrong with keeping this type of filament memory in a fridge. The production schedule ends with a few random notes that seem to be added sometime later, 4 months later, by an unknown author. I am the only one left, and it's gotten rather damp here. A few other businesses have gone under, too. Still haven't got an answer from Lintel about what happened. All I could get were the physical coordinates of the error on the East Insulindian front. I have compared the coordinates to a map of Revachol West. Sandbrun 1147. That's what the street sign next to the church said. tiles on the cube are still smoke. The filament slides out of its glowing nest. This orange machine is dead still.
Oh, it's you again. Are you very good? That will be 7 real for 1 custom die. 1 universal die for Wirral Untethered.
It feels icy. Just holding this die in your hand sends a jolt of cold down your spine. Through the dark resin, you can make out a nugget of bone. Give up. You'll never find the answer. There's no other copy of Dick Mullen. There isn't. If only, maybe if there had been more money and less speed.
Does Kuno care? The fuck do you want with it? Good call, Pigmeister. Don't Kuno.
It's you again. What is it?
think so. Suddenly, this feels like a really, really bad idea.
Actually, I think we should maybe even get going now.
He clearly does not think poking the hornet's date of birth generator. You were born in the year 07, in the last year of the commune of Revachol, right before it fell, in the old military hospital on the ground floor, where people usually came to die during a snowstorm. Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over. 10-4, sir. Sorry, but I'm under order. 10-4. Orders are still orders. Anything else? Roger that.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Yes. It took some convincing, but
The lieutenant leans in to listen.
That suit of armor was issued to an Oranese citizen named Ellis Kortenaer. That's E-L-L-I-S-K-O-R. He was found as a newborn in a leaf compactor near an abandoned farm.
According to Klasia, Lele said his real name wasn't really his.
This is what the ICP knows about him. He was raised by foster parents, entered the Eastbrand Military Academy in Vredefort at 17. Then the armor followed him to Semenine, or at least I assume it did. And that's it. There are no records of his employment in Crenel. It's a garden tool used to press leaves into these cubes.
It is. Thank you, Alice.
None, officer. Sorry.
Even that is a small miracle. These organizations usually double-check their inventory.
No problem, Lieutenant.
A compliment from Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Not bad.
The name. This is very good. Ellis Kortenaer.
Sometimes police work is about human dignity, about giving back names.
I'm glad the inquiry was helpful to your investigation, officer. 57's over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering. This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it, ice squeaks beneath your Kavalzun, and it's already unplugged. There's not much else to do other than wait for it to defrost or bulk up. The bear's eyes are dead and empty. The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master. You manage to hoist it off the ground, but the barbell feels warm. See? See? Even your body has failed you. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to smash through that back door.
Proper weightlifting gloves would definitely afford a better grip.
Shelves filled to the brim.
Oh, crime, robberies, you're a police officer.
Shelves full, browsing through all the... Suddenly, a particular high-speed love. Next to Irv's, next to that.
I really must insist you...
She understands she has aired it.
I'm sorry, I didn't...
Several maps. The maps look old and... This bookstore is not strictly about crime. This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. The metal feels cold and wet under your palm. A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word. Oh, that's Kuno on the lens. Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water lies a coast, studded with concrete and reed. You know this to be the star of Pericarnassus, or the Cairo. The central symbol of the Pericarnassus. The church looks old and weather-worn. Around the large wooden building, you see chunks of sea ice gathered on the beach.
Probably some kid.
A simple but clever solution to Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center. You're at home, stupid cop. Not with the art crowd. You hate them. Everyone hates them. Even they hate themselves. It's nauseating. An industry built on sprezzatura and sparkling wine. And...
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Not an umbrella, I hope. Sadly, I need this one myself. It's hydrophobic. What I can do for you is answer some questions. I fear I've told you all I know. Is there anything else I can help you with?
She's not even asking you anything. It's so easy to just say.
Stupendous. That's beautiful.
Keeping her calm. Perfect posture.
A Villiers 9mm. Front-loaded? 2 or 3 barrel. Villiers and LaSalle was one of the original 14 Indo tribes of Revachol. Did you know?
She phrases it as if it's a pity. She also phrases it as a trend.
What else? It helps to sometimes hold inventory of the things you've achieved, you know. Clears the soul. Did you now? The strike brew. That's a classic. And by turn up the heat, I presume you mean put more alcohol in it? Why, if I may ask, why make them...
Yes, Detective. What were you hoping to accomplish with this strange thing?
Very curious.
Truly. But that's how he operates. He just does things.
A strange equanimity has overtaken Luke.
What else? A referral, you mean? I take it this was for someone in the RCM. Don't answer that. Oh my.
The lieutenant does not say anything, but you hear the nylon of his jacket rustle as he looks.
My. What I'm hearing is, and in the...
Her bartering mind cannot fathom that...
Frankly, what was done was not pretty at all, but neither was it illegal.
This seems serious.
I advise you to be very selective with what information you choose to share. This may have consequences beyond our line of sight.
How benevolent.
While we appreciate your assistance, ma'am,
That is only fair. Well, I hope it yields something. Otherwise, you'll have opened that door for naught. Naturally, Detective. There are lighter topics to gossip about. Sounds like he has you running errands, Detective. Ah, yes. I've been meaning...
With longing. Clear and simple longing.
I should be. In my youth, I had a brief dalliance here in Martinez. He's probably dead by now. Even his shack is long gone. Not that it matters. These buildings are all... Yes, I was slumming it with some girlfriends of mine. We had boats and... Not overly so. It's not like this was the only... We told ourselves we were the worst thing to happen to the coast since...
Oh no, she's sentimental, all right.
I'm over-radiated, Harry. I do silly things sometimes, out of...
So it was a factor in her coming to Martinez.
Do not spend 22 days a year in Pale Transit. Don't waste your 20s slumming it with your stupid friends. And don't be satisfied, Detective. What else can you tell me about your mail delivery quest for...
She's pointing it quite hard in there. Feels like a knife.
A youth center with Edgar Clare's statue? Go ahead. Help him. Make it so. I have no power. Yes. I'm sad I'll never have the time, Detective.
She is more
full of ghosts and ancient memories. Has this errand yielded you any information? Of course, Detective. You can always drop by later, should something come up. Now, what else can I do for you? Of course. Of course.
Don't tell her you've met Evera right away. This time.
Of course. Anything to help. Until the executions start?
They don't report their
Not on this matter. It's a matter of days, not weeks. I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is more lessons in basic reality? Nothing more, nor...
Yes. He's being sarcastic.
We are.
Yes. That means not the RCMs.
All three are good to know when we are out policing.
There's nothing basic yet. On the post-revolutionary, they called it the International Zone.
That's somewhat of an exaggeration. Ravacholians get to keep the peace.
Yes, Lieutenant. Permit me to conclude with this. Who you are, to me, is the police. And if those authorities drink so hard they need help
She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
I am an ultra.
She raises the corner of her mouth, smirking, revealing a canine.
An ultra-liberal. It's a type of liberal. From the Revolution. Yes. I am the nether creature of the Forbidden... I can see you thought we'd gone extinct. After all, no sane person identifies as an ultra...
In her green eyes you see a... Forgive her, but only because you like pearlescent teeth and those light green eyes.
That's a pity. I hope we can... When the dust settled, the Liberals were the only ones left to clean up the net. With due respect to our overlords, I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Coalition.
She realizes her small...
Then for my daughters.
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes. An oil fire...
Perhaps.
You're no dummy yourself. And the crown on your head as you lay in the casket.
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother. And a wife. Now, shall we return to reality? Unimportant, as I said. The mineral rights were all distributed during the Revolution, as were the bullets to the heads. They are what they are, anyway.
Now's your chance. Ask her who she is. She won't get out this time. She won't maneuver her way.
I am an...
She raises the corner of her mouth.
Yes, I can see...
In her grief, forgive her, but only because you like pearlescent.
A devil, who being of great charm and guile, sneaketh into the homes of the godly. I hope so. I hope we are able to continue as friends. When the dust settled, the Liberals were the only one... Nothing settled. Simply fades away. What world?
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
Great bodies of water. There is a term of endearment they coin for it. Elysium. There are those who... A term of hatred that originates like many such things. I am, after all, bourgeois and female. Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else?
The worn map. Your finger moves. Finally, coming.
For a more detailed view of the map, go to your journal and...
The trap is full of locusts, but poor
I see you haven't left our little Martinez yet. Still running around. Hi. I guess you do. What's on your mind, officer?
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
You're stupid. Okay.
This one
Lily's our mum.
Tequila. We are saving the world.
Please.
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what. So now it's a pirate's life for me. I do. But as you can see, my fuel tank is running quite low. Not much, but it will do. The tale I'm about to tell you is an urban legend particular to Mar. There are many variations on the basic story.
Are you telling a story?
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary. Summer of 44. 17-year-old Gertrude Het is walking home from a late shift at the harbor. It's almost midnight. She stops for a cigarette near the canal. Our heroine finds herself enjoying the peace and quiet the canal provides. What she doesn't know is that her peace is about to be shattered. From behind her comes the What? No,
The pause is...
With no head on his shoulders. Wearing a found tracksuit.
I thought that he rode a headless pig.
Well, there are many versions of this story. The most peculiar of which, if I hadn't lost my keys that one time, I'd agree with you. Gertrude Het may have been the first to witness the headless found rider, but she wasn't the last.
Tell him about the two feminists.
Fuck, Rosemary, they were dating. No one said they were feminists. Everyone always misremembering this stuff. What?
I've read the case file.
Right. Early autumn of 46. The wind picks up. The women are caught in the downpour.
Don't turn around. Don't turn around.
When she sees something. Her shriek is so violent that the residents of the nearby... But there is no lightning. Ulla makes a run for the shore, but Eva... Her body is never recovered.
Naturally, Ula de Ponte became the prime suspect in the disappearance of Eva Delgado. During the investigation, it became apparent that there was a love triangle, the third party being some small-time business. No, she committed suicide before she could be taken in. Not a pretty scene.
Man, that's some grisly detail. Anyway, that's the story of the... Well, Tequila, that's... Some say he was an undercover cop who blew his...
O headless brother, where art thou?
Others claim he was a professional jockey who veered off course. Personally, I think he was just some guy. Coincidentally, at that exact moment, a horse happened.
For some reason, this does strike you as the most plausible theory of them all.
Isn't it? Anyway, to each his own. You want to hear any other stories?
Hard to argue is...
That's the reality situation for you. You think you got a handle on it, then blam! Yeah? Why don't you go eat shit, Tequila? There's no way you know a better one than that. I have to admit, that's pretty high concept. Still not as awesome as a... No one knows. Some say he stalks Martinez to this day. And
he won't, though.
Aye. I saw him one night when I was right shit-faced.
What's in a name?
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
Don't call Abigail.
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. Something... I was once a reasonably high net worth in... I used the profits from my... I developed the paradigm. Worked. It did. But now dream... One day I left on my evening run.
His eyes are your eyes.
So I removed the key. I was halfway done with my usual lap. I made my way back. Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. Ouch, indeed. So I made my way across the yard. I wish I were Tequila. I wish I rang. People are naturally wary.
Heavy is the head.
Just then, I experienced a moment of... But when I reached my office, Anyway, so, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Like nothing you've ever heard, huh? This would explain a lot. God bless them, though. I'd be alone without them. Anyway, I actually do have... Do you have anything to fortify old Doom Spiral? If you find any, I'd be extremely grateful.
Don't call Abigail. Don't call Abigail.
The man hiccups, then mumbles something unintelligible. He snorts and beckons you.
Don't call Abigail. Don't call Abigail.
There's no use in yelling.
The drunk man. He does not sound well.
Don't.
There was little chance he'd be a reliable witness anyway.
The legend! He's back. And firstly, I got smokes and piss.
The mother of humanism stands above you. A precious... Why? That does seem to be a problem. Maybe you meant something else? I don't know. What only a strange... The mother of... Why? That does seem to be a problem. The mother of humanism towers...
Yes, we all are. Her name... I have no idea what you mean by that.
Yes, what is it? Yes? This is getting ridiculous.
There's a solution, but she doesn't want to hand it over to you yet. It's a thing. Something she holds dear.
The bookstore lady hates me. said...
Of course not. Because she's from Martinez, and people from Martinez have never ever seen a radio. Yes, but
The lieutenant coughs.
once I came in one morning, only to find that my terminal was... No, that's the...
In his defense...
Okay, but still. Thanks. The swallow, you mean? What? Yes, that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit... Great. Thanks.
Yes?
I see you're here again. Off sign, man. Did I mention getting us into the church would help? I'm doing what I can.
It's not easy for him. He looks like a well-thought-out individual. The synchronization might...
Hi again. So, how are things going?
Yes. What?
He nods enthusiastically.
Yes? What's the deal? But do let goodbye off it.
The large-headed...
Good morning! Yeah! Pump it up! Pump it up! Pump it up!
Doc! Basically, yes it is.
Hello again. Record. I think I'm recording cracks. My boy... I don't know.
A lie.
The musicians in the palace... Anyway, I don't really know what I'm doing.
She looks at the recording device. The sharp drop in endorphin.
Take this, your call.
No, ma'am.
It's okay.
Thanks. Go ahead.
That's it. You got it. The whole shebang. The coat. The hat. Yegman. That's either a safe-breaker, the deaths of Charlie Spillane and Deanna Deneuve. The case Dick Mullin was on. That's what this crooked swindle must be. This is how I always talk. Move on. You're right. He used to be more polite. Don't think like a cop. Cops don't solve cases. They slide nippers on the goons and take them into big houses. But they don't solve anything. The Dicks, Gumhills. This cop here solved 216 cases. That's because you're a dick in cop's clothing. Underneath, a snooper through and through. If there's any doubt, consult your trusty Dick Mullin book and reconnect with the real you. You hold in your hand the code. This book will show you the score, the alphabet. Every page has one. A is for azimuth. B, H is for homeboy. I is for econ. J is for Eura. K is for collapse. L is for laudanum. M, Q is for quasar. R is for rhododendron. S is for sign. That's it.
Good. I also know the alphabet.
In your hands you hold 16 days of coldest April. But indeed, the book, it would do that in Grad. You flip through the book. The pages are thinner than you realized, and the type quite small and tight. Real art is dense and difficult. If it didn't feel like you had to rest, the back cover is dominated. She can't be much older than her mid-30s in this photograph. In cold, detached prose, the author describes a scene from one of the Yugoslavia riots in the 20s. The Yugoslavia riots took place from 27 to 29, fueled by ethnic unrest and the state's repressive tactics. As ethnic tensions run wild, a pair of young... It would physically hurt you to keep reading. Are you sure? They go through a brief and somewhat awkward love affair. And in the end, they betray each other and succumb to the absurdity of Gradian life. The man becomes a lens grinder. He toils through the daily drudgery at the Lenka polyfabricate. Happiness and fulfillment. She spends the next several decades standing at a conveyor in a The memory of their short time spent together tortures the former lovers ceaselessly until the end of their days. Years pass as life leaves their remains between the soil's sheets. Their final thoughts are filled with regret. A cockatoo is a parrot. This book talks about the delicate nature of twos, as well as perhaps the most in the words of "It must be glorious to behold." You're right. Ouch. Not great for the neighbors. Performing? Yes, birdie.
Yes?
What if you did it? Yes, you killed him. Forgetting was merely a Maybe this is why your chest feels so hollow. Are you sure you would have the strength to take down a hardened merc?
And what has led you to this conclusion? Thus far, your memory loss does not seem to be convenient for you or anyone else. The victim wasn't run over by a drunk driver. Look, it's not unusual for detectives to feel complicit in a crime until the perpetrator is identified and apprehended. What about me? Good.
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. Life is garbage. You dial the number again. Calling, 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 and calling for who knows how long. But no one answers. The cold metal is...
That's enough now, officer.
It didn't give you any. Your hand is swelling up.
Officer, that's enough.
That's right. It's over.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
Nothing jumps out to you. Nothing out of the ordinary. How about you get out and breathe? The air in the tent is too thick for you to think clearly.
Yes. What? The what now? Oh!
He's like an...
I have a major sinus infection. Yes!
No, Safed.
Yes. What?
He nods enthusiastically. No doubt.
Goodbye.
It's you again. What is it?
Convinced Titus is being manipulated? Bad idea. Bringing her up will do no... Just remember, it's about more than Glasia. It's about these men.
Huh?
He'll get it. Go on.
Got it. Kill you because they don't like you. All because...
Yeah, we liked it. It wasn't for your fucking entertainment, Dennis.
They kill you because they think it's funny.
It wasn't that. It wasn't...
That's it. That's the weak one. You flush.
Officer, you will be next if you don't shut up.
Firearm. A Glass 08 or a 38 caliber pistol. Either is smaller. He's onto you. He knows what you're trying to do. Steel yourself. Push on. Just ignore Theo. The lieutenant has put down his notebook. What? What does that mean?
We didn't kill him. We didn't even hang him. He was—
Shut up, Angus!
Fatty! Say one more thing to the—
Dennis, stand down, or I'll beat your head in. Theo, take your hand off the belt. This isn't 31.
Does he? His closed fist is shaking.
Angie, where's your goddamn inhaler?
I left it home.
Why are you so fucking fat, Angus? Now it's all pointless. Because of you. You wasted my time.
Lizzie, your help is no longer needed here. Go tell Everett.
Fine. I'll tell him. After a long walk along the coast.
What just happened between... You're in. He's all yours. Questions. The lieutenant gives a smile only you can see. He nods.
You hang the corpse to cover up the real...
We're not sure. Probably a bullet.
The coroner and his assistant are wrapped in blue. Hands covered in blue gloves. Mouths covered by blue masks. Bodies by blue aprons. The coroner wipes his brow.
It's 'cause the girls asked us to.
Girls plural?
Did she kill him?
Cop, I have no idea.
He doesn't think she did. Or at least he...
Classier came down. She seemed really out of it. Drugged up, even more than used. It looked like she'd redosed after something went down. I've seen that look before. She was scared. I've done this job for 10 years. I've seen it before. It's the politician in the motel room with the dead hooker scenario.
Good analogy, boss.
You don't get to talk yet, Shanky. You're still on the bench. And you keep taking it easy, too. We went upstairs. Sure as day the Merc was dead. There was a bullet hole through the window. Fucking...
He means they'd been fucking?
Tibbs patched the window. And the corpse. We hanged. Nah, he's my brother.
Right now, he's grateful he hasn't gotten his brother into this mess.
You may have noticed our girl's in some shit of her own. They can't show up on police radar kind. There are people after her. They're powerful, connected to the moral intern. She's clearly afraid for her.
That's all he knows.
And why would you help someone like that?
Why would I? I guess we abide all sorts of runaways and losers here. It's a Martinez thing. In a manner of speaking.
Remember the two girls? He may be talking about the other.
That's right. It was her idea to hang him. I liked it for Fella, you think too much. He's off all right.
A little too far there, but you're definitely right.
That woman is just affiliated with the Hardy Boys. You don't know her, anyway. We're Hardy Boys, and that's it. Nope, you're not getting to her. It's Klasia you want to talk to. Not yet. Just some ideas. She says the shot came from outside, behind the window somewhere. So that's a clue. I'm thinking someone's past caught up with them.
Hers, you mean?
I mean the people after Klasia. Me.
I like that. Been thinking the same thing myself.
My dude. One of those mercenary buddies of his could have done it. They got guns. Tell you what I'd do. Check out the coast for vantage points. Maybe consult with a ballistics buddy of mine.
He's calm now. Threw all that turmoil away and became himself again.
Me too. You do that. Hey, cop. Before you go, she Clausia came to Martinez to hide. Many of us did. This is where you wash up when there's nowhere left to go. The Union takes you in. That's right. If we didn't take care of the people who end up here, this place would just be a...
We'll take that into account.
It's always good to see you.
Something in her demeanor has changed. She's tired, consigned to her fate, to being here with you and what's to come.
I understand.
Just like that. No resistance. Her shoulders are slouched, her feet long and straight.
I'm sorry for wasting your time. I should have...
This is good. Clear the air first. No, it's not good. Shush, I can't hear what she's saying.
Why did you waste our time then?
Because of the Hardys. I couldn't just dispense with them. They were only trying to help me. Out of the shit I'd gotten into. You're right. There's more. You answer to the coalition government, and by extension, the moral intern.
Briefly glancing over her shoulder to a grand expanse of water reaches over the bay and the Pearl, the Muindi Isola, the Occident, and then Oranje, the old.
You share a database with them. You send people to their just business, but bad business for some people in the moral intern. If I show up in your records, officer, they will find...
What happens if...
They will kill me, sir. If you file my name, well, then I'm fucked. For nothing.
Here we go. For once, you seem to... Actually, this murder did have a little to do with her.
It's not nice, but it's not illegal.
What exactly?
Industrial espionage. I joined a business collective with the intention of betraying them. With a bigger company. The kind you really...
I need the names of the companies involved.
The job was Lou's-Duin County Savings Bank. They sound small, but they're part of the Lou-Scott conglomerate. That was the second job.
But she really destroyed them.
As to who hired me for the job, I don't know. But they're after me too. Along with Lou-Scott and their friends in the MI. Once you're done in the competitive intelligence...
Laws cap. These people engineer financial disasters in second world countries. The conglomerate also includes the Bank of Consecration, Airberg, and the popular Papalolo line of dairy products.
Yeah. Papa fucking Lolo wants to kill me. Sure. I'm not a war criminal, but it was bad. A lot of people got hurt.
That can wait. Look into her eyes. There's more.
One of them killed himself.
She says it quickly, like she said it out of guilt.
How do you deal with anything? It's all just... How do you do it? There you have it. The way of the warrior. We were there. Together. In bed, okay? He was in a kneeling position. He had just entered me. I turned back to him. His eyes were looking through me, and his mouth was open.
A great pain moves through her.
I knew he was dead. Before he fell down on top of me. No, I want...
It's okay. Tell us as much as you're comfortable with.
He was heavy. I pushed him off and he fell to the floor. There. He only had his boots on. I bit the pillow, not to scream, then ran downstairs. I waited for the second shot to come.
She's forgotten about her cigarette. The butt has burned right down to her fingernails.
Oh. So am I.
What time was this? When did it happen?
11:30 to 12:15. I don't know the exact time.
It's okay. Were you inebriated?
Not as much as usual. He'd done a line.
Wait. Titus said she was gurning her jaw off, much more than usual.
Oh, yeah. I did one of his lines.
Did you hear or see the shooter in the course of this?
No. Nothing. I was trapped. I was stuck in my room downstairs. I got some clothes on and crawled back up. He was still on the floor, slouched. I couldn't be there with him anymore.
Run, woman. Run past them and out into the streets where it's dark and people move. To the lorries at the intersection.
I already ran. I ran from an entire Isola. I can't run any further. Sylvie was tending the bar. A lot of people were there. The Hardy. Ruby was there too. They were having such a good time.
Ruby?
Ruby. You know.
The leader?
The Hardy Boys. Well, nominally, yes. Ruby's the one they go to when things happen, like...
Would you say she is the...
Why not? Well, Ruby said let's talk upstairs. I showed her the room. I've known these people since December. They know my situation. She said she'd take care of this. It's what she does, you know. Take care of things. I helped her get the body to the bathroom. We used a belt to pull him up under the shower. To keep him up.
To mislead you. They were tampering with the body.
To produce lividity?
Yes.
We completely missed the tampering. Looks like you got there in time.
About 20, yes. Ruby explained it would make the blood... You know what he does. Ruby went outside to talk to Titus and the boys. I was just looking at Lely in the bathroom. I had to put his clothes back on. It took Ruby maybe half an hour to come back with Titus. I'd gotten him ready by then. They carried him out. I knew what they were going to do. Make it look like a hanging. Ruby said they would. Ruby said to wait here. She also said I wouldn't see her for a while. I don't know. I haven't seen her since.
We will need to take this question to the Hardy Boys.
Interesting. Why did this Ruby go through so much trouble to hide something someone else did? What are you doing? Coming up with a theory. She said Ruby knew something was wrong before she said anything. How come? It is ominous. You already coming up with theories that put the blame on someone other than Glacia.
When he was shot? I may have.
The gunshot wasn't that loud. This is something to keep in mind when assessing the distance of the shot.
What? Why would I put myself through? He wouldn't have died if it weren't for me. I know that.
It could have been a desire. He was a serviceman. He must have had a gun. Now, you guys suddenly have theories pouring out, when they're obviously just stabs in the dark.
I'm sad to hear that. They must have said it in some fit of frustration or under pressure. They couldn't have meant it. I've talked to them after it happened. No one. I did not kill him to defend myself from rape.
True, sire. 'Tis true.
No. I specifically asked him not to carry firearms when he was with me. He only had his... Like what? That's the first thing that went through my head. I thought they'd found me. They've killed him to punish me, so they wouldn't be hurt. I've come to understand, however, this is paranoia. What happened didn't...
We can't go after Loose Cap. Not yet.
I don't ask you to, Lieutenant. If there's one thing I know, it's that you'll get nothing from there. Because I'm an idiot.
which is an indicator of true idiot. She's nothing of the sort.
You have to understand, the people around here, no one was making the call, and he kept rotting. And then they picked his clothes.
Her jaw is clenched. Her throat moves.
He kept throwing stones at him for 3 days. I could hear the thud. Thud.
She definitely called the cops. That was task complete. It could not have been a lie. Oh God, that was a lie too. Who made the call then? She did, of course. Don't be paranoid, man. It's unbecoming of a police officer, and it makes you sweat.
Last week, Angus and Titus's brother, I think he's called Tibbs, took care of it.
You should have another look at that window after this. Reconstruct. Yes, you see the glass sparkling out of the corner of your eye. She nods, silently. He's thinking, or should we arrest her? She's a flight risk and she... No, that won't be necessary. Just this guy won't budge. You have to wake Multiface up, forcefully, if you want to continue pushing her. Who? What? Dear God, you've been lied to. She could have killed her lover and lied to everyone. She probably didn't give you her real name either. Why would she? Arrest her immediately, before she further entangles you in her web of lies. Take it easy. Don't overcompensate. Yes, start at the top. Choose at the bottom. See?
I did. What is this? There was an older woman on the other end.
That is the emergencies desk number. Anyone could know that, sire.
What time did you make?
Thursday night.
It checks out.
But I know the time of the call, too. I know I have not been 100% truthful with you, officers. But I am now.
I agree. You wouldn't give us your
Okay. Okay, it's not. You log your work every week. It's all transmitted to Common, sir. I couldn't just beg you not to enter my name. Like I lied before. Like I did at LCSB. I have to lie all the time. I'm so tired of it. No. It's submerged in a plastic buoy on the coast, in the reeds.
Falsified documents?
Passport and visa. Given to me by my employer. I can't even use them. My employer probably leaked the name. Maya Smith.
Why would they do that?
I didn't show up to a rendezvous. They don't take that lightly. I didn't show up because I was afraid they'd do something to me.
She fears an arrest right here and now. This has been an awful turn of events for her.
West of the boardwalk, in the reeds. On the it's useless.
The lieutenant makes a note of...
You're welcome to it. It's in the reeds northwest of here, past a broken sewage pipe. It's Katarzyna Elysium.
It's a Grad name, Jimsk or Yugo-Grad in origin. Not Occidental at all. Smells of motor oil, tiger, economic desolation, and rock music-infused alcoholism.
My parents were Zhimsk immigrants, but I'm nationalized Oranese. All I remember is Oranje. Elysium is my father's name.
She nods. Her round eyes meet yours. They seem moist from the wind. She nods, her back straight, ready for whatever is next.
There may be grounds here.
A little whimper. The young woman hears you. She's looking around.
But I haven't done anything. Anything illegal.
She purposefully misrep fucking mine. That's right, gang. Stern and merciless now. Stern and merciless as we reel her in. The lieutenant produces a pair of handcuffs.
Please, no.
But there's nowhere to go.
I think I know who did it. I know who shot Leslie. You know it wasn't me. Why would I do it? I have no motive.
She's silent for a second, gearing up for this betrayal.
Ruby. She has this thing for me. Ever since I met sex. And more. I made the mistake of confiding it when I started spending time with Leslie. She told me to end it. Said there would be
I don't understand. What exactly in your relationship made you think she...
She said she's in love with me. She even asked...
And you led her on?
A little. I was flattered, you know? But then I had to let her off, and it was not easy. I came to regret being friendly with her.
This is just an assumption.
I know what it sounds like. That's why I didn't want to tell you before. But she knew what had happened. Somehow, she knew Leslie was dead. She wasn't surprised.
This is a familiar theory. You had it too, remember? Yet again, you're coming up with this. The worst thing is, it may be true.
She came over one night, drunk, said, and she's a pro. She must be.
Some of that fear is still with her. What are you talking about? She's afraid you'll arrest her.
You said there was a secret route there, right? She could have come up through there, then taken the shot, right here, where I stand.
Then slipped back downstairs without anyone noticing. That is possible.
Interesting theory. Did she know that door exists?
Yes. She's been up here many times. She used to come to drink on the roof when, She would have seen us. My bed is right next to...
You mean to suggest she made it?
No. No. Why would she do that to herself?
She's not really sure. It was right above the bed. Don't let your imagination run wild here, sire. Keep it on track. Okay, and what? Arrest. She's stuck here. She's already in prison. Look around. She's only trying to help you. Her. Stop letting her distract you.
Still? After all this, sir, please. It's but I don't deserve to be sent to the moral intern and ground into paste just because I just...
She's gearing up for a last stand. This is it.
I don't know. To spend my days with smoke, and drink, and dance. You have those station calls, right? Where I have to show up at the station or I'll become a fugitive. You can write me one. You don't have to take me in right now. I promise I know you can do that. Just let me come in on my own. In 2 months. Or
you do have the phone.
That's it. I'm calling it. Kim is beyond compromise. Definitely, sire.
Everything could change. This city.
There is desperation there, in that silence.
Maybe Ravishol could be free. I could be Trump.
I find that hard to believe, miss.
I know, but...
The political gambit has failed. This was her last card. There is nothing more she can say. The final decision is yours. She looks at you and... Wait. If you arrest her, Kim, shut up. He's making a decision, and it's his to make.
I won't.
This may have been a great... Maybe. Maybe not.
I promised I will be right here all the time, nights too. I'll help you any way I can in this investigation, and I will be at Station 41 in 6 weeks.
She nods, then nervously pulls on her cigarette.
Okay.
There may be grounds here.
A little whimper. The young woman hears you. She slowly... You are. This is not the end of this. Nothing happens. There is a mass of droplets above the planetary body. The sky is low and cold.
So, officer, what were we talking about? In the final hours of this twilight? Lies.
Yes, we demand she be...
There may be ground...
A little whimper. The young woman hears you. She's looking around. She nods, then nervously pulls on her cigarette.
Okay.
She slowly lights another cigarette and steadies her breath. As you look back, you think, so love did do him in. If it weren't for her, he would not have been there. The shot would not have connected with his soft palate. She's silent, holding on to her coffee mug. It appears this one has not been entirely corrupted. This may help. This may help the others see.
Yeah. I'd like to think he didn't love me. Or that it was chemically induced and not real. Easier that way. I don't know.
This window is pristine on the inside. Golden light melts away into the blue, glassy darkness of your mind. In it are two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman on the single bed. Like the witness said, the man is kneeling, the woman is on her back. It's the night of March 4th. The man looks directly at the woman. The shot's possible directions converge in from the roof outside. Location A prime. The glass fractures around the bullet hole. Shards face inwards like a corona behind the woman's back. The man does not know the bullet has entered his brain. He never will. The ray cast from the man's mouth unravels into a fan of possible directions, all on the roof at first. The shot could have come from any of them. This is composite location A prime. There could have been. Then the rain and slush and wind washed it away. 72%. With a weapon that's good for medium range, like a rifle or sports pistol. This is a good short distance, but not too short. The perpetrator aimed with their back against the railing, or possibly kneeling for precision. This would explain why it only took them one shot. The lights were on in here. Outside it was dark. It was like shooting fish in an aquarium. A well-lit aquarium. The victim opened his mouth to let the bullet in. Neither of them would have seen anything outside in the darkness, too busy with their own bodies. Point X would contradict the woman's testimony, rendering the entire proposition void. These figures would be wiped out, Detective. None that you've found thus far, but that doesn't mean there aren't any. That's a 28%, yes. In this model, the shot could have come from a greater distance. Nothing excludes the possibility. According to your map of the district, this shot could have come from a wide angle of locations. B prime for Boardwalk, B double prime for Land's End, and B triple prime for the Islet, Detective. There may be smaller points in between, but those 700 meters away. The likeliest of these B positions, 20% chance. A skilled sniper could have made the shot, provided he had a safe sniper's nest. Even with the light on inside, we're talking military training. At that 1.2 kilometers away, the least likely of these positions, let's say 3%. 1 kilometer away, a point beyond the docks, on an islet in the bay. The fort is ruined, but the perpetrator may have found a stable spot on the beaches surrounding it, where the concrete crumbles into the sea. The shot would have been a small miracle, 5% likelihood. There is an extremely narrow field of view from the bay to the window, between Rue de Saint-Ghislain 10 and 33A. The angle would have been extreme, and access to the islets.
From where, precisely? I see you have given this a lot of thought. Are those the locations you've singled out in addition to the roof? And what is the likelihood, in your opinion, that it came from a further distance? Okay, well, we should see if there is gunshot residue or sniper nests if we go down the coast. It would be the diligent thing to do. Until then, personally, I'm going with the roof version. It fits the hidden path through the whirling. A simple hypothesis.
Officer, it's a fine day for questions.
It's you again. What is it? Why? You're cuckoo, cop. I'm the only...
Yeah, fuck off!
Sounds like you're making her a suspect. Ruby's one of us. We're not gonna throw her under your...
And fuck you too, moral
Ruby is missing. If you hide from the police in a murder investigation, you become a suspect.
That's nothing. That's just legalese. You don't even have a sound theory.
I think we'll keep sticking around, Titus. You'll be surprised at how quickly a theory presents itself if you keep looking.
A sudden flash of lightning in your neocortex. The hostel cafeteria is lit by its airy blaze.
Because she was here. All night.
He's cobbling together shit so he can put her away.
She was here all night? 11:30 to 12:15? She was here
Yeah, with us. Drinking. Near the stage there.
No. All right. She took a fucking leak, okay? For one moment. Maybe went out too. She has an operation to run from her lorry.
That's probably for the best.
And just 'cause she was gone for 5 minutes doesn't mean she magically got to the roof and shot him.
He's been through it. All right, we're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for sometime during the window. This was crucial. Now let's place her on that roof. You got his attention. Now don't ruin it by making weird claims. Remember, you can still mess this up.
How? People say there was a pinball arcade here. Sometime
East Delta Pinball Arcade. Weird place. Went bankrupt.
Weird? How? You're wearing the pinball maker's coat. On this mere cameo, I get it.
Okay, but how'd you get up? There's no room for a staircase in this building. Or an elevator, for that matter.
The elevator is outside the building. It's an old dumbwaiter, used for moving pinball machines up and down from the workshop. Thank you.
The lieutenant is glad he got the floor plan right there.
Ruby could have gone up, shot him, come...
That's quite the theory.
I'm on it, boss. Right when the law...
It's a dumbwaiter, not an...
Shush now. You got something else to back this route up? Or is that it? Footprints. Recent. What else could you make out? How recent? What size? That close, huh? How fortunate. Good news is, I'm still listening. I've seen the winch. I'm not blind. That's wall mystery down then. An architectural mystery. Doesn't much concern Ruby, does it? Why not? You can't draw a straight line into Colossus. Maybe from the coast. But like I said, I've been too busy dealing with you idiots. So no. 72%. There's a percentage and all. Where'd you... No, you can't. I know what you did here on the weekend. People talk.
Those numbers were an ass pull, man.
Yeah, and they don't put her on the roof either. It's just mambo-jambo. He hasn't got shit.
I don't like guessing, cop.
It opens the steel door in the kitchen, the one that leads upstairs to the roof. This key was right here.
Quit jumping to conclusions, Theo. You took that key. Did it look like it was recently put there?
Now, the ribbon was old, faded. It had been there for 20 years at least.
Why? This doesn't make sense.
It doesn't fit well, but it fits, and he knows it.
Firmly doesn't go well with could've. There's a route to the roof. Me and the boys need to check it out. But a route does not put that bullet in his head. A gun does.
Phase 2. Murder weapon. Get a gun in her hand. If not that, then at least a shadow of a doubt. Just don't contradict yourself. But what if you miss interesting information that way? The choice is ultimately yours. But...
God damn. That's just a...
You were warned not to bring it up. Your best shot here is to just back out of it.
Okay, cop. She's got connections. I could see how she...
That's all you needed. Doubt.
yes, goddammit. I know what a 72% chance means. It means that...
Just making sure we are on the same page. It doesn't all fit. We are just sharing info, candidly.
All right, Carl.
Pete, we're not seriously considering it, are we?
Phase 3. Motive. The big one. Get this and they'll give her to you. Remember, don't piss him off. That never works.
And I suppose you have a theory on that.
Think about it. Why go through all that effort? It was her idea, wasn't it? The hanging. You went...
She had, like, a fully formed plan and shit. Really, Shanks? Claudia wanted to talk to another girl, that's all. She was just the first one up there. I could have come up with that plan.
Time for a logics demonstration. He scoffs.
Think. You kill him. Get up there. Shoot him. Get down.
The man is silent.
If she used us to cover her own shit up...
Which is why she didn't. She would never do that. Why aren't more of you defending her?
Glenn, I thought the same thing when she skipped town.
Oh, so he didn't rule her out completely. And she skipped town. This is good.
Yeah. Like what? A thing? You...
Behind his squinting eyes, Domino's off.
Yeah, but...
Girls like girls too, Angus, sometimes. This is one of those times. She liked Glacier.
Yeah? No. Ruby's got more balls than a ball pit. You'd have to be an idiot not to... Guys, I'm not the only one who knew. Right?
Knew what? First he says she's murdered him. Now she's a too?
Come on, Glenn. She likes Monica's titties more than you do. Everyone knows which way the wind blows.
I did. I knew it. That's why she didn't fuck you. 'Cause you're 40, and you still live with your mom, Dennis.
Ruby then threatened her and told her to end her relationship with the deceased.
This is some sordid shit. It's also the kind of garbage our Miss Aronier puts out to cover her own ass. That Ruby is queer as cabaret, now that I start thinking about it. I don't know why I didn't see it earlier. And that's okay. Some are queerer than others. You can still be a Hardy.
And then, boss, use us to cover it up? If it's true. But it's not, right?
Nah, man. That's just Ruby.
Plus, man, it's like female intuition, you know. Women...
Eugene wants a woman on the team so they can do their job. That must be hard. Half of Martinez is female.
Yeah.
Wishful thinking has no place in a police investigation. A more serious consideration that you wish to avoid is that she knew what happened because she did it.
Silence. The old man. A very small nod.
Yeah, I see it. There's one more thing I've been wondering about. I don't know where she went. She just got up and left. She was afraid I would tell you. Maybe she was right.
But she knew there's evidence on her, and she knew we'd find it. This is typical suspect behavior.
Perhaps. Ask her if you find her. It won't be easy, though. She made sure of that. Friday afternoon, when you first arrived, I got word the RCM was in town. Then she came in to see me. Told me she was leaving. I told you. You. No, you. As in the cop with the sideburns and the disco clothes. Yeah, that's real funny. You know, when I first saw you limping here, I thought she was paranoid or sniffing her own supply. But now I'm not so sure. She said you have a funny taste in clothes, and that you won't stop until you have something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jamrock, that you're a human can opener.
And then when they're all empty, just move on, onto the next can.
Fucking hell. Open Angus up like a can? Yes, he did. Now, we can whine about it. Whack him.
Silence. He nods.
Yeah, there was something else. She wouldn't tell me, though. I could see she wanted to. It was burning on her lips. This cocktitus. She's not far. We know.
Good fucking luck, man.
Yeah, Al. And we won't eat.
She's not really, hardy.
She's not, Glenn. A little.
Where have you looked for her?
More precisely, on the coast, past the waterlog. She's not here.
Who's doing this looking? They're all here.
Lizzie needed some air. No one goes to tell Evrard anything.
It's called a radio, you believe. The gardener may have played you a game when she stormed out. She has her own plan.
Sure, there are some shithouses there. A cinderblock town. Fisherfolk there refuse to use. I hear they have a shack where junkies sometimes crash. Time for you to step up.
We will start there. One more quick.
Boyish. Hair's red. Dyed. She looks like a Lowry man. The what now? I know it.
She said she's building a...
What?
We were talking about radio equipment.
This guy barely understands what he's talking about.
There you have it. Pale something. It'll have to.
His grip is firm and reassuring, like holding a piece of unpolished granite. You think you have a pretty hot suspect right now, don't you? That ruby of you. Notice how it came together without casting too much suspicion on Clasia. It was nice and ruby. Anything struck you a bit off about this mishmash? Notice how this hasn't come up at all. Even Hardy and his boys didn't mention it. Neither did. Absolutely. It could have come from anywhere, but you're suddenly so certain it came from the roof behind the window. No, they didn't. That's right. Finish thought. Just finish it and conveniently go on. Don't listen to this guy. The theory was solid.